We are streaming. Let's see if this links up before I make the connection. And we're going to count on a link. It says it's linking. Come on, let's see if there's an image. Let's call our man Aristides, our executive producer, on the old Skype before they discontinue it. And with that, you're going to hear the incredible Skype ring. And we do not know what that will be replaced with. There, my good man, we are streaming live. Okay, so do me a favor, dear sir, and basically share whatever you feel comfortable sharing with the public in terms of a status report, and then give us a blurb, and then add everyone. Thank you.
Nothing really for status. Not since I talked to you last, and okay, let me.
Say something.
Open up the live. I am trying to open.
You're registered. Good. You're registered.
Okay.
Yeah, excellent. And Vicky Johnson says hello.
Here.
She can hear you. So Vicky Johnson can hear us.
Good. Let me make sure it's showing up. That way, as soon as I get there, I, just like everyone else, I am going to hit the thumbs up upvote. Everybody, please, it's essentially do that right away. We need that to keep the algorithm on the up and up. There are those who put down votes, thumbs down. They are hidden. You can't see them, and YouTube doesn't show them, but the enemy, so to speak, does put them perhaps with bots, and that affects Douglas's ability to be found, seen, searched, suggested. Please do that. Please make sure you're subscribed with the subscribe button, even if you had done it in the past. It may have mysteriously become undone. Make sure the notification bell thing is turned on so you can get notified of the program. If you're here, you know when we start, but just in case you get busy and forget, or there needs to be a restart, which happens sometimes. That is convenient. You can also, if you're so inclined, you can go under your account settings, because you do have some type of account to do these things. I don't think it will let you, unless you're signed in on a Google/YouTube, I think it's all the same thing, account. But you can go into your account settings and create sub channels. Usually the purpose is different types of content. People can kind of divide up, but each one of them can do a separate upvote. So I'm one person, and I'm now doing a second upvote, and I will proceed to do a third. You could do that too. It is quite easy if you know your way around these things a little bit. Also, as far as thumbs ups, after the program, once it's no longer live, Douglas will put a pinned comment under every program, not in the chat, but underneath in the comments area, which only becomes active after the program. And please upvote that as well. And any other positive comments you might see, please feel free to grab the YouTube link right out of the browser bar and post that anywhere you feel people might want to find it, or anywhere you might want to surprise them with information that they'll never get anywhere else, and might just, rock their world. Like I said, Douglas is good like that. So, and beyond that, let me put the contributions link in the chat. It is, in case you don't find it, it's easy. It's Douglas D. Dietrich at PayPal. So if you just go to PayPal and search that, you don't need to look for a link. You'll find him. You'll see his picture. Send him your money. So please do that. Is there anything essential that I'm forgetting?
You were wonderful. I mean, that was superb. As always, you're beyond professional, and we are so lucky to have our man Aristides with us. The transmissions would be impossible without him. And believe me, we've been working, we had some free time over the weekend, and we've been working with Aristides to try and continue past this new change in whatever we're going to use to carry on our calls. It's not the program itself that is under threat by changing technology. It is our ability to hold conversations or roundtable on this program that is. So we're going to find some alternative to Microsoft. We've decided that Microsoft is not the way to go with what they're offering now that they're denying us the service of Skype. And we're going to find something different. And we are deciding generally between Telegram and Viber, and your feedback on that, either Telegram or Viber, is appreciated. And such being said, our man Aristides seems to lean towards Telegram, and you know, I've nothing against it, so we'll figure it out. And that being said, I want to thank in particular two wonderful contributors, ladies. First, with Holly Kaditis Kiefer, contributed 100 United States dollars. And our dear brother from another mother, the incomparable Aaron Tice, contributed 150 United States dollars. So without Aaron Tice and his intervention, we truly would not have the manuscript that was stolen by Peter Moon. And there's a way to express that. I think the way that I expressed it really says it all, but there's ways to detail that, what I've just said. But basically, Peter Moon, for those of you who do not know, after years on my program, has basically claimed that he has ownership of all my life story. And that he has copyrighted it and will sue if I publish it. So that was what he was here all along for, was to act on the side of the enemy. Okay, Aristides, I just saw a interesting notification concerning what looked like a Viber note, but even
I'm replying to Brendan. Don't worry about it right now.
Oh, okay, there we are. And Amy, dear Amy, I am so glad that you showed up. So, my dearest Mon Amy, do say hello to everyone and a status report, please, on how you're doing, whatever you're comfortable sharing.
I'm comfortable. I'm doing good, and I'm glad that we've decided not to go with Microsoft. Either one of those two sounds fine because I don't have much experience with either one, so it doesn't matter to me. But yeah, I'm glad to be here. I'm glad that you're sorting everything out, and things look bright. The future is ahead of us, so carry on.
Don't forget to call Aaron Tice, dear Aristides. You might call him each time, but make certain he's called this time because I see that he's active. And with dearest Amy, thank you for saying what you did. We're getting a little bit of an echo. Is that from... Okay, thank you. It disappeared. So whatever you did, it worked. I definitely need you to hold the stage with Aristides while I take a break soon. I'm going to hold off taking a break for a few minutes yet, but I do need to take my vitamins and make my tea. So it sounds like a strange combination. But I just finished eating a meal just to make certain I have some calories to burn through transmission. And I did not come straight from the estate, so I had to do that because I haven't had blood in about 48 to 72 hours. That's a period of time where I have to eat something in terms of food, some kind of food that humans eat in order to get some calories to burn through the show and last throughout the night. But along with that, I take supplements because the food, as I said, isn't really processed effectively by my body. So the supplements are much more readily processed. And so I got to take a bunch of those, get my tea going, and we'll be set for the night. Maybe a break or two after that, but definitely heading towards monologue sooner than later, allowing everybody in Roundtable to interject whenever they feel like it. And we welcome Brendan Zogan aboard as well. Before I forget, I do hope Heather Holman joins us along with Vin. I want them to know they are both credited in all the credits that I provide, and Mon Ami is also credited. So if all of you look into the text after each show, I try to credit everyone. And if I forget to credit someone in the immediate sense, I will get back there later before the next show, even if it's just a few minutes before we begin transmission, and credit the people who were on the last show. But I did so with Vin by his full name, which I hope he does not mind, and with Heather Holman as well. And with Mon Ami, she's fully named as well. Holly has asked not to be fully named, and Aristides has asked not to be fully named. With Holly, it becomes a bit more awkward because then I mash her name as roving correspondent with Amy, and I'll say roving correspondents Holly and Amy Como. So it looks like they're a lesbian couple that actually got legally married or something. So sorry.
Super.
You're welcome.
That's our funny little gift to the universe.
Yes.
That we can give.
Yes. And Brendan just checked out. Maybe that was too much for him. It offended his puritanical sensibilities. Yes. Yes. We're kidding about that, but now he's sending us long messages about Telegram and what Telegram is all about. He's putting them in the text box of the round table, which I find funny. But he seems to be trying to join, but he keeps getting knocked off or something. He says, pick your poison. So apparently it has a rather... I get why he's doing this now. Okay, I couldn't understand first. Why is he putting this in the text box where we can read it on the call during the show? Now I realize it, because it's got a pretty fishy background. Yes, thank you for sharing that, Brendan. Yes, pick your poison is the best way to phrase that.
The other one's founded in Tel Aviv, but it's owned by the Japanese now.
Interesting.
This one is founded in Russia, but the dude was forced to capitulate anyways.
Mm-hmm.
So he tried to be more in the freedom zone, like libertarian style, but the French authorities caught him and forced him to basically give them the encryption code. So they're all compromised. They're all compromised.
That's
it's just the free ones. You don't have a choice, and Microsoft will make you pay no matter.
That's incredible. That's incredible. I'm. Thank you for that background research.
I personally, I was responding to Aristides. He started the thing.
Yeah.
But I personally would trust Rakuten more than the French with this kind of stuff. But
all right.
Or whoever owns the codes now, because they arrested the guy.
All right, interesting. That's incredible. What an incredible story. Well, I'm so glad you're here, Brendan, and it sounds like you're in a fairly stable situation, because you're a bit echoey, but if you get closer to your microphone or put in your earbuds, that should cure that. Because I'd like to take a short break to take my vitamins and make my tea. It wouldn't be short at all. It's more like 10 minutes at least to do that. Yeah, but you guys, I know, are good at this. You can hold the stage. Then when I come back, we'll get back into covering everything else. I mean, I'll be heading into monologue early tonight and doing so with the full expectation that everybody interject freely. But other than that, Amy's providing some suggestions as well, and I'll heart that. Amy, don't be afraid to just say these things out loud. I mean, just say it out loud. Matter of fact, why don't we start with that? We'll get a status update from Brendan first before I take my break. So, Brendan, are you able to be with us for the next 10 minutes while I take a break? Are you able to handle that, whatever your situation is?
Who?
You. I mean, yeah.
I'm here. I'm okay. Everything's good. Yeah.
Okay, great. So what I'll do is I'll make my tea and take my vitamins and be back, but it'll take about 10-ish minutes. John, who is T-Tank Berry, he's John Doe in our chat. He sends a wonderful picture of a truck, which I presume is his. Either that or he's locking onto it and targeting it for theft. But with that, our dear Sammy brings up the potential for StreamYard. And never heard of it, of course. Oh, this looks like it's got sales stickers on it, so he's probably considering buying it. So I don't know. What do you think of that truck, Brendan? You're a motorhead. You're a resident motorhead extraordinaire.
Looks clean to me.
Okay.
I think he's got an eye for these things.
Yeah, he does.
Price is right, so
yeah.
If you got cash, that's the one.
Yeah, he is also a motorhead par excellence. He indeed truly lives in his vehicles.
It probably won't have the towing oomph that he needs, but for big stuff, but it will get him through his property easily and nicely.
Excellent.
And depending on if it has a V6 or a 4-cylinder, the gas mileage may be a little bad, but for the quality of the build, it's worth it.
Excellent. And
because that era of that specific company is good.
Excellent.
It's like when they were a good Japanese company as opposed to what they are now. some French Frankensteinian Peugeot madness.
Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad what happens. John Doe says V6. Interesting.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so it's good. I mean, it's good, but it's going to be a little gas heavy, but but any truck will be. So it's not, you won't, for the price. The price is right. Let's just say the way prices are now, the price is right on that.
Yeah.
So if it's, if it's in good shape and you have a mechanic that can check it out, you're good guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's probably mechanically inclined enough himself where he can do the job of inspection.
Oh, easily, easily.
And so with that, dear Mon Ami, before I take my little break to supplement myself and brew my tea, are anything else you want to share with me before I, leave? And I'll be back in about 10ish, but was there something in particular you want to bring to my attention? Feel free to do so if there's anything.
I really enjoyed listening to the unconditional intergenerational hatred of Germans from the last episode. I think that's something nobody ever thinks about, and I think it's really important to look at that and to understand how we reflexively are charged up to feel bad about any kind of Nazi, any kind of mention of the word Hitler. It just conjures up all these terrible feelings in people for unexplainable reasons that you and George detailed for the last little bit of the previous episode. For anybody who missed it and didn't get a chance, the last bit with George was very informative.
Thank you.
Insightful.
I'm sorry? The last...
Also, just insightful.
Thank you. I mean, you're always so generous and you're always so gracious. For those of you who don't quite understand what Amy is communicating, she's speaking about the unconditional intergenerational hatred against Germans, which is a pathology that actually has a psychiatric title. It is called tutophobia. Tutophobia is the irrational fear of anything German, and the West is conditioned into a mass pathology, a social hatred of Germans. That is from birth. They are indoctrinated in it. And a lot of this has to do with, of course, the overwhelming influence of a neurotic minority that we also explored in our last episode with George. We'll touch upon again, probably inescapably tonight. However, just to show people my stance on this, I do want people to know that I would understand, say, for instance, the dynamics of social respect, say for instance at Halloween. At Halloween, where we dress as ghosts and demons and we do our best to laugh at the devil, so to speak. It's the most Christian of all holidays in the sense that you essentially are lampooning the pagan. Most of these are based on a kind of caricature of entities that we were made aware of through the old Celtic tradition that brought us Halloween. But when it comes to wonderful poster provided by our friend T. Tank Berry, by the way, of what I had recommended as an extremely underrated film called Shockwaves that was released simultaneous to Star Wars, and Peter Cushing was in both. He was in both in the same year, and instead of taking me to see Star Wars, my father, my legal father, took me to see Shockwaves, which I, to this day, feel was the far better choice. And I think that exposes a maturity on my part. But when it comes to Peter Cushing in that film, he has, I think, maybe an equal amount of time that he had in the movie Star Wars. Certainly, yeah, I would say an equal amount of time in both films. Yet his role in that film, we can go into another time when the subject arises organically, but it is not taking me away from what I was going to say about Halloween at all. As a matter of fact, it fits in quite seamlessly. But I could respect, for instance, children. I would say children should not go out on Halloween dressed as Adolf Hitler, for instance, because I think it is just too... For one thing, he is not among those demons and ghosts and goblins and all of these fantastical creatures, which Halloween is kind of designed to mirror and thereby ward off. And even though Halloween has become quite the adult holiday, I can imagine certain adults at certain adult parties dressing like Hitler, but they certainly, obviously, I could understand Jewish people taking offense. It's not something that I would ever do. But one thing that I feel that is silly was the fact that there was an enormous controversy raised by young girls who at Halloween were experimenting with dressing as Anne Frank. And I, as a historian, I just feel that that's so antithetical to education. I mean, if a young girl dresses as Anne Frank, why is that a threat? Why do people take offense at that? Then how is that disrespectful to victims of the Holocaust when a young girl dressed as Anne Frank is something that the Jewish community has done their best to try and quote unquote educate us about? And then to go out as a young girl dressed as her, which is usually indicated so people know who she is by a yellow star. For those of you who don't know, the young girls who I saw at Halloween that raised such controversy a number of years ago, dressed as Anne Frank, wore a yellow star so that people could understand that they were marked for their Judaism and guess if they had any sense of erudition, oh, that's Anne Frank. And yet people found that incredibly offensive and lawsuits were engendered. And it's just, I thought that was so fucking stupid. It's like, so what are you saying? Don't pay attention to that, which you say we should be paying attention to? That is bizarre to me, as opposed to somebody dressed as Hitler if they're a child. So there we go. That just a thought. I think that would be perfectly acceptable for a young child to be dressed as Anne Frank, boy or girl, with today's trans neutrality towards gender identity, but. Not for a child to be dressed as Hitler. That's something for an adult party with a kind of limited, or shall we say, you got to watch where you're going with that one as well. Certainly, like after Halloween, I would never recommend anyone dress as Osama bin Laden. But it's been long enough by now where people probably do it. But say if you did that right after 9/11, yeah, you probably would have gotten shot or knifed. Or both. If not outright lynched like Michael Myers was in the Halloween film. Okay, with that having been said, of course, Brendan left us. He was stolen away from us by some jerk at work. And I'm going to hang on with Amy and Aristides until he returns, or at least hang on for as long as I can stand it, because I do need my caffeine. Right. And by the way, which brings us back to Amy, of course, who was at school and was taught a little bit about Coca-Cola and, in a sense, its benefits. And I will leave her to describe that, but I will let people know that I have gone back to drinking Coca-Cola in limiting myself to one can a day, if that, because my it wasn't helping that I stopped. The fact that I stopped, and then when I took the blood test after 3 months cold turkey without Coca-Cola, I took the blood test again, and it was down in terms of the pre-diabetic condition by a single point. The pre-diabetic condition is so minor. My doctor and my nurse case manager really don't consider it something to obsess over. A question that was asked, presented by Brendan Zoga himself, about needing to report for my benefits with SSDI. I do want people to know that would be, that'd be quite the accomplishment for me to do that, since they're closing down all of the Social Security offices. And, yeah, what a fucking joke. But such being said, obviously, this is not how Musk and Trump are thinking. They're not thinking logically. But if they were thinking logically, my benefits would be the last benefits on earth they would want to cut, because I actually exemplify what Ronald Reagan wanted everybody on these programs to become. Because Ronald Reagan had the concept of workfare instead of welfare. And that was back in the days when the great boogeyman was the welfare mom. And the welfare mom was this incredible conceptual figure that was not necessarily a construct, but represented intergenerational welfare recipiency. And but Reagan wanted to transition from that and say, let's have workfare. Well, I exemplify workfare. I'm on the 250% working disabled program. I am not on Social Security. I'm on SSDI, which I put into all my life through 30 years of fucking work, and I basically am getting my own money back from the insurance that I paid into the system, which was profound and orders of magnitude more than your average person ever would because of circumstances I've articulated in depth before. We don't need to relive the agony of that right now. But all such being said, because I'm federally required by law to work, and if I were not working, I would be committing serious federal fraud. This is why I'm required to host this program and ask you for money, because that is how I earn my pay. In other words, on SSDI, I am allowed, indeed expected, to earn income that's up to about $2,000 a month worth of income. And which I, get nowhere near $2,000 a month in terms of earning. But hopefully we'll get to that point someday as you, the listener, spread the word about our program. But such having been said, that would render what I'm doing to be no drain on the government whatsoever, and the money I earn goes back into the economy anyway, so I would be the last person they'd want to cut. Of course, they don't think like that at all. They're just cutting everything if they can, and they're stark raving mad. But all such being said, Brendan Zogit and I agreed that they seem to be focusing on the heartland, the American Midwest, and they seem to be intent on killing everybody there, quite literally, by eliminating agriculture and all of these programs. And by the way, agriculture is the biggest welfare recipient as a thing that ever fucking existed, to the point where my father developed intense resentment towards farmers. By the way, Heather Holdman has joined us. So, dearest Heather, I do hope you heard what I said about I've credited yourself and dear Vin on the programs on which you appeared, and I hope you've seen those credits if you open up the text box on the programs on which you were on. And how are you? Nice status report for us, please.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm doing great.
Okay. Great. And okay, that's awfully succinct. Any follow-up to that? You're doing great, and
No, I'm doing great. Doing my thing. It was 85 degrees here today, so it was nice and warm. Record-breaking heat.
Yeah.
We've got quite a summer up ahead of us.
Excellent. Excellent. I'm so glad you're here with us. And now that Brendan has rejoined us, I'm going to take my break to make my tea, take my supplements, and stay unmuted, ladies. Amy, Heather, stay unmuted, and Aristides as well, please. And dear Brendan, so with what we've said about SSDI and the Anne Frank controversy at Halloween, all the rest of that, you've got a lot to talk about, or anything else that comes to your mind. Yeah, and Aristides agreed with Brendan and I that they seem to be targeting the heartland for a form of extermination, because Aristides feels these are the last people on Earth who will go into the dystopian city-states that Elon Musk wants to create, that they will fight to the death rather than be relocated into company towns, the postmodern version of company towns, which would be crypto towns, where you don't even have real money. So, dear Brendan, we'll wait till you unmute before I leave, because I won't feel secure to do so otherwise, because Brendan is our talker. And that was all right. He's that.
I'm here.
Yeah, good. So our man Aristides is here with Heather and Amy. We will. Everybody can look forward to an audio menage a trois. I will leave all of you to that. And Heather, Amy,
Yes.
you and Aristides, you got this. All right. Yeah.
Of course we do.
Of course. All right. So I'll go mute, and let's take one last look at the chat room. And everything's great. And with that, I'll be back. Okay, go on mute. Bye for now.
Super. Aristides,
Yes. Hey.
you being our resident librarian, I'm having some issues finding a book
Mm-hmm.
by Sir Richard Burton called The City of the Saints. And it's about, so this guy has been all over the planet in the 1850s, 60s, 70s. He was in Africa, he was in India. But this one is particularly about the North America, his trip to North America, where he was allowed to interview Brigham Young, And then I suppose also in there is something about the natives of the Southwest. And I haven't been able to find it, and I've been kind of waiting till we could talk so that I could ask you if you can pull it from somewhere. I'm noticing that they have a lot of the Royal Geological Society of Britain stuffs here in Pittsburgh at the Carnegie Natural History Museum, but these are not available to the public. You have to go and you can only use them in the library. So I just haven't done that yet either. I'm really looking forward to taking a day and going down to the library and seeing what they have downtown.
Okay.
I haven't been able to do that. That's kind of what I'm holding on to.
Looks like I can get it.
You can. That's
yeah.
brilliant. Thank you. I knew you could. I knew that you, of anybody, would find it. That's great. It's really great news.
What? The PDF?
Can you do it?
Yeah.
Super. I would really love that. I know he's got so much stuff and it's kind of all scattered about because his wife burned most of his material. But I keep running into like bits and pieces, you know, letters that he wrote to other people at that time and that kind of thing. And I recently, just tonight, was looking at Vikram and the Vampire, which this second printing was done by his wife. So somehow she approved of this one, and this one was printed again by her. And it's all Vedic. It's all stories from India. And it's called Vikram and the Vampire. And I haven't really gotten into it. I just started looking at it. But I think it's...
Heard of that book.
Have you?
Yeah.
Did you look into it?
Well, no, I was actually watching a video about vampires, Tartarian vampires. And that was one of the, the clips that came up that they were talking about all the different kinds of vampires.
Huh. Where was this on YouTube?
Yeah, it's Mind Unveiled. It's these kids, I guess they have interesting videos, but there's one of them, it was kind of lengthy. I think it's like 2 hours long, the video. But Vikram and the Vampire was one of a book that they gave, credit to.
I mean, it's something to think that at that time they were allowed to even speak of this, like the way that it was so oppressed and never really discussed and kind of kept from public knowledge. It's interesting that for whatever reason his writing, despite all of that, is still available. Like you can find it, but you have to kind of make an effort.
Yeah. What is it? Just the book the vampire book that you were thinking of, or you want The City of the Saints? Is that like a trilogy? Or?
Well, no, he's really he wrote and wrote and wrote. Like he has so many different books. And he traveled so much was the other thing. Like he was maybe one of the first British intelligentsia. He was in India, and he kind of, I would say he went AWOL, except that he never sort of was charged with anything. They just used whatever information he was able to gather by dressing as a Muslim, like painting his skin with walnut dye.
Oh, wow. And
then sneaking into these rural communities, learning their dialects and then learning their customs. And like, I'm just getting into the thick of his biography because every time I look at it, it's so thick with just interesting stuff that I have to put it down and like kind of absorb. But this particular part is kind of after the discussion of his marriage. Him and his wife they knew each other for about 10 years. And then when she was 29, he returned and they agreed to marry, although her mom didn't want her to. I thought that was an interesting quote from...
When she was 29?
When she was 29. So back then, that was just spinster-like for a 29-year-old to marry.
Yeah.
what did he say? It was something about the English mothers. So I can look for it. Oh, and then the other thing was like he really got into hypnosis and he was hypnotizing his wife. And when he would try to hypnotize another woman, she would sense it and become enraged with him for trying to use hypnotism on some other woman, which I guess mesmerism was kind of a thing.
Yeah, for a while it was.
In that period, it was really, they used to write about it in other areas too. Like one of the women that I'd studied in northern Vermont, Sarah Pal Giddings, had been she'd been a maid in a mesmerist household, but when I tried to like find evidence that this guy was as popular as she was making him out to be, I couldn't find anything on him. So it was hard to imagine that he could have been as popular as she described when there's nothing left of him. Like I couldn't find anything about his popularity as a mesmerist, but
Yeah, wasn't that like old world kind of?
well, let's see, she was along the Great Lakes, like she came across the Great Lakes somehow. I mean, her dad was a military man and her mom her mom was native to Highgate, Vermont. And so her mom's family had a farm in Franklin County in northern Vermont. And so it's hard to even know, like, how did she become a maid in this guy Winslow's house? It was I can't remember if it was Harry. I think it started with a H. Winslow. And I was looking to see if there was a mesmerist. Like I looked in the Banner of Light, I looked in the Theosophical Society, and I couldn't verify that one particular thing out of her book. But then to see like that Richard Burton was hypnotizing his wife and other women were asking to be hypnotized, and she was somehow connected enough to not be happy about her husband trying to mesmerize other women.
I wonder what she was thinking.
I don't even know, did it work? Like did he actually hypnotize her, or was she just going along with it?
No, I know that the word came up from a guy whose last name was Mesmer.
Right. Yeah, something like that. I'm not quite sure.
But that's when they had the spinning circles that you'd watch in the middle of the spinning circles.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. No, I don't know about it. It's interesting though to talk about, and I'd like to know.
Well, and like I'm right kind of smack dab in the middle, and the further into, like, he's married, he's already done all of this really fantastic exploring. He's written so many books about the cultures of different societies around the planet, so he has a really good grasp through the language and the cultures. He's really focused on sadistic and flagellation, as like that's what really interests him at this point. So I think that's phenomenal that we can talk about that he wasn't so suppressed or so secluded because of it, that he was able to talk like more about not just homosexuality, but the practice of keeping many wives, which was what brought him out to Utah on a train across the Americas when he couldn't find a wife. None of the English mothers would allow him to marry because he was such an oddball. So he had gone from family to family, and he'd actually met his wife Isabel when he was courting her cousin. So that's how they met. And then she pursued him, and she was so Catholic and really into iconography and the worship of idols that it was disturbing to him. Like it was like a barrier in their marriage and their bonding, that he fought against her mother and her Catholicism is the point in his biography that I just read tonight, and I really enjoyed it. And I was hoping that I could get that book about the Americas, because the other ones, the Royal Geological Society ones, I haven't gotten down to the library yet, but I will get there. I've been super busy.
They'll probably let you make copies out of the books.
I could probably just snap some pictures with my, device, but it's, it's not really that important. It's more just the idea that this guy is available in the area that I'm in. It's nice.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't have a lot of time these days, but the idea that it's so close, it seems like it's pretty important for me to get there before I end up uprooting and going back to somewhere else. So
how do you feel about that? How is it going?
I'm busy. It's a city. I have plenty to do. I had to buy a planner, which I haven't had to buy a planner since I left the Northwest. But I got a planner and my schedule's really filling up. I have to be really cautious about saying yes.
Job?
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Yeah. I'm working for a landscape company, and it's great. I mean,
you're busy, you're outside, you're working with plants and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's it.
That's
pretty
cool.
much.
That's good for you.
I got to drive the Bobcat, which my husband was telling me, yes, this is something you can do. Don't tell them you can't do it. You can do it. So
Good.
I did it. I switched the tools on the front end of the Bobcat. I got the mulch. I loaded and unloaded it. Proved I could do it. Now I'm gonna have to just do it.
Yeah.
But
Good.
yeah, it's a really great business. Like they are busy. Like they have just lists of people who they supply product to, and it's very busy. Like today,
you're not an actual landscaper. It's landscaper products and stuff like that.
It's a greenhouse. Like I'm mainly
awesome.
I'm mainly in the greenhouse. They have a yard though. It's just too cold. Like usually they have orders of annuals and perennials that come in, except it's too cold still. We don't have enough warm nights. We'd end up having to cover all of them if we had put them out. So it's good. They know how to do it. They've been doing it for generations. So they're just waiting until the winter turns. Yeah, it's been really lovely. And, I'm also doing some caretaking, which is hard. I don't think I'm really meant to do that. Like, I just have a really hard time separating from other people's pain.
Oh.
But that pays a lot more. That's a higher paying gig. So I'm not willing to really give it up. But
yeah, where do you get stuck?
I just it's really hard for me to say no to somebody who's so needy. That's the
Right.
biggest challenge with that, is like I want to just fix it, and I can't, and I know I can't, but it's you just do what you can.
One day, every day goes you just get through the day. That's all we're trying to do,
Yes, thank you. It's very important to insist that you don't get too focused on the future
or the past,
although it feels like maybe the past is something you should learn from sometimes.
Yeah, but you got to figure if somebody's still here, they've still got lessons to learn.
Right.
Life is a learning process, the whole life. I mean, even when you're on your last week of life, you're still learning things,
I would imagine that as I go, I'm going to probably have a lot of hard lessons left still. I don't think
I've
learned enough at all. Thank you, Aristides. I'm downloading this. I'm really happy that you were able to find it so fast. You're amazing.
Great.
So everybody else who's out there needing more resources for their own stuff, he's the dude to get a hold of.
Oh, well, hey, I don't know how I can help everybody, but
no.
Or maybe if I started charging.
You should charge. How much money do you want? Since I'm
No, for me,
rolling it.
for you, it's free.
Oh, thank you. So what else is going on with you, Aristides?
Getting by, and
Okay, I'm back.
yeah.
But
Good.
continue,
Save me
Aristides.
from
Don't take my entrance as an excuse not to speak about yourself. Please.
I don't really want to. I'm hanging in there, and just sorting life like the rest of us. So.
What happened while I was gone?
Yeah.
I just banged
Amy
on
and Heather
about
were talking.
my own stuff. I just did what I do, Douglas.
Oh, okay.
Talked and talked. I didn't go into the Coca-Cola.
Okay, you can do that now.
I don't even like this. We've been through this. We know it's not good for you. It takes rust off of vehicles. Like, it's not good for you. But if you have a mold sensitivity, such as myself, it really can rip the mold out of your tissues.
Cool.
That's what I think it does.
Yes. But you actually learned that in school. There was a woman who was demonstrating this in the school lab.
Oh my gosh, it wasn't even that. It was a chemistry teacher who had all of these issues. Like, she had so many strange health issues. She had a chemical sensitivity.
Wow.
And she had black mold in her eyes.
Whoa! Whoa!
Yeah.
What did it look like? What did her eyes look like?
She just, I mean, it wasn't visible. It wasn't like there was mold growing out of her eyes, although that is a great, if somebody wants to draw up something that looks like that, like some lady with mold growing out of her eyes, I mean, that's not what it was.
Thank God.
No, she had this sensitivity from the chemicals in the mega dairy cow poop manure. Mm-hmm. There's a certain time of year up there where there's so many cows that they just start spreading the manure all over the fields. Mm-hmm. And some areas get really toxic, like you can't even breathe. Mm-hmm. And she was in one of those areas where the poop on the fields would come up, and she couldn't, she would get so sensitive to even new stuff, like the off-gassing from new carpet or new furniture. She couldn't handle it. And that one thing that helped her was the Coca-Cola, stripped away the mold and made it a lot easier for her. And she felt terrible about sharing that with me, but she wanted me to know because she knew I had issues, I'm really sensitive to mold. And
so what about the methane? Is the cow manure the same? Do you face the same problem as methane gas produced by the cows? Or is it
okay, so this is a nice trick that she told me along with the Coca-Cola. So the methane from the cow poop is really toxic to your liver. Your liver can't process it. The only thing that helps you process methane out of your liver is alcohol. The ethanol in alcohol will help you get rid of the toxic liver. But, I mean, she had learned all of this by experience. It wasn't there were books or somebody told her. It was just trial and error. And she made up this thing where she would grate ginger with vodka and cherries and then just let it simmer, just make a little tincture with it. And that really was how she was able to function again and go places, because it was really difficult to walk into some place with all the cleansers that the cleaning people would use. Some places she couldn't even go inside. But yeah, that's pretty much all that happened, Doug, is me just banging on about this and that.
Mm-hmm. That's wonderful. I appreciate that profoundly. And thank you, Aristides, for helping the ladies talk. And how about yourself, Heather? What did you cover while I was gone?
Oh, I was just listening. We were talking about Richard Burton.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What? Richard Burton what?
The author.
Yeah.
He wrote what was it? The Vikram and the Vampire.
Oh, wow. Richard Burton, the actor, as well as he was an author as well? Or are these different people?
Two different people.
Oh, okay. Well, so what was this book about?
It's about Vedic stories.
Okay.
He had snuck into India, so he was part of the British militia fighting in India. He painted himself with walnut oil and pretended to be a Muslim so he could sneak into these communities and learn their language.
Ah, okay, so that's the individual my father told me about who infiltrated Mecca. He actually got into the
Yes.
pilgrimage to Mecca. Yes, so yeah, continue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That he was the first white man
Yeah.
to see Mecca, but he had to pretend to be Muslim
Yeah.
in order to get in. They weren't going to let him in. No white man had ever done it.
Right.
Yeah, that's great that your dad had mentioned him. I'm reading his biography by Fawn McKay Brody. He has several biographies, but I really like her as a writer, and it's such a short book, but I'm having the worst time getting through it because it's like thick with resources and references, so I'm always like having to stop and like see if I can get that book, if I can go and find this somewhere else. And anyway, it's taken forever. I've like renewed it like 6 or 7 times at the library, but
Oh, that's adorable. You're so cute, and that's such a wonderful thing to be doing. And you're, yeah, he was knighted, was he not? So he was actually Sir Richard Burton, or the actor was as well. They
Yes.
were both sirs, weren't they? If I remember
I
correctly.
guess I don't know. I don't know about the actor, the one who's like in the movie with the car.
Uh-huh.
Wasn't Richard Burton in like a movie with a fancy race car or something? I don't know.
I would assume he might have been in the original, like, Jaunted Jalopy film that I grew up seeing, or something like that. He obviously was in a lot of films. It was, I think the last thing he was in was that 1984 film, after which the poor bastard died drinking, essentially in an accident induced by his heavy alcoholism, which was basically he was an alcoholic. I think his last film was that 1984 remake, and then he basically around that period of time, I think it was released right after his death. So it was, matter of fact, he died in the making of that film, not on the set, but at home. And they just had to compile all the scenes together, which you would never have known that he had died, because the film is so fucking boring that it's so horrible. It's just a horrible subject. It's a horrible film, and it's I've always condemned it because it does not deliver the message the audience needs. It instead held true to the book. By holding true to the book, it presents a dystopia so extreme that people just look at it and they say, our world is not like that. Only extremity is the wrong kind of extremity. It's ghettoization. In other words, because George Orwell grew up during the Blitz, his memory of that infuses his novel 1984 with an extreme sense of working class poverty in England. So that pervades the book. And throughout the movie 1984, the remake, they induce this feeling of extreme British ghetto poverty. It's not a multi-ethnic poverty, because that's not what was envisioned by Orwell. So they hold completely true to the book. So it has no standing in today's world. There's no Arabs or blacks or Slavic gangs. There's no input from other communities that add to the sense of ghetto danger that you get from a heterogeneous clash of cultures. It's simply everyone's white and everyone's poor, and they're all urban. Well, the one thing we all know is our world has no, and I mean no, not a single fucking one, nowhere where there's a white urban ghetto. It just doesn't exist. Where you have ghettos, there's whites in ghettos, but there's no ghetto that is exclusively white. He just doesn't exist. By ghetto, I mean the impoverished interpretation we have today, as opposed to the European classical definition, which was just where Jews would enclave. In fact, Jews would request to be enclaved in ghettos. They would actually petition cities so that they could have their own vector, or that's a horrible way of saying it, their own sector, where they would, that was a Freudian slip if ever there was one, they would have their own sector.
I'm going to go back to the Richard Burton that your dad knew about.
Yeah, yes.
And then in the thing that I wanted to share was that he has this quote that this biographer found saying about his wife, who was 29 when they married, and they didn't marry because her mother refused, like all the other English mothers, to allow their daughters to marry him, which is why they waited 10 years before they married. And his comment was the abominable egoism and cruelty of the English mother who disappoints her daughter's womanly cravings in order to keep her at home for her own comfort. And I just thought that was so insightful of him to see that as characteristic of a culture of the Anglo-Saxons, that they have such a dislike of marriage in itself that they would just deny that their daughters are sexual beings at all, that they need to marry in any way. Wow. I thought that was just like a really forward thinking cosmopolitan viewpoint that he was adopting and was being faulted for it in many cases.
Well, we are talking about a man who is so adaptable that he was able to disguise himself in an alien culture and pass muster as one of them and ultimately infiltrate one of their most sacred activities. So he's obviously a man of extreme adaptability and would have to be very forward thinking. So that's parcel his chameleon-like nature, which of course is a positive as far as I'm concerned. And certainly he's a survivor, and I'm just glad he was ultimately able to marry the young lady at all. But certainly, like you say, the British were infamous for this sort of hypocrisy. I mean, for one thing, they would say that in the old days, if some young lady were dating, quote unquote, somebody, you would actually wonder how they ever reproduced, because they would frown upon young men and women rendezvousing unless they were good and married, right and proper, yet then at the same time do exactly what you've just described, deny the capacity for that marriage for the sake of maintaining the child at home as a care provider. So you can't win. It's a wonder anybody got anywhere. So
we need to recognize Holly. Hello, Holly.
Oh, Holly!
Hi, everybody.
Oh, Holly! For Christ's sakes, Holly, just interject whenever you show up. I had no idea. I'm not always looking at the call, so whenever you show up, just say hi. Force yourself into the conversation by interjecting.
I couldn't do it. It was so fascinating.
Oh, okay.
I'm a big Richard Burton fan.
So tell us about the historical Richard Burton or the actor? Or
yes.
both? Oh,
no, the historical.
Oh, really? So tell us your own insight into this historical figure, by all means.
Well, I always admired him and envied his explorations at that time. I just discovered in a friend's library that there's an entire book about his wife.
Wow!
Did you ever see that, Amy? Yes, there is.
Yeah, she was quite the figure also.
But did she not burn all his works upon his
She
death?
did. Yeah. She took.
They were too sexy and evil and.
Yeah, she for Catholicism. She wanted to kind of clean up the whole ordeal. But yeah, he had acquired Marquis de Sade's manuscripts and was not at all. He wasn't really fascinated with them.
Yeah.
But this part that I just read, it's like the flagellation became like something he was fanatical about. Like he wanted to see like how that particular thing was represented in other cultures. Like he was
Catholics.
really probably. Yeah,
Big
I just
time.
haven't gotten that far. I'm still like halfway through.
What are you reading?
I'm reading Fawn McKay Brody's biography on him. It's called The Devil's Wives: A Life of Sir Richard Burton.
I love it.
She wrote No Man Knows My Name, which is Joseph Smith's biography, and she was excommunicated from the Mormon Church for that was her first one.
I like her already.
I know. She's really wonderful. Some of her stuff is in the library at Dartmouth. Like she
Never heard of her. Say her name again.
Fawn, like a deer.
Yeah.
McKay, she's Scottish maiden name, and then Brody, she married a Jewish man who was a professor.
I'll be.
They had 4 children, and they worked out of Dartmouth for a long time. They co-wrote a book on nuclear weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Quite the woman. Really amazing.
Yeah, I'll look for her.
Yeah, she was Mormon. She was raised Mormon, and she said one of the things that was really an embarrassment to her was her father was like whatever they call it when you're like high up in the Mormon church. You're not really.
I think they call them elders.
Elders.
Yeah.
Her father was an elder in the Mormon church in like maybe West Weber, and then the rest of her family was incredibly wealthy. But her father had like the homestead, like the place that had been handed down through generations was given to her father, but they never had any money, so they never updated the outhouse. Like her biggest embarrassment was like people would come for the summers to stay at the family home, and they would pick on her because they didn't have running water. They had an outhouse. But, this was still...
Was he fundamentalist, the dad?
I read her biography, and he was very high up in the church, whereas the other men in that family were very wealthy businessmen.
Okay, but no multiple wives.
It wasn't mentioned, but she in her book about Joseph Smith, like that was kind of like the last page was, they killed Joseph Smith, and after that 144 dead wives were added to the list of his wives. And she did a good job of like biographying each of the wives of Joseph Smith and the progeny that came out of there.
I see.
Which is probably why they excommunicated her.
Wow, that makes sense. I see the connection now. Jesus Christ. That's incredible. But continue, ladies. You're both doing so well. And then I'll, throw in my 2 cents. I do want you to know, Holly, that I credited you before your arrival about your contribution of $100 has helped so significantly towards my fundraising. I do want people to know we're still trying to fundraise another $200 towards rent. Let's see if we can get that to me as soon as possible. From the rest of our listeners, we've had $150 contributed by Aaron Tice. We were trying to raise $300 with my last episode. We're now trying to raise $200. Of course, being realistic, we still want money for supplies aside from the rent. Supply runs, so we might as well try and aim for $300, though $200 is the baseline minimum, and we're heading there thanks to contributors like Aaron Tice and Holly Kiefer. So, dear lady, continue speaking with Amy about this fascinating subject. You're both doing so incredibly well, and it demonstrates really the incredible erudition of you both with your familiarity with these topics. As a historian, I'm proud of you both. Really am.
That's why we're here.
Of course.
That is what draws us to you, and I kind of feel like we need more young people. We need the younger crowd to pay attention so that things that get said here are living on in the minds of young people as well. And I know we haven't heard from Nemo in a while, and he was the youngest one that we had for a long time. So it would be nice if, if we had just like some more representation of other ages coming on. But I appreciate everybody who's here. Do not take that as an insult in any way. I really am happy that we all can arrive and participate.
Well, we all miss Nemo. He does show up in the chat, and I have to respect his need for space. For whatever reason, he hasn't felt like speaking verbally lately. But like I said, he is in the chat, so it's not like he's not here.
Right.
But as for young people, don't forget the Blood Boys, of course, are exposed to elements of these transmissions. It's not like they listen to the whole transmission by a long shot, really. It's not like that's like a learning requisite. They already hear my lectures and receive my tutelage in terms of history and civics, so it's not like they need to hear me on, compared to what they're exposed to. What I do on these shows is almost a lackadaisical kind of roundtable effect, and when I monologue, it's really not too different from what I teach them, so it would be redundant. Right. In other words, young people are exposed to what I say, I assure you. Matter of fact, it does bring up the something that I feel compelled to express. So a shout out to Brooke Gibson if she's listening. She was nice enough to appear in our latest episode before tonight's, and she's welcome to, of course, show up anytime she wishes. But when she is, for whatever reason, she'll like, I think this has to do with a real lack of people in her life that provide any sense of dynamic personality or in-depth intellect, or I think the majority of people in her life lack emotional intelligence. They really do. Obviously, the meth head that she's been suffering, Daniel Leri Martinez, hopefully will be transitioned out of her life as quickly as possible. But when it comes to I guess that there's really not much she's exposed to in terms of EQ or emotional quotient, high EQ people. And as a result, she develops what I would say is a false sense of intimacy with characters that she runs across on the internet, whether it's that horrible Chappelle comedian or this Dr. Greer that has the little mummified alien that I swear to fucking God is like straight out of Futurama, where they were eating the teriyaki mummies and shit. It's like, but the reason I bring this up is not to vent or cathart on that, but she defends these people. And she defends them to the point of proposing that I myself have similar personality traits or something like that. But by the way, so John Doe says he caught the herder of these little goats. And by the way, this is all connected, believe me. He caught the herder of these little goats throwing an empty nitrous canister at the misbehaving goats, as if goats respond to discipline in that sense. So Brendan said, was he huffing the NO2? And which wouldn't surprise me as well. But why that's relevant, by the way, is because it brings us back to the Blood Boys. In this sense, when I brought up how we've already covered the Chappelle in past episodes, and that got really intense, and there's no need to go back to that particular incident. But when it came to Greer, I pointed out to her that, forget my intellectual disagreements with him. Isn't he just plain fucking sleazy? I asked her. And then she said, well, what about you as sleazy? I mean, you're drinking young boys' blood. How far is that from, drinking their semen? And by the way, I'm not admonishing her for saying that. This is the nightmare, this is how people think. She would not be alone in thinking this. This is a question, unfortunately, the vast majority of the public would ask. And that, of course, is at fault with the public, not myself. Please, people, try and understand. If you eat something, would you fuck it? How many times do I have to bring up that parallel or that analogy? If you eat pork or beef, does that mean that you would be caught sucking bulldog or fucking a pig? It's absurd. It's not the connection to be made, and this conflation of food and sex, as I've always said, goes a long way towards explaining American overweight. But such having been expressed, think of it more as these young blood boys are like these goats. I'm milking them. There's a reason they call young goats kids, just like they do human children. So think of it like that. I'm a shepherd who's milking young goats. I'm not eating them, but I'm eating of them. And so, such having been said, they're all male because I have sex with women and wouldn't dream of engaging myself in physically intimate coitus with something that I'm imbibing from.
Okay, listen.
Yes.
You don't have to justify or defend any of this.
I'm trying to educate. It's not a rationalization or a justification based off defensiveness. It's trying to educate people so that they understand there is a minority, a subspecies in their midst that they romanticize and misunderstand completely, and therefore, questions such as she asked arise on the basis of that misunderstanding. But by the way, Samuel Romero says the state of Missouri because of the goats. He says Redding, California wouldn't. Let me take a look at what T-Tank is saying about the goats. Redding, California wouldn't doubt it. White ghetto. Okay, that's because so he's saying he might well have been huffing from the canister of nitrous that he was throwing at the goats. But there you go. So we've covered the goats. We've covered my what I need for sustenance, and with that we go back to the ladies. And all right, so take it from there.
Well, just the one little more thing I think about Burton is
course.
that I think his ability to integrate into foreign societies. How many languages could he speak? His facility with language acquiring was pretty amazing, as I recall, Amy.
I that is why I was most interested in reading that one next. I mean, she's done a number of other men as far as biographying their lives, but he in particular was really interesting to me because of his breadth of languages that he was translating. And he mentioned in one of his writings that the ability to retain it is based solely on having access to the groups who use it. Like, he wouldn't be able to recall one of the Vedic languages that he was using while in India if he was in Africa or South America. And actually, that is the one that's in the Carnegie Museum Library, is his writings in Brazil. So that I am interested in going down to look at that. But it's, it's something to think that they allowed him to do this by giving him a pay in the military. He was, he was supported by the military.
A pension.
Yeah, and so he did come from affluence. Like, his family had quite a bit of money, but he wasn't willing to sort of settle down after having all these experiences. Like, he took most of his inheritance and spent it traveling. Like, he spent it in the US. He spent it going to out. After he married, they had 7 months together, and then he took a position on some godforsaken island in the Pacific off of Africa, and he wouldn't bring his wife to it because he was afraid for her safety. And
he knew how to rough it too. He didn't need luxury.
Right. He had a very Spartan kind of lifestyle. I mean, if you spent years riding around on a mule in the desert pretending to be Muslim, it would be hard to go back to the affluence and the petty order of every minute of your day through the through the lifestyle of the English, you know, in 1860, 1865, like the Victorian age. It just wasn't, you know, he couldn't resign himself to living like that. And you know, I can imagine that it is difficult for anybody who travels to kind of reassimilate to this closed-minded kind of really wearing the blinders mentality of like you just take in the information that you're given and you don't question anything and you don't have any sights set on things outside of what you already know.
Yeah, got all your family money from slaves and opium.
Indeed.
He, as I understand, was bitten by a lion, and he swore that it took a very long time to heal, like years. But he said that a lion bite will spontaneously erupt once it's all healed and gone, once a year on the anniversary of the bite.
Whoa!
I always thought that was interesting. And wasn't he with Commander Speck when Speck took a spear through one cheek and out the other and lived?
Wow. Tell us, Amy.
Wasn't he?
No.
Wasn't Speck his companion, or was that somebody else?
They did have commissions together, but they were not close. Like there was all these wars between the two of them. Like Speck got back to England before he did, and then kind of stole the thunder from one of their expeditions.
Yeah.
There's some nasty correspondence between the two of them.
Well,
But
Speck took a Zulu spear straight through the mouth.
Wow.
I believe it.
The pictures of him are amazing. With after it heals up, God, it's scary looking.
Oh, I can imagine. So continue, ladies, by all means.
Well, I'd say that, you know, with anything, there's always going to be challengers and there's always going to be, you know, somebody looking to take you down if you're on top. So I think that was probably the direction that they were both heading, was building this kind of ethno-geography, looking at anthropology and, you know, really documenting the first discovery of cultures for the English Empire. And I think that he just took a different direction. Like, I think that Burton had his own insights and Speck was not interested in the same topics. Like, he wasn't as interested in learning the language. He wasn't interested in finding out what the culture was surrounding homosexuality, surrounding pederasty. I think that Speck was really more of a hunter. Like, he wanted to go out and conquer. He wanted to...
Yeah, more interested in the empire.
Yeah.
Whereas Burton didn't seem to be. He was more into the learning. Or conquering all for Britain.
Yeah, I mean, or just breaking taboo. I feel like his main objective in a lot of ways was just being different and not being apologetic for it.
And being open-minded, which he really couldn't be.
As an Englishman, no.
I love that. Yes, that's as an Englishman, no. That's so perfect. Do go on. Again, incredible. This is an academic level discussion between the twain of you young ladies, and you're both autodidacts, self-educated. It's incredible how far you've pursued, how much you know, considering the fact that you're doing this all on your own in both cases. Again, I'm duly impressed. And by all means, continue, unless you feel that you've covered the topic. But you can of course disambiguate between as you were discussing the hunters and these other kinds of people who, what the English would say, went native. And that's what strikes me about Richard Burton, the historical Richard Burton, is that he essentially went native. And as for the flagellation, I certainly appreciate what Holly said about that has its roots in the Western mindset with a sense of what were they again? The penitents, the people who feel that they were doing their penance by autoflagellation or self-whipping in the European Middle Ages. This was a fairly
Which is my opus dei to this day.
okay, yeah, scourging. It's
In the plague times, there were the flagellants,
yes.
the roving bands of ecstatic flagellants that would whip themselves in the streets.
Yes, into a frenzy where they attained a state of like orgasmic ecstasy through the pain that they were generating to themselves. But as well, aside from that, that would be more of a continental thing, though. With the British, there was a kink or a fetish for flagellation or whipping
Yes.
that developed among the upper class of men. So whatever Richard Burton had in terms of his fascination was certainly shared by Sir Lawrence of Arabia. And Sir Lawrence of Arabia was obsessed with getting whipped. And of course he was gay as hell. And so he... Yeah, there you go. It's like, which is also very British. It's amazing that they tried to compensate for that by persecuting their gays until they finally stopped. But yeah, a very uptight society produces that kind of fetish. It takes sex to a violation level, and so I think Richard Burton was coming more from the British Sir Lawrence of Arabia kink angle than any of the Catholic angle that his wife would have had. But it fascinates me that whatever he wrote that she burned because it was just too sexy. Were these pornographic novels he was writing, or were it simply anthropological observations of people's lifestyles in other cultures?
That's what I thought. The second one.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
mean, women
definitely.
with no shirts on, for God's sake.
Oh, yeah.
It's just too wild, unbearable.
Wow.
imagine it.
Yeah.
Women walking around with no shirts on.
Yeah, that's how incredible. How just that's awful that his wife would do that. That's just and yet you said she was so good at archiving or writing for the records about other things like now what's confusing to me here is who was it that was writing about Bingham Young or Brigham Young, the Mormon
The
It was-
biographer.
yeah.
Oh, no. Well, Richard Burton,
Mm-hmm.
in this book that Aristides found for me, The City of the Saints, written by Richard Burton, he was interested in polygamy. He wanted to be witness to how those cultures exist. And his comment was polygamy does not get rid of any of the jealousy and the spite and the little misgivings amongst the sister wives. It's more of the women simply choose to live with other women and to raise the children in a space where they won't be bothered by their husband for 3 years while they're having children. And that was his take on it, was that it's still a miserable, gloomy existence, but it's more of a choice for safety. And he said that the women in the Mormon marriages were gorgeous, that they were really beautiful, gorgeous women. But they'd made this choice that they were going to live communally with other women. And it was more of a handoff of, I'm not going to have to be bothered by my husband in order to rear my children.
I didn't think they had a choice. So that's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that they really didn't in some cases.
Uh-huh.
I
had no idea he wrote about Mormonism.
Well, that's the book I just got from Aristides. You can have him give it to
Yeah.
you too. I couldn't find
No
it.
idea.
It wasn't in the library. I wasn't able to order it. I couldn't find
Wow.
it. Yeah, I've got it now, so that'll be fun to look through at another time.
Yeah.
And I think that the idea of the natives being the problem in the West is really struck down by Burton, because he feels like the problem in the West at that time in the 1860s were the white men who'd kind of gone feral along the trail.
Yeah, and Civil War. That put out
Well,
a lot of ferals.
But the Civil War in the West looked a lot different than the East Coast.
No, but they all left. And
Right,
moved
right.
west.
Oh, just to clarify this for our listeners, I do want people to understand that obviously the frontier West was a very different place before the American Civil War, in that it largely, in the minds of most Americans, or in American awareness, did not really exist. It was still very much the frontier. And the American Civil War changed all that because of the tremendous, all of these widowed or now propertyless white men from the Confederate South became the backbone of the Frontier Army. So the Frontier Army consisted basically of Union officers, but overwhelmingly of Confederate enlisted men. And some of these who had held officers' ranks in the Confederate States Army, which was considered simply a rebel militia by the Union, so their rank was not recognized when they were integrated into the United States Army on the frontier. Not often, unless of course they were West Point graduates, and things were excused and written off and forgotten, so to speak, because of the presidential pardons. But what happened with the expansion in the frontier West was, of course, there was that, and then there was what is being discussed here now, the feral men that were not so much a product of the Civil War. It was rather they're a product of the frontier itself, where you have these men who had no sense of a rule of law. So they were far more of a problem than the Native Americans, certainly from the Mormon perspective, because the Mormons were the one major outstanding white community that respected the Native Americans. Now, this is something that I've always found incredibly irritating, or just downright offensive, is that most Americans, for whatever reason, will always really slam down on the Mormons because of the Mormon belief that the Native Americans are the true Israelites. So the Mormons were convinced that the Native Americans were consistent of elements of the lost tribes of Israel, and therefore these were the true Semites that the Mormons respected and had no quarrel with and no quarter with. In terms of the feral white men, or just these roving bands of criminals who went across the frontier West slaughtering Indians, and the army as well, and every other white person that went west, the Native Americans were a pestilence, vermin to be exterminated. But the Mormons had a tradition of maintaining their hair long in the biblical sense, and therefore they were easily identified by the Native Americans, who also sported long hair, as kind of like kindred spirits, and were often released when bands of white men were captured. Those with the long hair would be spared by the Indians because they would be assumed to be Mormons, which generally was the case. Most white men would cut their hair otherwise if they were not Mormon. So this is one of the reasons I've always had a tremendous respect and affinity for the Mormons, aside from the fact that they also were ordered to be exterminated by the federal government or various state governments, and as a result had to leave the United States completely. That's why they went west and established their own kingdom in Utah based on a theocracy. But at that point, they were literally outside of the jurisdiction of the United States, and more power to them, as far as I can say. And they fought an on-running guerrilla war against the Unionist forces that tried to exterminate them. So this is something that always must be respected. But the rest of the United States hates them. And if you remember the piece of shit named Peterless the Moonsucker, or we could also call him the Peterfile. Peter Moon was just repeatedly raving against the Mormons, and I would tolerate it, of course, because I wanted to get the book done. But he claimed repeatedly they were Satanist, which is completely ironic coming from a Scientologist whose founding father, L. Ron Hubbard, who Peter Moon spent personal time with, was indeed a actual honest-to-God practicing Satanist who served with Aleister Crowley and was assigned by Aleister Crowley to infiltrate Jack Whiteside Parsons, both of these people who are greatly admired by the Peterfile, Peterless the Moonsuck, who was on my show for years simply to waste our time and produce nothing. While claiming that he's copyrighted my entire life, and therefore I can't publish it without anything about my own life without a lawsuit from himself. So this is what we're left with that, and he calls the Mormon Satanist. But all that being said, for those of you who don't know, L. Ron Hubbard was a Satanist who learned with Crowley, was assigned by Crowley to infiltrate Jack Parsons' schismatic satanic cult. And of course, Peter Moon is a Satanist, for those of you who do not know, which was something that I tolerated because, of course, he was someone familiar with the subject and therefore, in a sense, qualified to write about it, but of course, never did. So all that being said, we return to the subject of the Mormons and their interaction with the natives, and it brings us back to how the average American academician will spend an enormous amount of academic funding money and lots of time invested in basically, quote-unquote, disproving the Mormon thesis that the Native Americans are Semitic in any way, shape, or form. I've seen entire volumes dedicated to this where, we've done genetic testing on the Native Americans and they're not a lost tribe of Israel. And all of this is done with the intent of discrediting the Mormons and forcing them into a theological crisis, what's called a disconfirmation in the theological conceptual sense. Now, why they're doing this is beyond me when you see the fact that their belief, whether it was genetically real or not, enabled the Mormons to coexist with the Indians as opposed to exterminating them. The fact that you would historically then try and discredit the Mormons for that coexistence really shows me how the academicians are still on exterminate the Indians vibe. They're still on that mentality of rationalizing the Indians as the others. So back to the ladies with those thoughts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he did interview Brigham Young, and his impression of him was there was a total absence of pretension in his manner, and he's been so long used to power that he cares nothing for its display. The arts by which he rules the heterogeneous mass of conflicting elements are indomitable will, profound secrecy, and uncommon astuteness. And when Burton proposed that he marry into the Mormon fold, Brigham Young replied, "I think you've done that sort of thing once before, Captain." And that was the end of that as far as their interaction between Burton and Brigham Young.
That is so fascinating. I had no idea that this about any of this.
Well, it
But
also says
I'm trying to understand the meaning of that line, that he'd already been married in Africa in like 20 tribes or something.
I think he was taking a jab at his
His
promiscuity.
okay.
But
Oh, or yeah, he was already married.
no, at that point he was not married.
Okay.
He had met Isabel, but he was unable to secure a marriage because of that European mother situation.
Yeah.
But he did go from Salt Lake City and Brigham Young to Carson City, which it declared that there was a dead body every morning. And then from Carson City, he went on to San Francisco. So this man traveled to San Francisco as
Wow. And that's where it all went
blowing
south.
my
Yep. Yeah.
I never think of him as being in America. Thank you.
Wow.
well, yeah. He was everywhere. He went
Everywhere.
really very far.
Golly gee. So what happened in San Francisco?
Doug, I need you to.
What happens in San Francisco stays in San Francisco is probably what happened.
Apparently.
Very funny. Listen. I have to get off.
Really? Why? I mean, well, I don't mind your getting off. You can do that on air. None of us mind.
Dirty
Or however you
bird.
react, yeah.
What? You're such a dirty man sometimes. No, I have a sleeping man who's grumbling at me.
Oh, okay. So you're going to get off one way or the other. Yeah.
I'm not telling you about it. That's for sure.
Well, honey, you've been wonderful.
I love you. I love you all.
Yeah. Great
I have
talk.
to go though.
Okay. Well, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. And, of course, share our love with Toke.
Sure. Do you hear that, Toke?
Love you guys.
He says I love you too. Let's get Sammy on. Sammy, stop watching TV.
Yeah.
All right. Take care.
Okay,
See you next
honey.
time.
Okay.
Yes.
Take care.
See you
Bye.
soon. Okay, bye for now. All right. So, what a fascinating topic of discussion. Brendan, are you able to join us? Let's see if he's able to come off mute. Of course, he's probably being driven mad at work with all of his responsibilities. But Holly, do expound upon that. Whatever else comes to you.
Well, the Thursday, the day after the last show,
Yes.
I saw in the New Yorker a brand new feature article on the Piker guy, Hassan Piker,
Uh-huh.
that you spoke of at length last time,
Yes.
or if not at length. So I thought, wow, because I had never heard of the guy,
Uh-huh.
and until you,
Yeah.
and then here he is in the Yorker and talking about himself, and they're interviewing him and commentating and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm not hating him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not hating him. From what I'm reading about, I mean, I'm not going to listen to him.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got the article with me. And I want to, because what this says here, he's built up enough trust with his audience that if he's being boring and academic for 40 minutes, they'll stick with it until he starts doing something more interesting. Now, the people that listen to you want the so-called boring, what is it? That's what we're here for, the boring and academic stuff, right?
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, we'd
yes.
have to be.
Yes.
That's what I'm here for, and I'm sure I'm not alone. But this guy, according to himself, spends 8 to 10 hours, 7 days a week on air. In a chair, at a desk, talking. 10 hours, 7 days a week. Last year, he spent 42% of every hour add up all the nights and days. 42% of it he was broadcasting.
Yeah, by the way, I'm laughing at what
That's a
Brendan.
little-
I'm laughing at what Brendan entered in the text about it. He said they're playing video games on Twitch, nothing academic.
That's right. That's right.
Okay,
But
can you guys hear me?
apparently-
Okay, we can hear you now. We can hear you now, Brendan.
Okay.
It's important because he was on the Microsoft
Because I've been
Teams.
talking for like 2 hours and it's just not.
Oh my God! Well, you're all echoey and you're
Oh,
very far
no.
away from your mic. We need you to put in your earbuds or something because.
This is here. I'm telling you, it's all messed up now.
Oh my God!
Fucking
It sounds
terrible.
awful. Your technology is so. It's echoey and.
Well, you know what happened? They targeted when we tried to do the switch. They like marked my account. You remember?
Oh shit! They really did. They really did. And if there's anything.
What switch? The Skype switch?
Yes, what happened was you missed the first part of the show where we spoke about.
I did.
Yeah, where we spoke about the fact that. Yeah, try it again, Brendan.
Is this better or worse?
Infinitely better.
Better.
Infinitely better.
Okay.
Oh, thank God. So good to have you back. And we really do need you. Holly and I were discussing things that I think I need you to, really help. Help Holly with this dude. I mean, this is not
Yeah,
someone.
don't fall for his communist bullshit.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Fine.
Yeah, please. Holly.
Seriously.
The guy's a clown. The only reason I brought him up
Yes,
was
he is.
he was.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
He's sponsored by the
least
Young
he-
Turks. This dude's a multimillionaire, and he's talking about,
Yeah.
we got to
I
help the working
agree.
class. Like this guy's, he's just like Bernie. He's Bernie level,
Yeah, that's
Oh,
right.
yeah. And I
driving
don't
like
get
$1 million car and shit.
Yeah, thank
that
you.
leads into the next thing. I mean, as it points out in this article, Bernie is the sole progressive in America.
Holy shit! So
Getting
the article is
traction.
written by a communist.
It's got to be. Holly, don't forget what I've said before. Bernie Sanders is the son of a bitch who visited Gorbachev just before the collapse of the Berlin Wall, came back to the United States just before the Greater Soviet Union fell apart and said, I have seen the future, and it is the Greater Soviet Union. I mean, this is...
And then now he's in Vermont saying we're the last bastion of anti-authoritarians, and it's like, dude, you're a communist.
Yeah, he's a just an old fucking commie, and this clown, younger clown, is just a young fucking commie. I mean, they're just a bunch of clowns, Holly. I mean,
But
oh my
if he
God.
actually does stand for what you call the working people.
But honey, how can he stand for the working people? You brought up all this time he's on the bandwidth. He can afford to be. He's got nothing else to do. He doesn't work for a living.
He's one of the highest paid people on Twitch.
There you go.
You're conflating them now. I'm talking about Bernie now.
Yeah, well, it's the same
Or
kind
either
of
one.
thing. I mean,
Well, him too. He's
Yeah,
complaining
yeah.
about Trump when he did the same shit.
Yeah.
in Vermont.
Don't forget, Amy's no longer on bandwidth with us. But if Amy
Yeah.
were on bandwidth with us, she would shit and piss all over Bernie Sanders. I mean,
dude's probably
Yeah.
the highest earner in Vermont
Yeah.
for what she's
I
told
would
us.
listen.
Yeah.
I would love to hear that.
Oh yeah. Oh, believe me,
Next time,
she's
maybe.
eviscerated him. She's eviscerated him. She claims he's turned Vermont, and I have no reason to disbelieve her.
She said he gets all these federal grants and state grants, and it never gets put out into the public,
Yeah.
like infrastructure.
Yeah.
So dude's just
Well,
he might as well be
the
Trump.
case in
Yeah.
California as well.
Oh well, I'll get into California. I'll get in.
Trust me,
Hey.
I'd take Lake Tahoe over Vermont, Burlington, Vermont,
Oh
any day.
fuck yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, Vermont is.
She-
Yeah. Go
She
on.
couldn't believe that we had snowplows. Or someone on air the other day was like, "You guys have snowplows?" I was like, "Yeah, because we have a functioning infrastructure."
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I mean,
Right.
basically.
And that's the working man. Functioning infrastructure comes from the so-called working man.
Well, that sounds communist in and of itself. I mean, as far as
Well,
I'm
I
concerned.
can't help it.
I mean,
If you
She's from a
want
different time.
that,
yeah, you are
if
from a
you-
different time,
Oh
Holly.
my my God.
Yeah. Oh,
Then the only alternative I can see is crave dogfight instability.
Wait, Holly. Just so we can believe me. We're all on the same side. We're all on the same side. But Bernie Sanders is not. Bernie Sanders has turned Vermont into his own version of North Korea. He's the Kim Jong-un of Vermont. But that being said, when it comes to the working man, I simply cannot abide by that term because that's a...
I don't use it.
You were just using it.
No, because you did.
I did?
Brendan. Yeah, Brendan.
Well, I just mentioned it as that's their scheme.
That's not.
Yeah, well, I'm saying call it the middle class, which I also
because that's what that Hassan bloker says all the time.
Yeah, thank you. That's where it came from. So believe me, Holly, you introduced not that
I know it sounds common.
No, this is not an argument. It's not an argument, but I'm just saying.
No. And if I sound excited, it's in good humor.
Yeah. Hey, but the way
I'm not gonna get all butthurt.
Oh, of course.
I'm quite familiar with Hassan myself, just from the internet.
Yeah, which I am not.
Yeah.
So I'm at a disadvantage there.
Yeah, well, no worries. We'll set you straight. But when it comes to the working man term, I do believe, and I may be wrong, but I do believe you introduced it based on what Hassan was saying. So you were using the Hassan terminology.
Oh, that could have been.
That's what I think was
when I was
on.
reading it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So because of what Hassan was saying, you were using it. But in that, in any light, I think of it as a negative term because it basically is no longer really applicable to anything in the United States. The United States, when we think of the working man, your average working man voted for Donald Trump. They're out of their fucking minds. They're totally illiterate and uneducated and ignorant and proud of it. Proud of all three trades.
Well, that's why I like Hassan, because somehow, even if he's got a lot of money, even if he grew up rich, which I forget what it said in there.
This is getting like when Brooke Gibson talks about she likes, Dr. Greer or, Stephen Greer, yeah. Or like...
All I can say is I prefer it to the alternative because I'm forced to.
You're not forced to. Let's put it this way.
Much. I mean, sure, I wouldn't go there to learn anything from the guy.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank God.
I'm glad he's out there. Based
on, you're welcome to watch the Twitch. You'll be bored out of your mind in 5 minutes.
Oh no, I want the boring academic stuff.
No, I get it.
He doesn't talk about that. He literally has a script from the Young Turks that they hand him.
Yeah.
That if someone confronts him on politics, he'll start spouting the same shit.
Right.
But if you just watch him play video games, he has no idea what's going on. I mean, he's just another one of those kids that made money on Twitch. Okay. Like he's not anything like special.
Right. But
someone's writing all his scripts.
Right. But Holly is simply impressed because
he's not slavoring Republican.
Right. What Holly is saying is that he is a refreshing reprieve from the rest of the people on the bandwidth who are just screaming, "Love Trump!" and kill minorities, and yeah. But he's
at this point it's gonna blow back on them. Who cares?
Yeah, of course.
Is it?
Yeah. Well,
not that I can see.
It already is. Yeah, you should see these people.
Why?
Crying.
When 50,000 people show up for Bernie in fucking Tucson?
No.
My God.
No, I'm saying they're killing everyone in the Midwest. Doug mentioned it earlier.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to move to the coastal regions if he doesn't,
right.
If they don't do something drastic.
Yeah, and that's what Aristides concluded, was that Musk is literally trying to kill them because Musk knows they will refuse to move into his dystopian crypto cities. And so as a result, Musk is simply trying to get rid of them. It's a ironic state of affairs.
I've been saying for years they think there's 200 million extra Americans.
Yeah.
They can run shit fine with 100 million coast to coast. Say what, Brendan?
Oh, they've known that.
Yeah. So I used to.
You can
think
go
that
all the
was
way back
crazy.
to like Carnegie and shit, and they were saying that.
Yeah.
But nevertheless,
while denying women even birth control. And then blaming the whole overpopulation.
Well, you don't.
problem
They
on
wouldn't kill the
in
women. They killed all the guys.
That would make the difference. Yeah.
But
At least sterilize them.
At least sterilize them. The guys, you mean, honey?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That could be done.
Yeah. Easier than it could be with women, actually, because men have a more simplistic physiology. But yeah, all such being said, okay, I do want Holly to know that, look, you may find that refreshing to run across this individual, but believe me, he's really no better than the enemy in the end, because he's just such a joke. He's just such a clown. He means nothing that he says, and yeah, and he's just reading a script, and he's just playing video games, and yeah,
and making mad money at it.
Yeah, making mad money at it. Well, while claiming to defend, quote unquote, the working man.
Yeah,
yeah.
And he's never worked a day in his life.
Okay.
And it's funny because those kids will say, "I work more than the average person," because they're on like 80 hours. You know, like you said, he's on 80 hours a week, but they're just sitting there playing a video game, talking out verbal diarrhea.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not nothing. It's not work.
That was giving me deep misgivings about the guy.
That's what I was saying. Argue that. Be like, vampire plays video games for 8 hours. You know, like you get so many hits.
Oh my god!
Say anything political, you just sit there and play a video game and just say all the crazy shit you usually say.
Oh my god! Yeah,
you know, but you would, for some reason, you're too highbrow for that.
Thank you. I for one thing, also don't forget a vampire needs to eat, and we were just going over that. So the way
these kids you'll get more kids than you get at the estates. They'll be like, I love it.
Here's the difference, however. Do remember at the estates, they're regularly tested, so the blood is clean. Okay?
I understand that, but it doesn't mean you have to take the kids. I'm just saying they'll be throwing themselves at you.
Yeah. I got it. Yeah, but you know what I feel like with that? Then you'd get all these Trappist Nicholson types. Oh my God! Imagine dozens, scores, ultimately hundreds of Trappist Nicholsons. I mean,
well, they wouldn't be that low. They would be like,
yeah. It's hard to imagine anyone that low. True.
Yeah, that would be like something else. No, it would be like these like oh man, yeah, it wouldn't be Trappist. Let's just say that. I'll leave it at that.
I would hope not. True enough, it's hard to create a Trappist because he had a whole support system where he's getting free ketamine, free rent, everything else. That's true. So they couldn't be Trappists. Trappists, like,
impossible.
Yeah, that's like he had the system.
And he was getting new shit every day.
Yeah.
New bongs,
new bongs, all that shit, new dildos. Yeah, bongs, new dildos to shove up his ass. Yes.
Horrible.
Oh my fucking God.
And he still had enough money to like invite us to dinner. I'll buy you guys pizza.
Oh, anything we wanted. Yeah.
Whatever you want. And then when I was quote unquote homeless, as I told him, he was like, "Just come here. I'll pay for everything." And I'm like, "Dude, no."
God. Oh my God. Yes. No. You.
He's like, "I'll even drive you. I'll even drive Douglas."
Oh Jesus Christ.
And then he always had to qualify, "But it's not gay, don't worry." And I'm like, dude, I didn't even question it, but now you're sounding sus as hell.
Oh, fuck yeah. Well, as Aristides was witness to, Trappist sent me communications explicitly asking me to drink his blood while trying to make himself sound more attractive by saying, "I only use scent-neutral body products." Like, I mean...
that was foul. That was foul.
That's just... Oh, God. It was so sick. Well, it got more foul when it came to the baddragon.com dildos, which I remember the website explicitly because he brought it up constantly.
It was like he was sponsored.
Yeah.
He kept saying it, and I was like, I don't want to hear it. And he wouldn't stop. I had to like yell at him. I was like, dude, I don't want to hear about this anymore. Like, can you just not?
Oh, yeah.
And he kept insisting, and I was just like, this is fucking
with him it was that. With Peterless the Moonsuck, it was constantly talking about taking a shit to the point where it like
one's going in, the other one's going out. They'd be perfect with each other.
That's right. Aristides and Brendan and I were trying to test out the Microsoft Teams. and it was a nightmare. But one of the things that
Really?
one of the things that was brought up was the Peter file, and Peterless the Moonsuck actually used to brag about having a whole bunch of porta-johns that he sponsored in a children's camp named after him. They called them the Peter Moon outhouses or something. What did they call them? The moon shitters or something like that. But it was in Romania. It was at children's camp. He sponsored all these outhouses, the young Romanian pioneers or something, and everyone said they smelled, and he even brought that up, and they smell, and it was like when you reflect back,
like he was marinating in there.
Yes. When you reflect back on what we suffered with that,
It's like, yeah, you just use it and you leave. Everyone's been camping, but not him.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. Oh, that's sick fuck. And okay, so between him and Trampas, okay, we've had our daily dose of nightmare.
No, that's too much.
Yeah,
it's too much.
Yeah, it's and Aristides, don't be afraid to pitch in with any thoughts on the nightmarish subject matter that we were covering.
And Holly, I don't mean to knock you or anything, because I'm not against what communism on paper, but look who these people are.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of those things. Was it ever really actually tried in a sane way?
Oh, please, Holly. You know what? We
advocating.
I understand.
You guys.
Well, she grew up in the heyday, Doug, when everything was nice. Because I thought like that. I thought like that.
Socialism.
When it was
man. So,
hippies.
but the alternative is being swallowed alive by these corporate monsters.
Yeah, well, let's put it this way.
And so that ain't going to be comfortable either.
I was confronted in a tacit fashion, not a confrontation really, but he appeared in the text, or shall we say the chat. He appeared in the chat, and then he left some comments, and there was nothing negative, nothing hostile.
Wait, who did?
This guy, I'd have to look up his name, and whatever he's talking about, it was under it's under a pseudonym anyway, so there's no point in even remembering their fucking handles.
Never mind.
Yeah,
I just
but it was somebody in the chat and left some comments, but he presented himself as a communist, but he was saying, but as a woke fascist, you are light years ahead of the rest of these commentators. And look, I appreciate everything he said and his
I'm not arguing either.
Moral support and all that. But the point is, when he says something to me presents himself as a communist, and how he got into his communism, which was through some weird Arab guy, kind of like an atheist materialist Al-Hazred, somehow introduced him to communism. For those of you who don't know, Al-Hazred was the author of the Necronomicon. So this was this guy's version, or atheistic nihilistic version of it for the materialist bent, or whatever you would call it. But,
my Necronomicon rap.
There we are. Feel free to share it. Express it. I mean, give us some detail on that before I go back into why I take the stance that I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, because I got more to say there too. But
please.
I read Lovecraft way too early.
Yeah.
And knew his stuff well, and then out comes the flashy all black Penguin Press copy of the Necronomicon,
right?
Which, as a child, I said, "Oh, what a joke! Mm-hmm. They're trying to make a buck off of him."
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Putting out this book like it's real. It's so stupid.
So you were cynical enough as a child to comprehend that,
to recognize it as just a marketing. Stupid exploitative thing.
But it was so cheap, I'd be surprised if you didn't buy it anyway. It was so cheap.
I flipped through it and just put it back. Mm-hmm. I mean, Peter Levine's books, as horrible as they are, have better artwork. Or no, Levinda. The only attraction they have is the artwork.
So you're not talking about the Peter Levinda Simonomicon.
I am. Oh, yeah. Now, that's right. Same guy. I forgot.
Okay.
But anyway, I was like, what cheap hucksterism? Fuck that, right? But it turns out that thing really catches fire.
Yeah.
And it's all loaded with, as you pointed out, horrible barbs
Potential.
and pitfalls and
Yes.
potential. And I dare say, I don't know if it's still the truth, but through that when it all started, these school shootings and stuff,
Yeah.
I had a feeling that book was on every one of those kids' bookshelves.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Guaranteed.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well,
Guaranteed.
those fools with the first big one. What was the one, the famous one?
Columbine.
Yeah, those people definitely read it for sure.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
definitively.
yeah. I think it was under the bed. It was somewhere in the room. I would love to. I wish somebody knew to keep track of such a thing.
Oh well. I
So
mean,
that's
believe
why
me,
that is a.
There's
book.
no way.
Yeah, no, they did keep track of it for a while until the police were told to just dump all occult investigation.
Yeah,
But
that's right.
during the time of Sandy Gallant, when she could have retired and made her entire career centered around occult crime consultation, during that short, brief period of time, the police pointed out the fact that at almost every teenage crime site where some young man had murdered a young girl, some school shooting, whatever, that the Necronomicon book was involed. That
Always there.
Yeah, I saw one of those like PSA, those old school like PSA videos.
Yeah.
And it was like, is your child practicing Satanism? And it like went through the whole thing.
Yeah.
And said, if you find these books, if you find,
Oh, geez, if only you could find a link to that or find it on YouTube or.
Oh, do you want to see it?
Oh, please. By all means, please. Yeah, that would be
And people
wonderful.
thought it was a joke. Like the younger kids on YouTube, they're like, is this real? It's
They're
like, yeah, it
probably
was
all
real.
into it. I got to get me a copy of that.
Oh yeah, that's part of the problem is that
Right.
children just are attracted to that shit like flies to shit, like flies to shit. And
So that Lavinda's that book in particular is the only book that if I run across a copy anywhere, anytime, I will destroy it.
Good. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Now,
please.
one thing I heard was it's bad to set them on fire
Interesting. I
because
don't
that
know about.
releases shit.
Oh, that might be so. Brandon?
So I tear them up
Because of
into
what?
little pieces and drown them.
Okay. Cool.
What was the reasoning?
So Holly,
that it releases the gin in the book, or whatever.
the egregore.
Gin.
The egregore.
Yeah.
What Holly is saying is that she understands that burning the Necronomicon, the Simon Necronomicon or the Simonomicon is bad because it releases the egregore.
To go up somebody else's nose.
Yeah.
Walking by.
We'll just burn it outside, or I mean, when it comes to that stuff, it's like it's considered rude to put something impure into fire, but I don't think admin minds to burn that. I mean, I'm presuming, but
I tear them up and then drown it in water.
Yeah, do whatever.
Yes.
In a bucket.
Yes, good for you. Yes.
I haven't seen one in a long time, but
Yeah,
I am sworn to do that.
So in the case
I'm
of,
sworn.
there's no gin in there.
Yeah. No.
The
No,
gin
and
can't be
I
bound
used the
like
word-
egregore style.
It was totally the wrong word and an insult to the gin.
Yeah. No,
As far as I'm
understood.
concerned.
Understood, Holly. Understood. And,
Yeah, it's not
and
a problem.
appreciated. And
So
so
join me in my Necronomicon destruction campaign.
yes,
Well,
everyone, please do. Everyone,
yes,
please do.
please do.
Yeah, if you knew anything about it, everyone would do the
God.
same. But yeah.
The thing is radioactive.
Right. So since since we have covered that, I was talking about the communism trip, and the when this individual was introduced through some Arab guide to communism and was pointing that out and saying, well, you, Douglas Dietrich, are the exact ideological opposite of this man who introduced me to communism, and for that reason you're fascinating. And it's like, okay, all that's cool, but when somebody introduces themselves as a communist to me, then I respond with the same visceral shudder that other people respond with when I say I'm a Nazi, I'm a fascist, and they're automatically they respond, but that's due to their indoctrination. In my case, it's due to, of course, the actual historical awareness of the horrors of communism. There's no rationalization where people can say, oh, has real communism ever been put into practice? That's such a shibboleth, and it's so ridiculous because there is no handbook from Karl Marx on how to practice ideological communism. There is no handbook. He never said, here's how we will provide infrastructure. Here's how we will make this work. There's nothing that Karl Marx ever contrived towards that end. So everybody's just winging it. They're all pulling it out of their ass in trying to make true communism work. So it's the total opposite of fascism, which is based on solid suggestions and practical answers. So it's the only solution that communism continually comes up with is industrialization as a fetish and the mass extermination of everybody involved, so there's less that you have to share with everyone else. That's the logic. I mean, you could say positive things about communism in the sense that, oh yeah, in the greater Soviet Union, women were given all of these incredible positions of power and responsibility they never had before. Well, of course, they killed all the fucking men. I mean, so there was they had to move the woman up to different positions. There was nobody left alive. So it's just there's.
I can't see Bernie's goal in life as mass slaughter.
It doesn't need to be. Do you think that was the original intention of all these people who were trying to apply communism like Pol Pot? Do you think Pol Pot set out say,
oh, yes.
Do you honestly believe Pol Pot woke up in the morning and just said, I just want to kill everybody?
No, he did what he thought was right.
That's right, but we see the results, and
that's right.
Yeah,
that's true.
And so with Bernie Sanders, if he had his way, we would see the same results. He would collectivize the agriculture. We would all starve to death, and granted, it's no different from what will happen under Musk and Trump. It's just a different flavor. But
at least he's cool about Palestine.
Well, yeah, that's sure, that's great.
I mean, I know it's too late, but he has been from the start.
Yeah, but again, that's almost.
But the thing is, like myself, I'm thinking I'm a social democrat. A view you yourself have espoused.
Yeah, of course. I mean, and let's put it this.
And so I think the social democrats could perhaps rein in the bloodthirsty aspects of communism.
I mean, why even try? How about we just do away with the idea? How about we just do away with the idea so that we don't need to try to do anything with it at all? It's like saying,
yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, all this has nothing to do with actual what we know of as communism.
Yeah, well, I mean,
it's an attempt at social democracy.
Well, there we are. Let's stick with that. And just stop playing with terms like communism.
I agree.
Yeah, but with Bernie Sanders, the fact that he's cool about Palestine is completely incidental. You know why that statement is so naive? Because as far as I'm concerned, any sane, rational, thinking, moral human being would be cool about Palestine.
That's why he's getting 50,000... 10 to 12,000 people in fucking deep red. Really? I mean, there's a lot of people. The reason he's getting that is because most people are so fucking ignorant, they're so fucking clueless, and they're so fucking stupid, and he's all they've got because that's all the media feeds them. Understand? It's the same way with this, Hassan Piker motherfucker. It's like, oh, I ran across him and he's refreshing compared to all these other guys. That's because he's being pushed in your face. The aggregate engines. The search engine is aggregating him into your face. No. I'm only paying attention to him because of the numbers he's getting. Yeah. With that, what did I just say?
Well, that's the point. That's why they pushed him since the beginning. Yeah.
Yes. It's a question.
He's sponsored.
Yeah, it's not a question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. In this case, it's definitely the egg. It's the aggregator is pushing both Bernie Sanders and Hassan Piker to you because they know you don't want the right wing. So they say, let's give her this, meaning you and anybody else like you. Hey, yeah, we're all in that snare. I mean, that's deep net. We're all well, it is. I'm not because I'm in a world on my own. I'm not being promoted by anybody. So all but in terms of basic working Joe survival guy, they get what they're fed, and that's the point. They feed you shit like Bernie Sanders and Hassan Piker. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, Doug's the only person on earth to have a consistent YouTube channel that's never gotten hits.
Yeah.
never.
Yeah. That's yeah.
Because
No ads.
based
ever.
on everything, you're
Ever.
doing the format perfectly, and
Yeah.
you have
That's right.
your numbers are going up, and you do the same thing every week.
Yeah.
Theoretically, you
Right.
should have been viral by now, but
Yeah.
we
That's
know why.
right.
Yeah, we know why I am completely suppressed and shadow banned. But such being said, it's guerrilla warfare, so it leaves our listeners to spread the word, support myself, and spread the word. Which is why I'll go into monologue now with both of you being expected, along with Heather and Aristides, to interject. And by that, I encourage your interruptions as much as possible whenever you feel you have something to offer. Because obviously that's what makes it a better program, and it also takes us into necessary tangents that are quite welcome. I was surprised that Amy felt I was being quote unquote defensive when I was trying to educate people by taking advantage of what Brooke had brought up. It's just like Holly brings up this thing about these people like Bernie Sanders and Hassan Piker, and it gives us an opportunity to educate our listeners and to forewarn them about, here's why you even hear about these people. But when it came to Brooke and what she said, and I was just educating people about that, and then Amy's trying to be helpful. She's trying to be morally supportive and saying, oh, you don't need to defend yourself or rationalize or justify. No, that's not where I was coming from. You didn't see that or misinterpret it that way, I would hope, Holly, or did you get where I was coming from even?
Yeah, it didn't jump out.
Okay.
But,
Yeah, there we are. Thank you. Yeah, and all such being said then, I do want people to understand, obviously participate in the chat, but I want people to be aware of the fact that there's a new strategy of disavowal that's emerging among some progressive politicians, and it is destined to fail. What Gavin Newsom's embracing and embarrassing embrasure, his utterly cringe podcast proves about the Democratic Party is that politics makes economics, not the other way around. Ergo, Trump is overtly undermining the American imperial economy, with the economist David McWilliams concluding that Trump's radical policies are putting American prosperity at risk. Although Donald Trump got off to a good start, thanks to a Democratic foundation, with stock markets hitting all-time highs in anticipation of his incoming pro-growth policies that was supposed to take the Democratic success and propel it somehow even further, investor confidence has since vanished, tanking the stock market. And with the president deliberately undermining the foundations of American imperial prosperity, one must ask why he is doing it and what could stop him. Now, driven by a relentless pursuit of spectacle, Donald Trump embodies the destructive character, a figure who reshapes history through chaos and upheaval. But is destruction itself enough to sustain power, or will it leave behind nothing but rubble? As a professional historian, I can only look to destroyers of the past for an answer. Thus, we must most immediately recognize that we have entered the Benightenment. The Benightenment is a radical ideology that's fueling the movement to gut our government. The nihilist revolution of Trump, the arsonist, intent on reviving the archetype of destroyer as shaper of history. So let's aerial, if you will, to use a California's surfer term, let's aerial on the Pacific Eventide with the fact that everyone, including myself, has a podcast now. So it's hard to begrudge Gavin Newsom, the governor of mine own Golden Bear Flag Republic of California, for indulging his God-given right to produce audio content. Now, This Is Gavin Newsom is 5 episodes into its run, and outside of a 4-minute emergency update on the Menendez brothers' trial and a lengthy conversation with Governor Tim Walz, each episode has featured Newsom interviewing right-wing figures, namely Charlie Kirk, Michael Savage, and Steve Bannon. Now, the point of all this, as Newsom explains, or rather rationalizes, in his case, we can use that term, in an introductory segment, that, as far as I'm concerned, exposes far too much, or far more than we ever wanted to know. He says it's all about tackling tough questions, engaging with people who don't always agree with me, debating without demeaning. Newsom seems to believe that regular Americans have grown tired of polarization and want to see ideological enemies find common ground. I'll be blunt. Up until the Waltz episode, now more about that in a moment, This Is Gavin Newsom was the strangest political podcast I had ever fucking heard. And not in any good way. In the first 4 episodes, Newsom seems incapable of interrogating any right-wing position, whether on tariffs, book bans, trans woman in sports, wokeness, or the mess at the border. It feels like a stretch to even describe these episodes as interviews, because Newsom sounds fairly uninterested in anything his guests are saying. Bannon, for example, says more than once to Newsom that the 2020 election was stolen from Donald Trump. And though Bannon acknowledges in passing that Newsom disagrees with him about the electoral fraud claim, Newsom offers zero pushback to the idea and acts instead as if he didn't hear it. What these episodes really offer is an opportunity for Newsom to say that he agrees with all these various conservative talking points, including the unfairness of trans women competing in sports and the weakness of Kamala Harris's campaign, and, of course, ever and above it all, the unnecessary vilification of the white male. 'Cause guess what Newsom fucking is? A white male. And so he stands up there with the rest of them on that. Now, these may be electoral soft spots for liberals. They might warrant some debate or even a shift in messaging. But Newsom doesn't offer his own thoughts on these topics so much as nod along with his guests. He makes a few meek objections about marriage equality and tax policy and says something brief about having compassion for the trans athletes whom he believes should not be allowed to compete. But the impression that the podcast has left so far is that our Democratic governor of our deep blue state mostly agrees with everything Kirk and Bannon think about this country. Throughout the episodes, he claims to appreciate this or that point his guests are making. So much so that Kirk, the founder of Turning Point USA, who has advocated for the violent extermination of all people other than Republicans and the institution of a white male patriarchy, later said on his own podcast that he thought Newsom had been overly effusive. When Newsom offered the occasional rebuttal, he kept saying that he wanted to.
Yeah, because that guy lives for the argument. He always wants to push back. He wants pushback.
There, thank you.
Aw.
Yeah.
Because he goes to he does the Ben Shapiro shit where he goes to a college campus and triggers, quote unquote, triggers all these kids and then tries to, intellectually subdue them. And it's like, dude, they're still learning. It's like, there's no point in doing it. Just to make yourself feel better or something.
Thank you. Yes.
California California.
Instead of teaching them, he's just like bashing them. It's just
Yeah.
and Shapiro are so cheesy.
Yeah.
In that case.
Oh, they're all so disgusting. They're so disgusting. But what makes that motherfucker Kirk stand out is the fact that he's actively encouraged mass shootings, and has been on site of mass shootings and has avoided arrest, saying that it was only coincident that he happened to be on the same site where mass shooters have struck more than once. Okay, so that this is a person who should be on an FBI terrorist watch list, but instead is probably somebody who they're thinking of replacing the yellow nigger who's running the FBI right now, whose name I bleached out of my mind for the moment. They're probably thinking of him as that guy's
stupid Krishna.
Yeah, Krishna. Yeah, Krishna. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Patel. Krishna Patel. Loser. Yeah, that son of a bitch.
Cash. His name is
Cash Patel. Thank you.
But he said Jai Shri Krishna. Like, what a fucking...
Yeah, that's right. That's what he said. That's right, to make himself sound like... Yeah, it's exploiting his culture. Exploiting his culture for the sake of trying to sound diverse, which is a joke considering his politics.
Him and Bongino have been keeping a real low profile so far.
Comparatively speaking, I suppose so. But
because whoever's in charge in the background, like those... The bigwigs are still there. They just don't.
Oh, I know, and it worries me more when they're not.
Doug, you could probably explain that.
Oh yes.
All those NSA people won't let them just run amok.
Yeah, thank you.
I wouldn't think.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
No.
There's a kind of constraint that's being imposed from behind. Not nearly enough.
I've been looking for a little hints of
because
I've been looking.
Both of these fools are part of the black gov. I mean.
Yeah.
That's who put them in.
Yes, the deep state.
Trump.
Yeah, the deep state. I mean, Trump is as deep state as it comes. Yeah.
He's their hand puppet. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
He doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah,
so they don't mind the destruction, but if you go to their house, you have to behave.
Oh yeah.
That makes sense.
Absolutely. Now they're glitching you up a little bit when you go to their house. Say that again.
Oh, I said they don't mind the disruption for everyone else and destroying everyone else's lives, but you go to their house and they want order. They're not going to just let these.
Oh yeah. Absolute order.
And I'm sure, Doug, you saw that with Q. It's like no one around him was doing shit.
Yeah.
But they would go and wreck everyone else's world.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. You've got it down. You've got it down. Yes. You've got it down. Yeah. Now, whenever Newsom offered any occasional rebuttal, he kept saying he wanted to stress test a claim, and some stress test. Basically, when he was like just a little bit of pushback, stress testing a claim, any claim that Kirk had made, as if Newsom, the 57-year-old fucking governor of the most populous and prosperous state nation in the union of our empire, were a McKinsey consultant giving cautious advice to a powerful client who didn't want to hear any real criticism. I mean, that's how he acted, as if he were the supplicant, which degrades all Californians underneath his rule, which hopefully is transitional, and hopefully it doesn't transition into the office of the presidency, because obviously he would be no better, if indeed potentially worse, than what we've got now. Now, it would have been more interesting in terms of his podcast to hear your standard issue Fox News host interview Kirk instead, or Savage, or Bannon, because at least that host might have spots of internal disagreement within the right and might have pushed back from time to time. In tennis terms, what "This is Gavin Newsom" has mostly provided is not spirited 5-set matches, but the spectacle of one player jogging behind every ball, serving underhand, and calling his own shots out, even the ones that are 3 feet in. Now, in his defense, I imagine Newsom didn't start a podcast in any hope that it would be any good. Rather, this is a soft launch for a presidential run in 2028, like the mostly tepid memoirs published by myriad candidates in the past. And with his eyes presumably on that prize, Newsom is distancing himself as much as possible from the progressive wing of our party and from any unpopular positions that his political allies might have adopted in the past decade. Now,
because California's already red. It just doesn't know it yet.
Well, no, it's not, but rather
just an inch
elements.
From the coast. That's all you get.
Well,
everybody else.
I would say that California is geographically divided in the sense that the northern and southern United and Confederal states were. It is much more geographically defined. It's not like we're purple. We're deep blue in all the areas where the population lives, but where you have the feral whites, the very feral whites you were talking about of the frontier west, wherever the morbidly inbred, illiterate, ignorant population lives in California, that's where it's deep red. And by the way,
anybody who with a nice house is red.
Yeah, well, pretty much.
Anybody with ranches and vineyards and all that ag, all red to the end.
Yeah.
So
in general,
well, a lot of Silicon Valley.
Yeah,
Silicon
Valley.
And now
yeah.
Like those punters.
The frackers,
that were my so-called
the oil
family.
industry, the power infrastructure, the pharmaceutical companies, the intellectual IP relationships with the universities. Red.
No.
They just don't know it quite yet. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Go on. Yes.
If, with Trump being as crazy as he is, maybe the midterms will prove me wrong. But he'll have to be pretty crazy.
Well, he is.
Turn back the tide of where it's going.
Oh, he is, honey.
Newsom, no traction at all.
Oh, no.
He could go give some speaking tour in Tucson and nobody would come. That guy has X on his back. As it says in the goddamn Piker article, the only thing he ever did was vote for gay marriage.
Yeah.
That was good.
That was when it was.
I'm telling you, it was the only thing.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm so with you on that. I really am.
He's not quite a mansion in training yet, but really he kind of is with passing these laws that you could have these, beta tested battery plants going, torching off all over the state and the world. So,
Yeah.
Now, how fucking rotten that guy is, and he gets no traction.
Thank you. Yeah, all this.
He never will with the bros. Bernie gets bros.
Well, let's not talk about Bernie. Oh my God.
We're gonna come back to that again and again.
I'm sure we will.
Bernie
is like some dirty old man who the kids keep going to because they think he's Santa Claus or something. It's like that's all I can say about that. But
it's just old lady talk.
But as for Newsom, all this attempt at reinvention has, not only on his part, but on the part of anyone like him, has thus far failed. The Newsom show in particular, or as exemplary thereof, has been panned by local and national media. Capitol Weekly, that's a news outlet that mostly covers Sacramento, the capital of our Golden State, conducted a poll showing a 10-point negative swing in opinions of Newsom among voters who listened to that podcast. Republicans said he was pandering, while many liberals were disgusted that Newsom would bend the knee and suck the cock to someone such as Kirk, particularly with such shameless enthusiasm. A single opinion survey should, of course, be taken with a grain of salt. It's at least theoretically possible that swing voters will like Newsom's pandering, or that Democrats will abandon their beliefs and vote for a Republican apologist in the primary, but it's unlikely. And it may even reinforce what I believe is still Newsom's most glaring weakness. Not liberalism, but the perception that he is slick and hypocritical, an image that was famously solidified when Newsom attended a fancy dinner party at the French Laundry during the height of the COVID-19 lockdowns. Now, Newsom, in his infamous conversation with Kirk, said that that dinner was the dumbest bonehead move of my life, which may be true. It helped to fuel a recall election, which he managed to weather, but I do not think there is any way for him to ever live that down. People know who Gavin Newsom is, a San Francisco liberal who went to a lobbyist's birthday party while most of his constituents stayed inside, ordered food delivered by essential workers, feared their neighbors, got sick, and died. Now, Newsom's gambit, though ill-fated and utterly embarrassing in practice, does come out of a coherent school of liberal thought, one that I find much more interesting than his presidential chances. This school of thought seems to take it as a given that Democrats need to actively distance themselves from an entire host of positions that are now associated with our party. Where does a politics of pure disavowal even lead? In a few years' time, will Newsom get up on a stage in Iowa and offer up a mantra of land acknowledgement-like apologies? I can picture it. I, Gavin Newsom, acknowledge and apologize for my party's past support of trans athletes, open borders,
He would.
defunding the police, school closures during a pandemic, the word Latinx, and the presidential campaign of Kamala Harris.
Oh.
I mean, would anyone even like that?
Oh.
Newsom's governor-to-governor chat with Waltz provides a little more insight into why Newsom wants to be a Democrat at all. Even if, as with the previous 4 agreement fests, he mostly just concurs with what his guest is saying, in that case, about the need for better governance and helping working people. What Newsom offers to Waltz is the suggestion that Democrats need to go on the offensive to fight back against right-wing demonization of women, minorities, and LGBTQA or LGBTIQA plus peoples. Still, he fails to explain what that offense would even look like, and he quickly moves on to more chit-chat about reaching across the aisle. The takeaway from the conversation is that Waltz, who talks frankly about our party's problems in attracting young men, the ways in which it has failed in governance and its inability to take credit for the things its members do well, should probably be the one who runs for president. Waltz noting that the Democratic Party is, in his words, unified in being pissed off at the Democratic Party. The person who can harness that anger is not someone who kowtows to Kirk and Bannon. Now, what Newsom and the disavowers out there should remember is that there are still a lot of liberals in America, and that pandering to an aggrieved, demonstrably imaginal group of voters, the sort of people who would supposedly want to vote for a liberal Steve Bannon in linen pants, is not only silly from an electoral standpoint, but humiliating on a personal level.
Oh, man.
A CNN poll published last weekend found that the majority of Democrats and Democrat-aligned independents want their elected officials to stop the Republican agenda and to stop working with the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent party at all. This is not the time to reach across the goddamn aisle. It's the time to disempower and demotivate the Trump voter. That same poll, which was conducted before Senate Democrats, led by Chuck Schumer, decided to pass the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent budget, to a howl of dissent from their colleagues in the House, found a record low favorability rating of 29% for the Democratic Party, which I'm sure has only spiraled lower ever since. Now, the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party whips everyone into line and enforces ideological uniformity with insults like Rhino, an acronym RINO for Republican in name only. Democrats, or Dinos, DINOs, are Democrats in name only, like in the mold of Newsom himself, meanwhile, take their base for granted and endlessly triangulate and focus group their positions until they stand for fucking nothing. When you're so concerned with trying to convey that you're not like the other liberals, you won't really have the time, even in an hour-long podcast, to explain whatever the fuck you believe in. Listening to Newsom get steamrolled by his right-wing guests for 3 hours at a time, I wondered where his pride had gone.
Ooh.
Why couldn't he tell Bannon that Joe Biden had won the 2020 election? Just fucking say
Kimberly
it.
Guilfoyle has it, I guess.
There we are. Why
He stole the pride.
Yeah, why couldn't Newsom say to Kirk that the Republicans' efforts to turn trans athletes into a national wedge issue is, in fact, an opportunistic attack on an entire group of people?
Thank you.
Does Newsom believe in the principles of our party? Could Newsom even fucking name them? Any Democratic politician who's considering a strategy like Newsom's might ask themselves these same questions. Because the public is not stupid. Even those who want moderation don't want it in the form of endless capitulation and cowardice. For the future of American democracy isn't being dismantled by accident. It's being systematically replaced to prepare the way for something entirely new. A radical ideology known as the Benightment is fueling a multi-billionaire-led movement to gut our government, erase all democratic norms, and install a technocratic elite in their place. Trump and Musk aren't just tearing down institutions. They're laying the groundwork for an experimental new kind of authoritarian rule. Americans are baffled by the brutal, relentless attack on the institutions of America that they've launched. All the threats, bluster, retreats, and reversals that have become commonplace in America's expanding global trade war are being returned in kind as more nations pledge retaliatory measures against the American imperial economy. Now, France has floated a significant escalation, asking the European Union to consider deploying its most powerful retaliatory measure against these United States for the first time ever. That news emerged amid Donald Trump's latest tariff threats to be imposed beginning on the second day in April. The American empire had 34 NATO allies. Now, in bringing out the big guns, we will gain even more. Now the American empire is allied to Russia, North Korea, Belarus, Haiti, Nicaragua, the Sudan, expansionist Israel, Hungary, Eritrea, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Burundi, and the Central African Republic. Well, the White House is openly talking about invading NATO member states, Canada, and Denmark. The White House is putting tariffs on all the American empire's closest trading partners that will force U.S. companies to trade with Russia as soon as the sanctions are dropped. Instead, the U.S. president says he plans to impose sweeping tariffs on global partners to as the American misadministration so puts it, rectify non-tariff barriers it considers unfair. These include domestic regulations and how countries will collect taxes, including the EU's value-added tax. The EU says its VAT, value-added tax, is a fair, non-discriminatory tax that applies equally to domestic and imported goods. Now, with the battlefield set, France has joined a small group of European Union nations that believes the so-called anti-coercion instrument, a tool designed to strike back against nations that abuse trade and economic measures coercively, should be on the table. Enjoy your new alliance and trade partners, America, and congratulations on moving from the first world to the third world. Why would they destroy our reputation around the world by shutting down U.S. aid? What's wrong with the federal government helping poor school districts or giving college students Pell Grants? Why gut billions in scientific research that's kept America at the forefront of the world and saved literally hundreds of millions of lives? Paul Krugman, he recommends a psychiatrist weigh in.
I love him.
Dr. Bandy X. Lee points out, noting how exactly this plays out is, as I have said, a spiritual question. 3 New York Times writers even had a lengthy back and forth on the topic under the title, Is Destruction the Point? Well, here's a point.
Chaos.
Yeah, and here's a point, another point. Some speculate that Musk and Trump are both tight with Putin, and they're destroying our government at his direction, helping achieve that objective he's had since his KGB days to destroy America from within. Another point, others think it's all just a way of crippling government programs like Social Security, Medicaid, and the post office, so they can now be profitably taken over by private industry, a hostile takeover, in the most, capitalist sense. Another point, Democratic politicians tell us Musk and Trump are just trying to cut government spending to pay for the $4 trillion in tax cuts for multi-billionaires that Mike Johnson will be introducing in the House in the next few weeks. But they're all wrong. The simple answer is that these people intend to replace a 240-plus year American experiment with a brand new governance experiment of their own. One that was largely developed in computer rooms around my own Golden Gate at San Francisco.
That is right.
There's an actual ideology behind all this, and it isn't the old-fashioned Ayn Rand libertarianism that was such a rage during the Reagan era. This hot new experimental ideology, enthusiastically embraced by Silicon Valley multi-billionaires and their techno-bros dismantling our government, is called the Benightenment, or the N prescription, the NRX, the neo-reactionary movement. And it's not entirely new. They believe they have proof that it works. Can be found way over on the other side of the planet. I've been there, in fact, and it does seem to be working just fine. If you don't care about freedom. Let me explain. Back in 1994, Tom Hartman published a book proposing that ADHD, listen up, Brooke Gibson, we love you. Anyhow, ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, is not a brain disease or a disorder, but instead a form of brain wiring that would be highly adaptive during humanity's long hunter-gatherer period, but can present a struggle for people in today's factory-like school systems. Time magazine did a cover story about it, including an article featuring his book, and suddenly he was in demand literally around the world. One of the countries he visited during the book tour that ensued, by the way, the book's available in more than a dozen languages, was Singapura, the lion city, the Singapore, the city-state thereof. A parents group had reached out to his publisher and set up an opportunity for him to talk about his theory and ways schools could be reinvented to work for both normal and ADHD kids. He delivered his speech and laid out a series of suggestions, and during the Q&A, the questions and answers segment that followed, one of the parents asked how to best convince schools to adopt some of his ideas. Hartman suggested they should become politically active. His standard answer in most every other country he'd visited, as well as here in America itself. Little did he realize the significance of that phrase. When he got back to his hotel, an internationally famous 5-star tower with a beautiful atrium, his room had been torn apart. The mattress and box springs were on the floor, as were all the contents of his suitcase. Every drawer was pulled open. His toiletries kit was all over the bathroom floor. He called hotels to not immediately see anything or see that anything was missing at all. The head of security showed up in his room 5 minutes later with the hotel manager. They looked around the room with neither shock nor alarm. The manager explained, with a hint, but only a hint, of apology in his voice, "The police were here." As if that explained everything. As Hartman himself recalls it, he asked, "They did this?" The manager nodded and said, "Presumably." Hartman demanded, "Why?" Both men shrugged. The head of security asked Hartman if he'd engaged in anything illegal while in Singapore, particularly bringing in illegal drugs into the country or fucking young children in the hotel room. And he indignantly denied even the possibility. They shrugged their shoulders again and offered to send a maid up to help make Hartman put the room back together. The next morning, Hartman had breakfast with some of the parents he'd met the afternoon before and told them what happened. And they explained, only in fevered whispers, that he never should have mentioned politics in his speech. As he recalled one telling him, "It is not allowed here." Singapore has come a ways from the mid-1990s, but is still an authoritarian state. As Robin Kaiser Schatzlein wrote for Mother Jones magazine, with mine own emphasis here added to the reading, because I'm going to read therefrom. During his reign, Lee Kuan Yew, who they always refer to as LKY because to mention his name in public will land you in fucking prison, Singapore's former dictator, whom no one dared to name, successfully fused pro-corporate libertarian economics and state socialism, creating a distinctly conservative mishmash of social and political control. To read therefrom, Singapore has banned all kinds of free speech, intervened in marriages and family planning, encouraged eugenics to breed a master race, and caned people in public for minor crimes, creating an ethnically homogeneous ruling class, the literal master race, treated the migrant worker population as second-class citizens, indeed they're legally slaves without rights, and famously banned chewing gum. And believe it or not, that's the element that the Americans were outraged over. All the Americans went to Singapore and said, fuck the slavery. I don't care about them caning people in public. Oh, fuck all this shit about free. I can't chew gum.
Yeah. And everyone that goes to Singapore is crying about it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Like, yeah, I was told by someone that traveled there, I don't know if it's still like this, but at the time, like in the early 2000s, they would, like the flight attendants would brief you and say, once you step off this plane, you are no longer on international soil. You know, there's nothing we can do. Spit, and then they would bring out a trash bag and say, put all your gum, all your aspirin, any drugs that are not registered to you by name and passport, you cannot have them in the country. You know, even if it's aspirin.
Holy
like,
shit.
Any sticks of gum, anything like that. And they said, you will get caned.
Holy shit. And publicly, too. Publicly, too. They'll strip your ass in public. And
They'll give you some of the worst ones, like just like the Arab countries. I'm sure you've heard of the fada.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Tell them.
Yeah, they strap you down and whip your feet with those canes. They cane your feet till they're bloody and the sinews coming out.
Yeah.
And then they say, when you recover, run as fast as you can out of here. You know, it's like,
oh God.
Yeah, they basically whip your feet until they're all bloody.
Yeah, it's true. They whip the skin right off your feet until the tendons are exposed, and then tell you to run from here as soon as you can. Yeah.
Yeah.
If they give you the time to even heal. That's it. Yeah. It's holy shit.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. And it goes.
And a few American tourists were actually given like, you know, and then the kids in my class were like laughing, like, "Oh, it's just a couple lashes," and they said they saw someone get 10 lashes like in public there.
Yeah.
And this wasn't like like a Southern mom slaps you on the ass. This was like old school 10 lashes. Like you'll have like permanent scars on your back and shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
It's not something you just walk away from.
Thank you. No, yeah, they're removing skin with each whip, dude. That's like it's
because like apparently the people, they're like executioners, they're like trained to do it.
Yeah, they're torturers.
So depending on your infraction, they have like some kind of system where it's like the dude either goes easy on you or they do the full thing, and if you're a foreigner, they do the full thing, and it's just not good.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's insanity, madness. This is not medieval. This is something on a whole new level of insanity. And so thank you for that, Brendan. And
I wish it was like that for gum. You know, at the high school. But, you know, because even when I went to school recently, the last like 10 years, they used to kick us out for chewing gum. Now they just let them spit it everywhere like they're a bunch of camels.
I get it.
It's fucking horrible.
The gum is everywhere. Yes.
Yeah. And it just looks bad, and so I feel it. I feel it, Singapore.
I get it. Yeah.
When Charles Dickens came to America, and was so horrified by the whole situation, one of his top complaints was that everything was drenched in tobacco spit. Everything, indoors and out, up the walls.
You know it's bad when the famous Dickensian author thinks it's gross, you know?
Totally disgusted with America in every respect, but that was his first complaint.
I get it.
Drenched in it.
I get it. So, yeah, you're right. Maybe we should introduce that for the chewing gum. At any rate, the last
at least snooze you don't spit.
In Singapore's defense, they have the cleanest city on earth, apparently. So.
Well, of course. Well, that goes without saying. Yeah, I mean, believe me, you'll be impressed.
But it's clean.
Yeah. You'll be impressed by how clean it is. That's true. Yes, you've got servants sleeping in closets on pillows
No
if they're
bugs,
lucky.
no animals, no trees.
Yeah.
It's clean.
But to read the last few sentences from my paragraph selected from Rolling Stone magazine. This is LKY's, meaning Lee Kuan Yew's model. Economic development above all else, even human rights. A soft authoritarianism, as Fareed Zakaria has called it. The exuberance of democracy, LKY explained, leads to indiscipline and disorderly conduct, which are inimical to development.
Tyranny of the majority.
I wouldn't call it that, honey. If it were the tyranny of the majority, they'd be back to chewing gum.
Well, that's what the Constitution writers feared.
Yeah.
And the early fathers.
Oh, you're saying that's what this guy fears. That's what this guy fears. Yes.
Yeah,
Got it. That's why.
And they always have.
That's why he's breeding a master race. Yeah. Now, according to the philosopher king of the Benightenment movement, the guy who woke up J.D. Vance and all the multi-billionaires who support him, Singapore is their explicit model for America's future. As Kaiser Schatzlin writes about Curtis Yarvine, who I exposed in our latest episode before tonight.
I was going to ask if he was tied into this.
Yes.
And what's his term? Some dark enlightenment.
It's called the Benightenment among themselves, but nobody understands what they're talking about because everybody's illiterate, so they have to say dark enlightenment. First off, what does dark enlightenment mean? Dark. Right? It's dark, but it's enlightenment? I mean, obviously, it's an oxymoronic term. The real term is benightenment. So
this is the coming in by night prediction.
Yes. This is the thief in the night that Jesus Christ warned of biblically. He will come to you like a thief in the night.
The coming in, it wasn't that Aquino's book.
Yeah, the book of Coming Forth by Night was
Coming
the title
Forth
of
by Night.
Aquino's book, which was based on that as well. So, yes. So, this is about Curtis Yarvine and the other Benightenment thinkers who have inspired Musk, Thiel, Vance, et alia, meaning all others of their ilk. And to read back from the, I'll pick a few more sentences from Rolling Stone magazine here. For a new breed of right-wing thinkers, politicians, and activists, LKY, they keep using LKY like they're in Singapore or something. Maybe the writer was based in Singapore, which is why you can't mention Lee Kuan Yew by name, but they keep using LKY. LKY
sounds like a Korean boy band.
Yeah, no shit, like Lucky, LKY Lucky in Korean, right? Yeah. LKY's approach for a new breed of right-wing thinkers, politicians, and activists, LKY's approach to government is appealing. Curtis Yarvine, Silicon Valley's resident neo-monarchist, compares LKY to FDR. Both good examples, he says, of a unilateral leader, which goes to show us that FDR was the enemy all along. And Nick Land, an accelerationist philosopher, calls LKY an autocratic enabler of freedom. Now, what kind of freedom they're thinking about is beyond me. I guess their freedom to fuck everybody else. To them, LKY is the paradigm of an illiberal ruler who created a paradise for his subjects. A freedom without rights, a prosperity without disorder. Sure, Republicans are going to gut government spending to pay for tax cuts and for the multi-billionaires who own the Republicans. And they definitely want big Wall Street banks to run Social Security, just like George W. Bush handed more than half of Medicare so far over to giant for-profit insurance companies.
Part D. He got Part D.
Yeah, well, I got Part D. It covers my drugs.
No, but that was ushering us into the healthcare marketplace.
Yeah.
Now, isn't that where you want to go?
No, not where I want to go. No, I get it. Yeah. Oh my fucking God.
The marketplace.
Yeah, like you're going to a like you're going to a
Yeah.
shopping mall.
Like an outlet mall.
Yeah, where you see doctors and nurses and shit, and which one do I choose?
Treasures. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's glittering.
Yeah, now,
The marketplace.
yeah. Now, after all, both the Wall Street banks and the for-profit insurance companies, they're both industries that represent such big campaign donors. But this goes way beyond merely making multi-billionaires richer or giving megacorporations more power over our lives. The audacious experiment Musk has embarked upon, which Trump probably doesn't even understand, involves the fundamental transformation of America from a nation ruled by its own people into one where decisions are made by a very specific elite group of self-selected genius white male technocrats who sperminate in vitro to create a master race of exclusively white male technocrats as their heirs forevermore.
And give up thinking to their AI machine. Anyway.
Well, we can only hope. Obviously, the AI could do no worse than them, and would probably be infinitely better.
I'd like to think, unless it's hallucinating.
Yeah, when it's not hallucinating. Yeah.
Which they will surely drive it mad.
Yes, they will. They will. That's the problem. And once, as Holly says here, once AI reaches the ability to think with the intelligence of a genius-level human, AGI as they call it, or artificial general intelligence, some of these guys believe that most of the decision makers and agencies of our federal government can simply be replaced by banks of computers deciding who gets what, when, and why. And it'll take is a monomegalomaniacal leader who, like LKY, Lee Kuan Yew, brooks no dissent. Trump could be that leader, or at least the useful idiot frontman for the technocrats like Vance and Musk who are really running things. And the gutting of federal agencies opens up a space to replace them and their workers with AGI-based computer systems. Now, an individual named Rana Furlahar explains it in the Financial Times, which I will read from now. The philosophy argues that democracy inherently leads to social decline because of the development of deep state bureaucracies that are unable to control oligarchic forces, and that society should be run like corporations, with a kind of CEO monarch in charge. As Yarvin has said, if Americans want to change their government, they need to get rid of dictatorphobia. One way of dealing with that is hire two executives and make sure they work together, and there really is no other solution. I mean, this fucking kike. This fucking kike. He looks Jewish as fucking hell. Anyhow, and they're much further along in the process of both gutting government and seizing total control of our political system to implement this experiment than most Americans realize. Point. A new website that lays out exactly how they're progressing toward their objective of kneecapping our federal bureaucracy is project2025.observer. Now, according to this website, they're about 40% of the way there already, although the courts may set them back temporarily. Another point, and the project for multi-billionaires to take complete control of our elected officials, and thus our government, at all levels, is also nearly complete. Fully 18% of all spending on the 2024 elections was done by just 150 multi-billionaire families who represent a mere, get this shit, 0.0000045% of the American population. The benightenment has no use for democracy, openly disdains notions of equality as proposed in the Declaration of Independence and our Constitution, viewing them as unnatural and counterproductive, and rejects what they call Whig, or HWHIG, the historic Whig Party of the ancient founding fathers, Whig historiography, as they call it, which they feel assumes history inevitably progresses toward greater liberty and enlightenment. They feel that to be a lie. And therefore, what they represent is the exact antithesis.
And that's the deep state right there.
Well, it is now.
Well, that 00000.
Absolutely. Well, there's
because that's how these clowns got in.
Well, of course. Of course. Right? Yeah.
We knew they didn't get there on their own merits. So you just described.
Yes, absolutely.
It's not the trudging bureaucrats. It's
these motherfuckers.
That what how many hundred and something it was?
Oh, it's 6 zeros, 6 fucking zeros and a 4 5
how
after
many
the point.
though individuals? You had it down to
150 multi-billionaire families.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah.
Boom. And they're loyal to no country.
Yeah.
They're worldwide.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they own the world.
They get their shit, their batteries made in Malaysia, and their, I mean, it's all. There's no. Sorry,
no worries. So instead,
here,
so instead of what the founding fathers proposed, more instead like Julius Evola, Thomas Carlyle, and Oswald Spengler, they argue that classical societal structures that ruled the world for millennia, like feudalism, monarchy, or cameralism, are superior to democracy, and completely ignoring the history of the development of modern democracy, they conclude should, with a high-tech AGI or artificial general intelligence twist, replace today's democratic experiment. Ironically, a large portion of the infrastructure that this movement is using was financed by fossil fuel billionaires who simply wanted to avoid paying income taxes and to have their oil companies deregulated so they could make more pollution and thus more profit, many now being surprised and some even frightened by the turn of things, like the industrial fetishists who initially supported the Bolsheviks. But these new nihilists are pushing forward with the move fast and break things slogan of the techno industry that Mark Zuckerberg so popularized. And they are having breathtaking success. Between that strategy and the billions of dollars they are easily able to spend to seize the political power to fulfill their vision. They call themselves masters of the universe, without a trace of irony. Some high-profile observers of American politics are alert to this takeover in progress that most of our mainstream mass media machine has completely missed. Former Labor Secretary Robert Reich, for example, recently wrote for his Substack newsletter, which I will now read therefrom. Behind Vance and Musk is a libertarian community of rich crypto bros, techno executives, back-to-the-landers, and disaffected far-right intellectuals. He should say pseudo-intellectuals, but he fucked that up. Curtis Yarvine comes as close as anyone as being their intellectual godfather. Again, pseudo-intellectual is the proper term here, Robert. He has written that political power in the United States is held by a liberal amalgam of universities and the mainstream media whose commitment to equality and justice is eroding America's social order. In Yarvin's view, democratic governments are inefficient and wasteful. They must be replaced with sovereign joint stock corporations whose major shareholders select an executive with total power who serves at their pleasure. Yarvin refers to the city-state of Singapore as an example of a successful authoritarian regime. Now, Robert Reich notes that these techno-bro oligarchs of the techno-state want to replace inefficient democracy with an authoritarian regime replete with technologies they control. Rachel Maddow has similarly featured stories about Yarvin and others like him on her program, albeit all too infrequently. The New Yorker has written about the movement, as have multiple other publications. So let me just say here that lefty intellectuals and progressives, thought leaders, these progressive thought leaders, they're suddenly waking up to the benightenment experiment that, like a glacier finally reaching the sea, has been slowly consuming the Russo-collaborationist Red Republican insurgency as it moves along and is now, with hundreds of millions from Elon Musk buying the White House for Trump, suddenly cleaving off massive icebergs of damaged governmental institutions. But a much wider understanding of what's really animating Trump's and Musk's experimental destruction of our government is needed. Because if Americans don't wake up to the benightenment's creeping grip on the people who control our democracy, we will soon find ourselves living in a country where elections are meaningless, the government serves only the ultra-rich, and freedom exists in name only. So pass it along and get
I'm going to tell AOC about this.
Well, she's no hope for the Democratic Party. Is she the one to lead us? I highly doubt.
I'm not even going to go there with you.
So, but regardless, pass it along and get into the goddamn streets. Because Musk said that the Social Security Administration is on his list for auditing, and a black Baptist preacher has reacted. According to libs of TikTok, and they're the fucking enemy if ever there was one, but by taking a look at their propaganda, you know where they're coming from, because they don't bother to hide their rattle before they strike. They're like a rattlesnake. They telegraph before they punch. So it's at libs of TikTok on X. Dr. Steve Cowdell, Greater Second Missionary Baptist Church of Chattanooga, Tennessee, has called for violence in response to Elon and Dodge cutting government waste. At least the libs of TikTok claim he's calling for violence. First off, I'll share with you what they say, and you can automatically see right through it. By the way, we're going to have Brendan Zoget speak about the London Heathrow sabotage by Vladimir Putin in a moment, because that is so fucking important. That way I can take a short break. But I'll put this into the live stream chat and bring Brendan on if he's available. Brendan, are you available so I can take a short break for a few moments? And you can talk about Heathrow. Oh, by all means, tell people about, the Russians.
And are you saying that channel is like somehow useful or something?
Only in the sense of, like I said, finding out immediately where the enemy is coming from. In other words, like I said, they're like a rattlesnake. They rattle before they strike. They telegraph their punch. So at least it shows where they're going to hit next. So
they're the main meme farmers. They're not.
Yeah. They're the enemy. They're the enemy. Yeah. They're the fucking enemy. Yes.
Those are the people that make the memes, and then everyone
Oh yeah, everybody just spews it. Yeah, these are the assholes. Libs of TikTok are the assholes. They're the asshole. They're like Peter Moon's asshole that spews out shit after his colonics. That's what they are.
It's some Russian bot farm.
Oh, of course. That's all they are. Yeah, but
or meme farm.
Yeah,
meme scheme.
But in this case, what they related, and it was the first source I got it from, which shows you that they're, in their own way, far more aware at the bleeding edge of what's going on than many other people. No one likes violence. This is this black guy talking, this black Baptist minister. No one likes violence, but sometimes violence is necessary. When Elon Musk forces his way into the U.S. Treasury and threatens to steal your personal information and your social security check, there is a possibility of violence. Sometimes the devil will act so ugly that you have no other choice but to get violent and fight. And Elon Musk responded by saying, "This tells me that he is trying to hide massive," all in the uppercase, "fraud." And Dr. Cowdell then replied, "I would say that when you deal with righteousness, you deal with justice. How can you exclude the political arena? They are all interrelated." And he also said that he does not regret his words, and that there are federal judges working against Elon Musk and the president. So I say, right on, Dr. Cowdell. Keep up the good fight, brother. Now, we'll get back to all that, but I'm going to let Brendan take over for a bit while I take a short break, and he'll explain the Russian sabotage of Heathrow. So take it away, Brandon, by all means, as you explained to myself so wonderfully last time.
Well,
I'm all ears.
Yeah, but the Brits are claiming it's an accident, but that doesn't sound like an accident to me.
And tell them about Hellsing as well. Hellsing and as well as this, they're related. They're related. You're finding out about Hellsing. You're finding out about Heathrow. In fact, they came up with Hellsing. In a sense, Hellsing went public after this.
Yeah, the Hellsing AI. Yeah.
Yeah. So tell everybody about that.
Defense company.
I'll be back in a few minutes. Yeah. Okay. So
let me get it all up here.
So Brendan's gonna get it all up here before I leave. And but for those of you who don't know, Hellsing is understood, or rather misunderstood by many people, to be a fictional creation of Japanese anime, which it is not. But the Japanese basically exposed, if you will, not in a negative sense, but kind of made public the fact that there is an intelligence branch of the Church of England which fights spiritual threats to the kingdom. Here, I'll leave it to Brendan. Okay, so I'll be gone for a few minutes. Yes, as in Van Helsing. Yes, as in the Van Helsing family. Yes, so I'll be back.
That was basically in the lore of that anime. The Van Helsing family moves to England.
Yes,
because they're Protestants and they were fighting all these things.
Yeah. Yes, and you can explain to them that of course. Explain the background behind that, and you can tell them how they got so much of it from Douglas Dietrich. It's the Dietrich.
Oh, they got everything.
Yes, thank you. I'll be right back. Bless you.
Yeah.
Okay.
But in that context, there was this new company called Hellsing.ai that came out. And it says here, Hellsing this is from their website, protecting our democracies. Hellsing as a company is a new type of defense company. We provide precision mass autonomous capabilities to democracies so they can deter and protect land, sea, and air. The purpose is to attain technological leadership so that democratic societies are free to make sovereign decisions and control their own ethical standards. Democracies are fragile. To protect them from external threats is one of our most important opportunities and responsibilities. We founded Hellsing out of a belief that safety and deterrence is the only possible if we embrace software and artificial intelligence to make our forces more effective. As democracies, we have special responsibilities to develop and deploy these technologies thoughtfully with the highest ethical standards.
Right.
Our approach is software first. We partner with industry and governments to connect existing hardware platforms with advanced AI. And they have these different things such as the mainframe named Ultra, the HX-2, which is a strike drone, Sira, which is the strike aircraft. It's an autonomous fighter jet. And the Centaur, which is some secret thing that they don't show. It's just a bunch of dots. It's a human fighter pilot skill. Have
wait,
so
now,
far been.
I'm starting to get worried you're talking about a video game.
No, this is real. No, this is real.
This is actual.
This is actually real.
They
real.
have this kind of air power.
Yeah, the Europeans. So the point is, Hellsing was activated, or the public branch of it was activated in order to merge the AI into the armed forces to protect Europe. And so they're going to roll it out, such as, so Centaur is Hellsing scaled reinforcements, it's a learning program that brings AI pilots into cockpits and future fighter aircrafts to achieve human-level performance in beyond visual range air combat, BVR, air combat.
What is an AI pilot?
Here it is. High-performance simulation. Centaur agents are trained for the equivalent of over 500,000 hours to learn the intricacies of advanced air combat, including engagement tactics, defensive maneuvers, out-of-the-box approaches, fully advanced dogfighting, etc.
Okay, so they're unmanned.
They're supposed to be.
They're all unmanned.
Yeah.
They're these agents.
Yeah. Hellsing is to produce, so this is their latest news.
So big,
it says Hellsing partners with the Loft orbital satellite to deploy Europe's first AI-powered multi-sensor satellite constellation.
I guess that's what they're going to shoot at Putin.
For governmental defense and security applications. Partnerships will harness AI-driven capabilities to deliver real-time intelligence, situational awareness, systems that are designed, border surveillance, troop tracking, partnerships that is a testament to Europe's capacity to innovate. And so the point is they're headquartered in London, which is lore accurate for the Hellsing organization. And then on top of that, their main operations base is Copenhagen, and they also have factories in Berlin as well, and different places, like everywhere in Europe. Essentially, they're this huge company.
So this tracks back to some kind of billionaire that does not want to be in the news.
It's the families of Europe. These aren't just billionaires. The actual people that run Europe.
The founder of this joint, Hellsing himself.
Yeah, exactly. That family, the Hellsing family, is real, and they're still expanding. And that's why.
Oh God, serious?
Yeah, of course.
Oh shit, that's a lot.
These people all go back to Charlemagne. I mean, that's why they're still in power in Europe to this day.
Yeah, and I
all
those
those families are valid.
Some affectation of an AI company. You know what I mean?
No. This is
I understand.
This is their public outreach to to justify why they're doing it, really,
and they have war fleets of drones.
Hellsing is to produce 6,000 additional strike drones for Ukraine. It announces its completion of the first resilience factory.
Pushback, I guess, because now Trump ain't giving them shit.
Oh, we're in a World War scenario, but in about 3 more years. New arms race. In about 3 years, when Saturn goes into Aries, I mean, it's going to be a full-on open war. The completion of the first resilience factory in southern Germany. First of multiple resilience factories are to be built across Europe. Hellsing is one of the largest manufacturers of strike drones globally. London, February 13th, 2025. Hellsing is the leading European defense technology company. Wow. Today, it has announced 6,000 HX-2 strike drones for delivery to Ukraine. This follows a previous order of 4,000 HF-1 strike drones, which are currently being delivered. And presumably those are the ones that struck earlier this month. In partnership with Ukrainian industry, the new batch of drones makes Hellsing one of the largest strike drone manufacturers globally, or I would say earthly, not globe. Unveiled in the late 2024, HX-2 is an electrically propelled X-wing precision munition with up to 100-kilometer range, advanced onboard AI, full resistance to electronic warfare. When operating as part of Hellsing's Ultra Reese-Strike software, multiple HX2 can assemble into swarms controlled by single human operators. HX2 has been designed to be mass productive.
No iron dome is going to stop them.
No. And it is designed to be mass productible and at significantly lower unit costs than conventional systems, thus filling a growing capability gap in modern land warfare. In addition, Hellsing is announcing the complete resilience factory in southern Germany as well. These factories are Helsing's.
Where is this stuff being manufactured? Germany?
All over.
Yeah.
All over Europe. Yeah, in Ukraine mainly, most likely. Resilience factories are Helsing's high-efficiency production facilities designed to provide nation-states with local and sovereign manufacturing capabilities. Helsing is set to build resilience. Yes, is set to build resilience factories across the European continent, with the ability to scale manufacturing rates to tens of thousands of units in case of a conflict. This first resilience factory, which is operational in southern Germany, has an initial monthly capacity of 1,000 HX2 drones per month. Gunberg Scherf, the co-founder of Helsing.
They need to hire to do this, or is it already all
originally I found this because I was trying to apply for this company, but they won't accept Americans.
Damn.
Co-founder of Helsing. Yeah, the Gunberg Scherf, the co-founder of Helsing, said, "We're scaling up production of HX-2 in response to its initial order from Ukraine. When precision mass is offsetting..."
An army then, because those guys are going to want those jobs.
Oh yeah. Where precision mass is offsetting a numerical advantage in legacy systems on a daily basis. It's clear that NATO has important lessons to learn, and fast. With our resilience factories, we are taking a distributed approach towards mass manufacturing these systems across Europe, allowing an individual nation states to produce locally and ensure sovereignty of the production supply chain. Nicolas Kohler, who is also a co-founder, said, "We have assembled Europe's world-leading manufacturing talent to completely rethink."
Up real fast.
Oh yeah. To rethink and develop a new generation of mass productible effects. Our resilience factories combine software-first design, scalable techniques, solve the hard problems in the software, layer it, not just electronics, but it generates affordable, precision mass deterrence that deters adversaries and protects democracy. HX2 is just the first in a whole range of products based off this premise.
Imagine if they put this effort into affordable housing and calm society down around the world.
No. War stocks are off the charts in Germany right now.
They're not going to do that.
No, we're heading towards the new thing. Dude. And if you see these things, it looks like something out of Black Mirror. This is wow. Yeah.
And there's good science fiction about like a CME boom, but the drones just keep going.
And here, are you able to see the photos of it?
Crazy and shooting at the earth, and the survivors are running when they hear them coming. Oh God!
Yeah.
What a fucking thing!
Yeah.
I tell you what, I don't know why, but we have come down from so many thousands of years of ancestors to witness this shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And if I can't change it or stop it, at least I gotta witness it.
Yeah, you get to see it. You get to see it.
With no blinders.
You get to see it, yeah.
And it is painful.
Well,
painful and fearful.
They're hiring if you want to join.
Yeah, wouldn't want me.
Yeah, there you go.
They would not want me. And it was never a choice, which is always kind of disturbing, I was kind of born wired a certain way. And there was never like a big question, do I want to enforce security on? You know what I mean, professionally? Even
Possibly.
being poor and like the army wanting to give me a career and all.
Mhm.
But it was just never really a choice. I was just kind of born wired in a certain way.
Yeah.
So if I
No,
was
I could
born
relate.
like that,
Yeah.
what if I
That makes
wasn't?
sense.
I'd be totally, and so I can't blame anybody that was wired differently from like birth.
Mhm. Right.
And so that's a difficult thing. But there was a point for that, but I forgot it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So back to the airport fire.
Yes. Yeah. Well, as of right
2
now, they're trying
miles
to.
off site. Yeah.
Yeah, they're trying to keep people calm and just say, "Oh, it was an accident" or some bullshit like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
All right.
Yeah.
You had some insight.
But it just doesn't add
But
up.
back
Like
to,
it just doesn't add up.
well, and certainly quite a dramatic event, a bold event, if you will.
Yeah. Well,
with
it's
this
the biggest.
United business.
It's the biggest
I wanna
disruption
follow
in the
up.
last few years to any air travel since like 9/11, essentially. Authorities in the United
Yeah.
Kingdom have ordered an inquiry into the power outage that shut down operations at London's Heathrow. The outage, which was caused by an accidental fire at a substation on Friday, shut down the world's fifth busiest airport for almost a day. 1,300 flights
That'd be
were
a
canceled.
substation.
Yes. And 200,000
Now,
passengers were stranded on Friday. Yeah.
I mean, but was there any kind of battery storage involved there?
Oh, yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what
the
I
backup
wonder.
system blew up too.
Who
But they stopped reporting
owns
on it.
Okay, I'm back. So
Yeah.
The
so-
Brits.
Yeah, so
Let's
the
go.
Brits are
If that
just
was the latest battery fire, that just kills me, man.
across the
Sabotage
Atlantic.
or not, I think the things are blowing off just because they're shitty and being beta tested on the fucking consumer
Well, in this case, it's too many things at once. It's too
in
many,
the rush to market.
yeah, but in this case, it's too many things at once, and the Russians are obviously behind it, but the British are trying to prevent panic. Brendan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Either
what I
way.
said.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Brendan.
Yeah.
That was excellent.
So
He
it's
went
fully
down on
operational, but
benighted
the
shit.
you know. Yeah, but the airport's still being impacted. It's the largest disruption
Yes.
in air traffic since the Icelandic volcano in 2010.
I remember that.
Didn't you say this was the
Remember where I
largest?
was?
It's the largest airport in the fucking world, right?
Yeah,
Or
the fifth
busiest.
busiest.
Yeah.
The fifth busiest, but
Yeah.
it's one of the biggest. Essentially, all of Europe is slave circuited to go through Heathrow.
Mhm.
So it's basically the most important
Yeah.
airport on earth. You know.
Oh.
So,
But
outside
I
of the
will
East.
say here,
What?
this was like there seemed to be a spike a few years back maybe, where I believed that airports were getting hacked because everything would collapse and there was no bad weather. And there was a whole spate
Well,
of
because they're
events
running
like
on old ass computers. You should see the computers they have.
Yeah.
easy to do. And if you wanted to fuck with the country, and this was some crisis point a few years ago, I don't remember which one exactly,
Mhm.
but that's the impression I got. But that seems to have calmed down,
Mhm.
and now it's actual natural horrible weather and stuff and all this crazy that's been happening lately with plane crashes into each other and stuff.
Oh well, that's because Musk fired all the air traffic controllers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
so
the day.
Huh.
But that's all been kind of new.
Huh.
But just like what you were saying, it was strange, and I got the distinct impression, and they were covering that up. You better believe it. 'Cause
Well,
you
Doug
wanna-
you missed the whole Hellsing AI mission. I
Oh.
mean, I read like the
Oh,
mission
man.
statement.
Oh,
yeah, what do you
excellent.
think about that, Holly?
That is so interesting.
Oh.
Well, not interesting. Now I'm actually really.
Well,
remembering
let me
it.
just
It's
finish up
completely
with that.
horrific.
Sure, please finish
It's
up with that.
completely horrific.
Yeah.
So they're building this model called resilience factories
Yes.
that they can manufacture. They can basically give this production style to every country in Europe so they can manufacture these drone swarms that will protect Europe from the Russian invasion they're expecting.
Yes.
It says the changed geopolitical landscape requires a new approach to defense manufacturing. The needs arise from the conflict in Ukraine, which has exposed a critical need for sovereign and distributed production capabilities at scale across Europe and NATO, especially for intelligent mass like UAVs and precision munitions. These resilience factories strengthen NATO and European sovereignty in defense manufacturing. The resilience factories are a new type of high-efficiency production facility designed to ensure local and sovereign manufacturing capabilities
Local and sovereign.
for nation
How's
states.
that gonna work? Yeah.
Hellsing will build resilience factories across the European continent, thereby unlocking distributed production capacities for critical defense assets, with each location gaining the ability to source from local supply chains and workforces. High throughput, distributed, sovereign. The RF-1, Helsing's first resilience factory, was completed in December 2024 and is now operational. The first resilience factory, RF-1-1, is also operational in southern Germany and has an initial monthly production capacity of 1,000 HX-2, which are the strike drones. RF-2, which is higher production volume, is presently in the planning phase. And these mass productions of the HX-2, which are the autonomous bombs, these resilience factories have been designed with high throughput, scale from the outset, through systematic choice components, materials, manufacturing techniques. These HX-2 can be produced in volumes that are unprecedented for modern autonomous drones, in both system manufacturing, design complexity, and hardware, which has been absorbed by software, thereby drastically reducing the number of components and steps. And Doug, before you got here, it was saying these factories are the biggest military drone factories on Earth as of right now, and they've already deployed them to Ukraine, and that's why the first wave. You heard about those drone attacks?
Yes.
That happened in Ukraine.
Yes.
Towards Russia.
Yes.
That made it all the way to Moscow.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was this company. That was
Excellent.
striking directly at the heart of Russia.
Man.
That's incredible. Incredible.
Crosses in holy water.
So
Jeez.
so Doug's getting his wish.
Yes. Yes.
Europe is-
My God.
It's like, I mean, to be fair, they gave them plenty. They said, they were so, what would be the word for it? Europe was so tolerant for so long.
Yeah.
Oh,
They deserve
boy.
it. They fucking deserve it.
Yeah, the Russians really do. I mean, it's
Because if Europe becomes, right? Like if they unite, they're toast. I mean, Russia won't be able to survive that, I don't think.
no. It's
Wow.
they could take out Moscow literally within 24 hours with enough bombardment with enough drones. The Russians won't stand a chance.
And these things are autonomous. They could just send them wave after wave, and they won't have, like you said, that S-200 ain't doing nothing.
Autonomous bombs.
Yeah, but this is the reason for people who are confused. This is the exact opposite of the situation with Israel and Iran, because Israel in that case is protected by the United States and Europe and all the other Arab nations united against the much more primitive drones that Iran was dispatching, along with primitive brainless missiles that Iran was launching. Yeah, all of that was easily interdicted. These are very different, but don't forget there is an occult element to these drones by the very nature of the company.
Schwarzenegger drones.
Yes, yeah, but
I'm picturing.
Yeah, but beyond that, they are, in a very real sense, blessed drones. This is actually a religious crusade in its own right, an automated crusade, because Hellsing is actually, though unofficially and secretly, a branch or a extension of the Church of England. So that is something that I had.
Which is why they're headquartered out of the Protestant countries. I don't know if you heard that part, but it was Germany, Denmark, and England.
Yes, excellent. That makes perfect sense.
And you mentioned the history of Van Helsing. They came from what is now like Denmark. So Copenhagen's a big factor there.
Yes.
And that's where they're like, their main division is headquartered actually.
Yes, excellent. That makes perfect sense. And yes, it's
Protestant.
And then
yes.
I'll go over the Centaur one more time for Doug.
Oh, please. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so
Go.
so they haven't developed this yet, but it's in production, or it's
Yeah.
in development.
Yes.
Autonomous air dominance. It's known as the Centaur. It's a fighter jet that's completely autonomous. A human fighter pilot's skill and intuition have so far been unattainable through AI, but the Centaur is Hellsing's scaled reinforcement learning program to bring advanced AI pilots into the cockpits of existing future fighter aircraft to achieve human-level performance in beyond visual range BVR air combat. Centaur agents are trained for the equivalent of over 500,000 hours to learn the intricacies of advanced air combat, including engagement tactics, defensive techniques, and creative out-of-the-box approaches. And then, so these are like a bunch of humans training this
out
thing.
of the box, you said?
Yeah. Best way to put it.
So it can think on its own. It could dogfight in ways that no human could ever compete.
And kill all the civilians out of the box.
If that's what it were
to kill the
directed
military
to do.
targets.
Yeah.
The Russians.
Right.
or the Axis
Full
of evil that's
Yahweh on
forming.
that shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Well, in
But
other
Doug,
words,
what's your
prognosis.
Out of the box.
Yeah, say that again, Brendan. What's my opinion on this, or prognosis, or insight? Well, basically, understand that the drones are the wave of the future, and we're going to head towards pilotless skies in the future, simply because there's no pilot that can take that amount of gravity. That would impact them if they made those kinds of aerial maneuvers that a drone can do. So a drone is made without a human body inside of it to squish and compact under G-force. So it doesn't have that weakness of the extremely fragile pilot to contend with. It's simply going to be able to take far more than any pilot can take. So obviously,
I wonder if Elon has his own private plane driven by an AI pilot.
No. For one thing we do know about Elon Musk is he can't hide anything. So if he had it, he would be bragging about it. He'd be showing it off. Yeah, he can't hide anything.
Did you guys see the latest of him?
Tell us.
Oh, it was the most wild thing. It was all of them having dinner, right, at the White House. Then there's Trump being normal, talking to some guy, just having a conversation. And then you see Musk and some girl, and he's got all these like forks, like pronged into each other, like a little kid would do.
Yeah, of course.
So he's tripping out in another dimension, like moving this fork around in circles. Yeah. And the chick's all zoned out. And then in the background, they're playing Sinead O'Connor. I mean, it was just so bizarre. Like the whole scene was crazy.
What are they eating?
And then there's someone in the back yelling, Sharon, and it looks like what? It's just like the trap house on steroids. It's like when I was younger, you'd go to a trap house and you'd see someone tripping on like drugs, and then you'd see some people talking. It looked like that, but it was the fucking White House.
Yeah. The White House is the White Trap House. The White Trap House. Yeah.
The White Trap. It's become the White Trap House now. It's great. It was great. I loved it.
That's
amazing.
I appreciate you sharing that, and that is like this is what we're down to. This is what.
And then people online were like, it's just an autistic episode. And then all the people in the comments were like, no, that's what I do on drugs.
Yes,
nothing to do with autism.
Thank you. I can't understand why people rush.
Dude's in another dimension.
Yeah, people are rushing to always excuse him. People are always
He
rushing.
has to do that to get through those dinners.
Yeah. Well, don't defend him. Don't defend him. Yeah, it's like
you got to see it though. It was bizarre.
He'd rather be home with the game or the porn or whatever he does for fun.
Well, this has become his fun.
That's his fun now. It's destroying the world, honey. I mean, let's look at it this way. If that, we know it's not porn, because if he were into sex, he would actually inseminate the woman he has children with rather than just contributing his sperm in a Dixie cup for in vitro fertilization like he does.
Right.
So we know the guy doesn't like sex. And in fact,
apparently it's the future.
Yeah, but apparently what I can tell you is he's definitely impotent, and they are simply tapping his prostate from up his ass to get the sperm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the reason he's impotent is all that fucking ketamine and everything else he's combined it with. I mean, he can't get it up because he's too drugged up. And
he's all bloated up.
You notice that? He's bloated as fuck. He is disgusting. And him and Trappist would love each other, and they could probably shove dildos up each other's ass, because that's the only stimulation they can get of their prostate is from the rear. That way it's a direct prostate massage. So that's what they're left with. It's it's what Peter Moon was left with, because he had no ability to really get it up. So it was that. So the colonics became, his sex life. That's why he would call me up every time he was overstimulated by his colonics late at night. It was disgusting. But, I tolerated it, wanted to get the book done. But I must confess, it's left me psychologically scarred. So all that being said, obviously the horror of the Russians is they've had it so easy for so long, in the sense that everybody just gives them everything. Everybody bends over backwards to say, oh, let's make them part of the G8, even though their economy wasn't worth a shit and was smaller than Italy's or, various other compact nation states. And here we go with a picture of Musk with his forks, and people baffled. People baffled after a bizarre video of Elon playing with culinary cutlery while at dinner. Yeah, this is, yes. What?
Like, and it's not just him. It's like the whole. You gotta watch it. The whole scene is weird.
It's because he's a genius.
It's like a fever dream. It was like a fever dream.
Genius.
And then the cherry on top was that Sinead O'Connor song, like,
of course,
freedom. It was like so crazy.
Oh, of course. Crazy. Oh, it's perfect. It's perfect. I mean, considering what became of poor fucking Sinead O'Connor, it's ideal. It was
insane,
into the ground. Yeah,
it was wild.
Yeah,
a corporate career for her.
Yeah, no, poor bitch. Yeah, and look at this idiot, and it's disgusting.
Did you play it?
I'm looking at it now. I'm afraid. I don't want the sound to come on. So fortunately, it seems to be remaining silent. Yeah, he's like a kid putting all these and that girl's rocking back and forth. She's
in another dimension.
Yeah,
she's another dimension.
Yeah, she's
like, that's what you do when you're on like just the most bender acid, like the most polluted acid. You're like,
who the fuck is she? Who the fuck is she?
I don't know. It doesn't give context. It's just some rando.
Just some rando who like is...
He's honestly on the level. He probably just said, "You want to take some acid?" And she's like, "Who are you?"
Yeah.
He just picked her up off the street. Just for fun.
That's what it looks like. Yeah. I mean, it's like, and it's. I can't stand it. I'm getting dizzy looking at it. I feel dizzy looking at that because
you don't have the drugs he has.
Yeah, that's right. It's if I had the drugs he has, I can't even imagine myself behaving like that.
And the carefree attitude.
Yeah, the whole attitude of like he hasn't.
He doesn't worry about having to come down.
Yes,
we do.
Yes, that's right. He's in this childlike state.
He never has to come down.
Yeah, where he never has to come down. He honestly, the man needs to be killed. He
and the face. If you look at the Secret Service guy, he's like fuck. It's just like, this is ridiculous. It's like he's babysitting or something.
Of course.
He's just looking like giving the side eye. Like,
dude, this is kind of like the private security detail for Michael Jackson. This is the equivalent thereof. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Whatever he wants.
Yeah. He's in what was it Michael Jackson called it? Laborland, Wonderland, Neverland. Yes.
Yeah, this is like their own personal Neverland.
Yeah. They're Neverland.
They're not even in Florida.
Yeah. Yes.
Florida.
No, they're in the White House.
They're in the house.
And then Trump gave himself the golf medal. Did you guys see that?
No, tell us about that. Oh my God!
He won the golf championship at his own tournament, and then he said, "This is the last one of my life. It's a good final. It's a good way to end it out.
Yeah.
So And you notice they keep talking about saying stuff like that, like, "Oh, I might not be around," or "Why? What's up with that?" Like,
I was just about to ask, why would he say
my
this is the last
perspective-
one in my life? Why would he say that?
I don't know. They've been saying weird cryptic stuff, but if you look at his chart, Trump's chart, his current term is basically guaranteed to fail and maybe possibly end his life, as per the chart.
Yeah.
The astrological chart.
God. Thank God.
So maybe he's accepted
Thank
it.
God.
Maybe he's accepted it.
Wow, the barn's open. He became redundant and pretty much done, except as a PR puppet, the day he opened the barn door and let all those corporate bros run the game.
Yeah.
Done deal.
Well, I mean,
there was no more use for him.
Well,
he's not gonna
go on.
get any better. He's old.
I like that. He's not going to get
failing.
any better. Yeah, I love that. Yes.
He's going to perform and sing and dance on stage, but he's done. There's nothing more he can do.
Thank God.
There's nothing more he can do for them. They're in. It's their world, their game, and we can't even get a decent politician, according to you guys, because they're all internet dweebs.
Yeah, look at him. I mean, Jesus Christ, for God's sake. I mean, look.
Let's not go back.
I like Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez. I like her.
Damn right.
Yeah, but you know, look, she's just a poor, dear, squeaky girl.
Shut the fuck up. It's supposed to be a government. Not, I mean, Jesus. You have lectured hard and strong on the dangers of cynicism. And I dread to say, I'm detecting a little bit of it around here. Damn it.
Yo, I'm the most cynical guy around. What the fuck are you saying?
No,
I lecture against cynicism for the average individual. I lecture against...
fine.
Yeah, yes.
I'll check it at the door.
Yeah.
But I have never found you that way.
You mean cynical?
You've got no.
Well, I maintain a sense of faith. Well, take a look at the SS or the.
I don't think it was a choice. You have a heart.
Yes.
Still.
Well, there's that.
It's not a cold.
Yeah.
Dark.
But if you take a look at the old Nazis, the old original Nazi Party and the SS in particular, and or you have these are cynics with utter faith. These are people who know the practical Machiavellian reality of power politics.
Oh, me too.
Yeah. But I
play it Machiavellian. Let me tell you what.
Yes.
There's no choice in this life. Goddamn right.
Yeah, and that's
and
right.
It's all about letting people save face.
That's
the most important thing.
Well, oftentimes,
in
yes, it can be.
Navigating the waves of life. The more you can allow your opponent to save face, the easier my passage.
Well, we've got to stop that in many cases. We can't reach across the aisle anymore.
Well, we surely do now.
Yeah.
We've hit the wall.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Just
I
like
agree.
Europe has with the Russians and we have with the Republicans here at home. So Heather's rejoined us.
So now we've got Hellsing.
Yes, thank God.
Protect us.
Coming into action.
For God's sake.
Yes, thank God.
Yeah.
Yes. So
hopefully there won't be incels running those motherfuckers, right, Brendan?
Oh God.
What's up?
So repeat it to Brendan so he can hear what you said, Holly.
Hopefully they won't be running them with incels.
Yeah, she's saying hopefully
no, not in Europe.
Yeah.
Not in Europe.
Not in Europe. Yeah.
Not in Europe.
Yeah,
okay.
thank God.
These things are being
Intelligent
trained
men
by
and
like
women.
professionals.
Yeah.
This isn't
right.
Xbox controllers like the Navy was pulling over here.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Oh my God. Yeah, don't even
No,
get me
honestly, if I was
They have
Russian, I would be
equal
scared right now because that shit. Imagine you're just having dinner and a swarm of drones blows up the city. I mean, it's like,
okay, I hate
there's no way they have countermeasures for that.
No, no.
They didn't have it. Even the ones that hit Moscow, they said, "Oh, we intercepted them," but I mean, still,
No,
they got
didn't.
that far.
Yeah.
So they're gonna stomp Russia into the dirt.
Well, we can only hope.
Hopefully.
Yeah, we can only hope. But so, honey, basically, it's a situation where I predicted decades ago the concept of a future Europe that would enter a factory states period. This is the factory states period that Europe is entering. This is what they mean by sovereign and autonomous.
Oh, they are winding up, man.
Yeah, because they need
into
to.
some mass production.
Yeah, because this is it's necessitated by the concept of nuclear warfare. The French are preparing for nuclear war, and so if you have the reality of nuclear strikes, then you need the factory systems to be autonomous and sovereign and able to manufacture on an automated level to strike back.
And that means boots on the ground for the working man.
So
it comes full circle tonight.
Well, yes.
Jobs, jobs, jobs.
Yes, yes. Thanks to
Mad jobs.
Yes, this is thanks to Germany's military Keynesianism. It's an economics keyed now towards remobilization. Thank God. And
will they be working in clean rooms or what?
Well, all kinds of rooms, I would presume, but mostly, plenty of clean rooms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No dust in that shit.
Yeah.
You can't be getting dust in your fastest drone.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Though once they're built, I'm sure they can handle quite a bit. And
you gotta hope.
Yeah. So, hey, Heather. Yeah. How are you?
Hi.
Yeah.
I'm okay. How are you?
Okay. Good. Yes.
Hi, Heather.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi, Holly. How's it going? Oh, when?
Enough.
What?
Oh,
That was
she said she thought of me.
Yeah.
Oh, earlier, yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What were you thinking?
Just where the fuck is she?
Yeah, I had to go get
God
myself
damn it.
in trouble.
Oh, so what kind of trouble did you get into? Are you willing to share it?
Oh, I guess I got in trouble for for not being able to do something. I don't know. We're trying to put up a TV. It's a really big TV and it's heavy.
Well, you mean like a screen? They're all screens these days.
Yeah.
Okay. You try to hang it on a wall.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, that's cute. That's adorable. So you bought a new TV.
Not really. When you've got big ones, it's not cute because it's not easy to do.
Right. So is this like? It was like, is his mother's eyesight failing? I mean, was there? I mean, why the need?
No, she was in the middle. She was trying to help.
Right. Okay. No, but what I mean is, why get such a big screen? Just for the thrill of it, or because his mom's eyesight requires it?
I don't know, because we had a smaller size TV and it didn't look like it was the right scale.
For what are you watching, Godzilla movies or?
We're not even. Yeah, we don't even watch the TV in that room.
What, did you miss the beam?
Oh.
No, actually, there's this really interesting way of hanging it. It's this like a bar, like with a whole bunch of holes in it, and you put like 30 different nails like going in one direction, only a little bit though, and it's like a claw, and it hooks onto that because they go in at an angle and hold the bar on.
Wow,
really
cool.
ingenious.
Yeah, I get it.
So the sheetrock will hold it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, of the wall. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Your mom's gonna have a lot of fun watching whatever she watches in mega size.
Well, no, she just listens to it really loud.
And loud. I mean, so is she into metal thrash? What the fuck?
No, she's hard of hearing.
Oh. So
did you get it on the wall straight or what?
No, I got ordered out of the room, so I've retreated.
Let Vinny do it already.
Yeah. Yes, he's got it. He's got it handled. That's cute. That's adorable.
Yeah, his mom can help him.
Okay, that's adorable. That's so cute. That's funny as hell. So
Treasure your alone time.
Yeah, it's
it is.
Yeah.
All the time is my alone time.
Okay.
I mean, you mean you're a very private person. You mean you're always in yourself.
No, I'm pretty alone all the time. I mean, I feel alone.
Okay, well, you're not alone. You're with us. Yes, though I can understand that probably still leaves you feeling alone. Yeah.
Not really.
Okay, good. Yeah, and
not really. I appreciate you, and I'm thankful that you are in my life.
Oh, thank
Glad
you.
You made it.
Same here.
You too, Ollie. You too, Aristides.
Yeah.
You too, Brendan.
Yeah. That's right. Team Dietrich. Yes, we're an extended electronic family. It would
And
help.
we are Douglas is all listener supported.
Yes.
So make sure to
That's
do your
right.
donations.
Thank you.
He's
Right.
trying to get $200 tonight. It's not too much to
Yeah.
ask.
That is
Thank
right.
you, honey. Thank you, honey.
Mhm.
But by the way, it wouldn't hurt Aristides and Brendan if you both responded to dear Heather and told her how much you value her in turn, as I do. Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. And
yes, of course.
excellent.
Of course,
Thank
we
you.
value you, Heather.
Yeah. Thank you.
I gotta go help.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay.
All right, I'll be back.
Yes. Look forward to it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And so what is it, Brendan, that Japan and China discuss cooperation in what? In what? Any idea, Brendan?
In economics. Economics.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, yeah, that's good. That's good. I mean, I see no negative there. Yeah. And
No.
probably because they're just afraid.
Well, they're expecting everything to collapse.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, they're expecting Trump to collapse it all. Yes, I'm looking at this thing. Yeah, a Trump wins golf championship. You know, a day. Let's take a look at this. I'll click on it.
Yeah, read it.
Yeah, talk about clickbait. Yeah.
Was it in New Jersey?
Oh God, no! It's a Trump wins golf championship a day after ordering strikes on Iran-backed Houthis in Yemen. Trump said the win is likely his last. Yes, this is disturbing. This is disturbing. Yeah, it's like, it would likely be his last.
Yeah, here's his quote. He said, "I just won the golf club championship. Probably my last at Trump International Golf Court in Palm Beach. Such a great honor.
Fat.
The award dinner is tonight at the club."
Yeah.
Weird shit. Yeah, poor
He's
son.
aged out of golf. It's not good for his health.
That's what he's claiming, but I don't know.
I don't know about that.
I
mean,
buy it.
well,
They're not letting him anymore. He's got to sit behind the automatic pen
with
with a cheeseburger.
Yeah. Well, according to him,
Well, yeah, did you hear about what RFK was saying?
what did RFK say? Jesus Christ!
No.
I'm afraid to ask.
One of those people interviewing him was like, "How did you feel about getting stuck in the plane with him and him forcing you to eat McDonald's and Diet Coke and all that shit?" And he was like, "Well, everyone knows that if you're with him, you're in that plane, you have to eat McDonald's, basically." And he was like making fun of him, and he said he can do whatever he wants. I'm not going to cancel that stuff, but he just, he eats horribly. That's what he said. That's what RFK said
About Trump.
About Trump eats horribly. All he eats is like literally McDonald's. I'm not exaggerating.
Jesus.
McDonald's and like pizza is what he said. Shit like
Jesus.
that. Hot dogs. Like the worst possible food.
Like a round table.
Yeah.
Costco pizza can be kind of addictive.
And then this dude, RFK, like said, "Oh yeah, he has some crazy genetics where it doesn't kill him." So now he's still going.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
what kind of a genetics would that be?
Yeah.
Alien
He
genetics?
doesn't drink and he doesn't smoke.
Yeah. Well, alien genetics.
That's the thing.
We only wish.
Well, he has the German. He has
Yeah.
like a good German stock.
And
That's
he
it.
doesn't drink
Yeah.
and he doesn't smoke.
Yeah.
So if he wasn't an idiot, he would, in terms of food, he would live fucking till he was 100. But he's just
And he's
They
getting
actually
all
say
these
that people, the people that start smoking after the age of 60 live longer.
I believe that. I'm a tobacco advocate.
But you can't smoke your whole life. You just pick it up at age 60, and then you could live longer.
I'm
Thank you for
totally
reminding
down with
me.
the benefits
Good luck.
of nicotine. It's a magical herb.
Yeah, I heard you earlier. You're smoking cokes again.
Well, you heard what I said about it. It's like one a day, if
I don't
that.
care. You can do whatever you want. I'm gonna pull an RFK approach.
Oh my
I don't advocate it. You can do whatever you
Even
want.
non-smokers party with snooze.
but
Yeah, and RFK he's no saint. He's over there hitting those Zyn packets.
yeah, no shit. No shit.
Like
yeah.
dipping tobacco and saying I'm all healthy. He's all stuttering.
Yeah, with his brain worm. Yeah, he's got to feed the brain worm. Yeah, I got to feed the brain worm. Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
What I
was his
questioned about
point
that
of eating
brain
drugs?
worm is that it didn't thrive. Did his brain kill the parasite?
No, there was no brain to feed on, so it starved.
Oh no.
That's what happened, really, Heather. That's how I view
This
it.
was when he was younger.
Yeah, it wasn't that much younger, didn't he? Say it
And
was.
he claims the vocal cord thing is a separate issue.
Oh God.
Oh,
So I don't know.
prions.
Prions. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah. That's...
No, the prions would run him, at least efficiently. This dude's not efficient.
Oh shit.
That was rude. I shouldn't have said that.
No,
Prions.
it's fine.
Right.
No, Heather, that was beautiful. That's
Why? Because he has a gruff voice.
Oh
No,
buddy.
because what Douglas when I never knew what that was, and I heard Douglas talking about it. He's like people that have like the permanent smile on their face. Like that's what the prions is. So whenever I picture prions, I picture someone with just a permagrin. They can't stop smiling. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. It's called Kuru. Kuru. It's the death grin. The death grin they get like a zombie. It's horrible.
Rictus.
Yeah, rictus grin. Thank you. Yeah, rictus
Rickets.
grin. Rictus. Yeah, rictus. Ricchtus, I believe.
Oh, rictus.
Yeah, rictus grin, and in other words, the smile that it's like a shit grin. Yeah, it's
a drug grin too.
Yeah, that's right. It's horrific to look at. But JFK smiles like that when he does smile, so you always hope he never smiles. And but otherwise, he's not smiling. He looks like he's stark raving mad and out of his mind. And
Yes.
yeah, and of course, remember Brooke was saying, oh, he's the only one that would beat Trump. I told you. And then of course, well, I think she changed her mind later when he really came out as full-fledged out of his mind. But she still brought him up the other night, and I'm not quite sure what she was saying about him. I'll have to ask her. At any rate,
I think she likes him.
Ooh, God, you mean like?
Second wife suicided.
Yeah.
Yeah, her daddy issue or something.
Yeah, something like that. I was about to say, is that what you meant? Yeah, it's yeah, like a man, like kind of like a crush, sort of like she had that on.
Yeah, like a fondness.
Yeah, she had that on Sean Connery until. One of the few funny, actually constructive
Yeah, that
things.
doesn't. I mean, I know chicks are weird, but that doesn't sound logical.
Yeah, that does. It really does.
Imagine him busting one. He's like,
Yeah.
It's like that'd be so awkward.
Oh God, can't even imagine it.
Fuck that.
Yeah, but with
No.
Yeah, it would be horrifying to imagine.
yeah, it's true.
No.
Oh, it's true. It's horrifying. I mean, he's just horrifying. Period. But
Isn't he married to an actress or something?
He's married
Big-time
to an actress who's actually fairly attractive and fairly talented. And what is she doing with him? It's like, and where's
The
he at?
wife before her suicided.
There we are. Thank you. That's what you meant. Okay, so that's what you meant. Okay, so there you go. That explains everything. I'm not surprised.
And there was overlap.
Yeah.
after she'd
Okay.
Totally given up.
Yeah. There you go. That's That's him in a nutshell. That's what it'll do to you. As for I actually spoke in some depth about his wife in the past, saying that she really needs to make a decision, and but of course she never did. She just chose to ride with it, and but she's playing a character in various roles. She plays an empowered woman character, and is in these roles that are very female friendly, and yet is married to this piece of shit who is the exact opposite of everything that she portrays herself as. So it's no sense. It doesn't make any sense. Plenty of things don't make sense with these people. But aside from that, okay. So that having been said and everything shared by Brendan, thank you. Appreciate all of that.
Yes.
And
Very much.
yeah.
United.
Yeah.
And that Y guy, Yarvich or Yarnit.
Oh, that piece of shit. Yes, that's just another case of some Jewish pseudo-intellectual. First Karl Marx, then it's Ayn Rand, then it's Anton LaVey, and now it's Yervin. They're all pushing some nihilistic crap.
Well, and then this Hellsing outfit that's going to put
Flying
men and
crosses.
women back to work.
Yeah. Yeah.
in order to defend Europe.
Yeah, to send flying crosses, out to.
locally.
Yes.
I mean, run out there and mine those last hills because you're going into production.
Yes.
And how this poor, sad earth can, on top of everything, support this new great gush of military production.
Well, thank God for it. I mean, I've always been for
How
that.
the fuck is that gonna go?
Fine.
I mean,
fine, for the best. It'll go for the best.
The earth is that big and that strong?
Yeah.
Maybe it is.
Oh yeah. By the way, so I've just entered a portrait, which in a sense we're very lucky to have, and I'll explain why. There's a paradox behind this portrait. It's kind of like this is a portrait of a big puckered anus. And the reason that this portrait was made was to make certain that people would never forget the man they wanted everyone to forget. And this is the paradox of history when it comes to Herostratus, whose very name is spelled like hero, Hero, but in the ancient Greek you don't pronounce the H. It's Herostratus, but stratus almost like the stratosphere. Now, once upon a time, Herostratus picked up a torch and set to work. His infamous act of arson destroyed the greatest temple of the Greek world, one of the seven wonders, a masterpiece of technical and artistic brilliance built in honor of the goddess Artemis, the twin sister of Apollo, the god of the sun. By setting fire to this temple, Herostratus destroyed a pinnacle of human skill and the very symbol of human humility before the divine. Just like that. Simply because he wanted to and because he could. No one stopped him. His arson made him famous. Now later, under torture, well deserved, I assure you, he confessed his motive. He wanted fame at any cost and saw no other way to achieve it. Herostratus was a nameless man with no past and no future, no history and no significance. And yet, neither his act nor the official attempt to erase him, a decree forbidding his name from ever being recorded in the history books, thus preempting his deliverance into what he wanted, eternal infamy. None of that could prevent his notoriety, nor stop him from achieving his objective. Destruction, after all, is a way of violently carving oneself into time, stamping the present with one's own mark and making it an era that bears one's name. Herostratus' name has become synonymous with those who destroy for the sake of notoriety. It's a forgotten name.
Wow.
Perhaps.
I never heard of it.
Thank you. But one that defines a whole type of character. One
evil for its own sake.
Thank you. A character worth dusting off and applying to the present day situation in these United States. You see, for months, words of destruction have shaped political discourse. At first in fearful but still incredulous anticipation after U.S. President Donald Trump's re-election, and now, week by week, with growing certainty. The political rhetoric of recent weeks speaks of an 80-year-old transatlantic alliance being torn apart. Entire components of the United States government are being hacked away with a metaphorical chainsaw. Research university budgets are being slashed, trust eroded, the hopes of Ukrainians crushed, and the dignity of a sovereign state undermined. Which brings us back to Brendan and another famous destructor. Brendan, tell it, brother. Tell it, brother, like it is about Akhenaten.
Oh yeah, well of course one of the most famous destroyers of history was Akhenaton. You know, he took the Egyptian religion and destroyed it, sundered its temples, forced everyone to go to his cult of Aton, and then, you know, all within the 15 or 20 years he was, the absolute leader of Egypt. And then after he died, they tried to erase his name, but he was just too villainous.
Yeah.
He was just too villainous.
He insisted on one god and not a Penelope, correct?
Yeah, he basically, all the other gods were forbidden, and only the Aten was the main god.
And so when their names end with Aten, they're in his school.
And he was one of the first people in history to make an alliance with the Israelites and the Hebrews.
Of course.
Which is why people which is where he learned how to do what he did. But that's why people like Sigmund Freud conjectured that he was possibly even Moses himself. So,
well,
because
that would make
went
sense.
all in on Yahweh.
The Aten is an analog for Yahweh, the ultimate.
That explains
life-giving
why
war
all of the Egyptian stuff was in the Grand Canyon.
How so, Heather?
Well, because the Israelites were Native American, right?
Well, that's the Mormons believe that, yes, but that's not necessarily what.
So if the Israelites were Native American and the Egyptians were in cahoots together, that explains why their presence in the Grand Canyon.
That makes perfect sense if we are to accept that the Native Americans are a lost tribe of Israel. That makes perfect sense, which is why that is actually a component of the Mormon religion. The Mormons, more than anyone else, are fascinated with the concept that Egyptian paraphernalia relics were found in the Grand Canyon and are kept in hiding from the public by various universities. Brendan, how much truth is...
David Hatcher's children.
Oh, it's true. And not to mention that Joseph Smith himself claimed to have found tablets that were gold tablets in that region, in the West, somewhere in the West.
A ship.
That belonged and were handwritten by Jesus himself, and that's where they get their entire book, the Latter-day Saints of Jesus Christ. So that's
and thank you for bringing up David Hatcher Childress. Holly.
That's the only place I ever heard of it.
Okay,
was from him.
Right, and tell us.
But it is true. There's all this weird area of the Grand Canyon with all these Egyptian names and tulpa-shaped rocks and caves, and oh my God, it's riddled.
Wow.
Which is off limits to the public.
Is it?
The Grand Canyon just closed, actually, completely closed down to the public.
Wow.
Well, no surprise. They've got no personnel to guide them.
Well, 90% of it was off limits anyways. So but nowadays,
No, they don't even have a guest center or anything. Nothing is open.
Yeah. I mean, the
neither is
Yosemite side.
What was that, Holly?
I was going to say, for the South Rim was, or which one is it? The Yavapai control a good amount of it on the North Rim, but the South Rim I thought was wide open. But not.
No, if you go too far, though, like the Rangers, well, no, not anymore. But the Rangers
not
would
anymore.
come and get you.
Nobody's doing that.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
So
I don't recommend going.
And how about the lodge down in the bottom?
Oh,
no, nothing. It's all closed.
Well, I believe what Brendan is saying is that I think what Brendan is saying is
these
that
are just the tourist spots. It's huge. I mean, this place is huge.
Right, but Brendan, aren't you saying that even though there's no more park rangers, effectively there are no more park rangers to forbid anybody from entry, you're recommending people don't go anyway because of the sheer danger of going in without park rangers to rescue your ass once you get in trouble, correct?
Well, that, and if you go to the places where the Smithsonian found those Egyptian artifacts, that you'll just get black helicoptered like literally assassinated. I don't think it's wise.
Splattered. You'll get splattered.
Yeah, and like
Day
you'll
before
desiccate
everything,
in a
you're
couple
like,
days,
you
and no one will ever find your body.
True.
They've probably killed tons of hikers that have done that, because if you ask people that go to the Grand Canyon, they'll say,
Right.
do not go off trail, don't go deep into it. Like there's some kind of,
right
you know,
in
taboo.
that area.
Wow. Holy shit.
Wow.
Because there's
There's
supposedly
like
caves at the
YouTubes
bottom
about
of it.
this.
Yeah.
Oh.
You're not allowed. Yeah.
Wow. Holy
And
shit.
David Hatcher Childress broke that story with the Smithsonian old newspapers.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
it was like 14. I mean, there's all kinds of, you know, that's where it first came out. Same with the Mount Shasta. It was like these 14 newspapers were reporting on it in the early part of the century.
That's right.
Incredible. Incredible. Now, thank you for sharing all of that. That's profound. And now, of course, when I speak of the sovereign state status of various invaded nations and how they're being undermined, it brings us back to a concept, of course, from the 1930s. But from that point forward to projecting it forward onto our time today, in terms of the various outrages I've discussed, the list could go on endlessly, fueled by our daily news. The world looks on, shocked, appalled, yet in some quarters, strangely fascinated by the emergence of a new destroyer on the global stage. But why? Think of the motivating or the mentality. It's not necessarily even a motivation, but a mental state that tomorrow doesn't matter. Today, this concept offers a lens through which we can interpret the boundary breaking and upheavals we experience daily. The destroyer considers himself the chosen one, a man of destiny, shaping his era by forcefully dismantling what exists. The destructive character is always at work, which is precisely what makes him so compelling. He seems almost youthful, propelled by a relentless speed of action. Any pause would invite reflection and awareness of the consequences of destruction, and that, in turn, could spell the destroyer's own demise. The moment is the destroyer's measure of time. In other words, the destroyer, like an animal, is always in the present moment. Take Trump, for example. If he were to broker a ceasefire between Russia and the Ukraine, one that merely froze the conflict without securing peace, it would fit perfectly within this logic of the moment, the now, not the later. A quick cut here, then on to the next thing, each day bringing new rubble. When asked whether this pace would be maintained, the White House press secretary responded without hesitation, absolutely! This is all about the joy of destruction. Let me check my incoming notifications. And here we are. These are Heather's away
That
from...
creepy chief of state lady is staying behind the scenes.
Tell us about this. What your impression of her?
She's kind of like Hillary Clinton looking, with a
Okay.
creepy smile. And I was about to confuse her with the press officer,
Okay.
but she is really laying low for sure, doing their things,
Yeah.
things they do.
Yeah.
And
Brendan.
the less I hear about this one or that one, the more I worry.
True enough. With good reason.
Google his chief of state.
Yes.
Yeah. So
She's a piece of work.
I'm sure she is. They all are. Oh, so Brendan, don't be
Much
afraid.
less haggard than the Department of Education wrestling lady.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that whole fiasco.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Tell us about your opinion
So-
on that, and then read this aloud if you'd be so kind. Yes. The myths and
Yeah.
legends.
So this is a tour guide that works in the Grand Canyon, and he says,
Okay.
"What is the Forbidden Zone?"
Yeah.
The myths and legends is a concept in the Grand Canyon linked to these forbidden zones. One of the most famous is the story of an alleged and they always say alleged or it's a hoax or something, but it was actually reported in a newspaper of a discovery in the 20th century supposedly containing Egyptian artifacts and mummies. This myth,
And
as
the mummies
well
were
as
giant,
legends,
were they not? They were giants.
Yeah.
Even
Well,
the ship.
that was a different group. So
Okay.
the Smithsonian took all this shit and hid it.
Yeah.
So there's
Very
so
good
much in
deed.
those areas.
Mm-hmm.
And supposedly they found and other hidden treasures that lured treasure hunters. The story, which appeared in a 1909 article in the Arizona Gazette, was widely debunked as a hoax. However, the aura of mystery surrounding the Forbidden Zone remains. Also, quite a few people go missing at the Grand Canyon, and there are other myths associated with these occurrences. One myth proposes that they were swallowed in an opening in the depths of the canyon. You know. Yeah, so there you go.
Imagine all the YouTubers that are just dying to get in there.
You'll just go missing. I mean,
Know
the people I know that go to the canyon every year, they said do not go past where you're able to go.
Yeah.
Like the established trails are the only safe part of it.
Wow.
So, like whoever is still
It's
down there will just
gnarly.
assassinate you
Sure. But yeah.
and
go
say,
on.
"Oh, you got swallowed by a hole in the canyon." Yeah.
Yeah. Fell off a cliff in the bushes.
So then Heather says, I was thinking that the people that what, Heather? I was thinking that the faces of people with cosmetic surgery overload, maybe it's a species or genetic marker thing and not cosmetic surgery. Okay, Heather. Okay.
Wow.
That was when you talked about like the portrait of the puckering asshole.
Oh, right. Yes.
He's had a lot of face surgery.
You know, what if it's not face surgery? They're like, oh, they've had a lot of cosmetic surgery, you know, like Madonna and stuff. Like, what is that?
And
But that is
hair
maybe it's something they can't hide, and so they just say it's cosmetic surgery, but it's really like a genetic thing, or a reptilian thing, or something.
It's really
Alien.
funny that you
or the
Mitch,
brain-based supplements they take.
Something.
Brains in the blender.
That's an insult to reptilians.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, but
Well, they would think that was funny though.
yeah, but let me tell you, what you're bringing up is important. It's actually quite relevant because there is a reason that all the men and women in Trump's orbit are all starting to look the same. It's difficult to hide in plain sight.
That's right.
Basically, they call it Mar-a-Lago face. They really do. It's
My gosh.
yeah. Basically,
Ozempic. Ozempic mixed with Mar-a-Lago.
yeah. It's
Ozempic face is a thing.
yeah. It's
Eat
I'll have to
whatever
look
you
it up.
want, but still lose weight.
yeah. But as for the men and women of Trump land specifically, there's signs. There's Florida tans. There's big hair. There's caked on makeup. There's all these inflated chests that seem purchased from a Victoria's Secret catalog. By the way, that's just the men that I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, and but you know, this phenomenon is called Mar-a-Lago face, and it's swept the political world overnight when it began to be noticed. It's got all these trademark fillers and razor sharp cheekbones.
Yes, that's the face. That's
Yeah.
exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah, and what you call plastic surgery overload. You know, with Trump recruiting nearly half of his fucking cabinet from Fox News's camera-ready roster of contributors and anchors who are quite comfortable in the makeup chair, the American people have been seeing Mar-a-Lago face broadcasting live from the West Wing ever since. But what looks good on camera does not always translate well in photographs and regular video, and social media users have been definitely starting to notice by making memes out of the Mar-a-Lago makeover. Now, I don't think that it's been actually confirmed that, how do I say it, whether any of the members of Trump's circle have turned to enhancements, but it's still obvious. Laura Trump, Matt Gaetz, Laura Loomer, They've been called out for what they call journeys, that they're on a beauty journey, they say. But Laura Loomer, I mean, her evolution from the average-looking human to Jigsaw has been one of the craziest things I've ever seen. You can take a look at how different her face looks now from then.
Guilfoyle?
Oh, yeah.
My God.
Yeah, there's the South Dakota governess, Kristi Noem, who went from Great Plains Politico to Fox News stand-in. And there was this one social media commentator that...
He radiates evil.
Yeah, he said Kristi Noem got the MAGA makeover. Between the extensions, the veneers, the lip injections, and the Botox, she just ended up looking like a fellow dog hater, Laura Trump. And about Laura herself.
Have you checked out, you know who's...
Yeah?
Bezos' girlfriend.
Who? Bezos?
God.
Bezos' girlfriend.
Yeah.
Well, that's the one that, what's his fuck, Zuckerberg was staring at her tits. Yes, that's right. He was caught staring down her cleavage. Yeah.
Her whole head has been reconstructed. The pictures.
Yeah, it's like, what is he looking at? Freaking plastic.
Gavin?
Yeah. Well, I don't mind plastic tits myself, but yeah.
Oh, well, then you're on the level of that guy.
What they did to her.
Yeah, no, remember, I come from the old days of the strippers, the who made themselves a lot more busy.
Yeah, but that compared to that chick, it's different.
Yeah, well, she's
that lady's like, she might as well be a blow-up doll or something.
Yeah.
Guilfoyle?
Yeah, he's talking about the Bezos girl. Yeah, Bezos. Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, no.
I've seen Doug's
Guilfoyle is married to a Trump.
Okay, yeah.
The 80s chicks were different.
Yeah, they were.
Guilfoyle is a Trump wife.
Yeah.
They were like super hot, and then they just got the boob job. It wasn't like they had to redo the whole face or something.
Thank you. It's true. That is quite true. They all had beautiful faces.
It was like an enhancement instead of a reconstruction.
Thank you. Brendan's got it right. Yeah.
But Bezos' girlfriend is somebody else.
Yeah.
And she...
Probably a dude.
Yeah.
Oh,
but Kimberly Guilfoyle,
possible.
whom Holly's talking about, she not only underwent a physical transformation but a mental one, from a promising law career to
compared to Guilfoyle, compared to Gavin.
Yeah. Yeah.
Didn't take much.
I mean, freaking in the case of Newsom, he's already a multimillionaire. What the hell does he need? What else does he need? These people are just lose it. They lose the wicket. They just go absolutely off the rails.
Completely.
Yeah. Well, he feels
stupid.
Well, since he's got no personality and there's nothing to him, the only thing he can hope for is the office of the presidency.
Admiration.
Yeah, to make him look like he's somehow vindicated himself, that he somehow made it, and therefore somehow that validates his empty existence.
And he never
so
builds
lame.
it up.
Yeah, but Guilfoyle, she went from this promising law career and marriage to liberal California Governor Gavin Newsom, who himself has also mutated to herself being nearly erased as Donald Trump Jr.'s mamacita, which was a term they actually used for her.
She was a stunning beauty. Aristocratic.
But her plastic surgery actually does look botched. It would be like Heather says, overload.
She's rocking it.
Yeah.
No shame.
But then Gates.
So Google up Bezos' girlfriend. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Matt Gates, he went. He's fresh out of a plastic surgeon's chair.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and
but that's what started scaring me. Pelosi was looking like the Joker.
Yeah. Oh well, Pelosi, there's no hope. I mean,
she's like in her 90s.
I mean, what's the point? Yeah.
No more.
Stop,
Pelosi, stop.
Yeah, they pulled the same thing with Schumer now. They said they're trying to get him out because he's so old. And he's like, I'm not leaving.
Oh yeah. Oh, don't even get me started.
He doesn't have a bad facelift.
It's not only just that he's old. It's that you're talking about a piece of human shit who also just voted, like I said, voted for the passing of the Republican budget. You know, as if
And we
like,
gotta save Israel.
yeah, gotta save Israel.
They're in trouble.
Thank you. It all comes down to that. It's that's really all.
Yeah,
it
what
comes
did
down
you
to.
expect? I mean, I
Yeah.
wouldn't expect anything else from them.
Yeah,
We
thank
gotta
you.
help them.
It's like no,
Not
it's,
Ukraine.
yeah.
Israel.
And breaking news: Israel strikes Lebanon after first rocket attack
Yeah.
since ceasefire.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I was gonna send that, but I sent the other one first.
Thank you. Says
They're
here.
not too busy striking the tent camps
Uh,
of the stragglers.
No, well,
went
the
back.
other one I sent just said there's no safe place left in Gaza, so it's just
Nothing.
the mission's complete in that
Yes.
area, so
Yeah.
they moved on.
So they moved
Yeah.
on. It's basically it's 7 people, including a child, were killed and 40 people injured that we know of so far.
They
So-
burned the last hospital.
Yeah.
That's where they all were.
No, of course. And here's another. Bernie Sanders is drawing record crowds as he pushes Democrats to fight oligarchy. It's like,
God damn right.
come on, honey, please do not encourage this man.
No.
Do not encourage this man. This old piece of shit, this old white trash piece of shit, gets up there and says,
Is Amy
yeah,
still on? Is Amy still on? She'll tell you what he did to Vermont. You
Yeah,
don't want that.
yeah, no. I mean,
Why
this
does
fucker's
the
getting up there, and
left
it's like,
other-
what's he saying? There's nothing this fucker's saying other than
killing me.
the people have rights, and everybody just
Yeah.
goes, yeah. It just goes to show, so long as you say something with a definitive,
And
conclusive,
war,
infamous, people
plan,
think it has meaning. You know, it's.
experience. They know how government works.
Bernie Sanders does not know how government works, honey. Oh my God, we've just had some horrible images provided by Heather. It's like these are horrific images.
I'm
Yeah,
cool with Douglas Dietrich.
yeah.
I'll keep in, and I listen to all sides.
Yeah, it's
But I was born the way I am, man.
come on, honey.
Can't help
This
it.
is like Brooke talking about, Dr. Stephen Greer. It's like, yeah,
You're killing me here. You
it's-
are killing me.
Yeah,
We
it's,
gotta have some kind of
who
get
is
Yeah,
this
next-
last individual? Who,
Next, you're about to say, "Feel the burn."
That is
Yeah.
Ken. It's the human
Bro,
Ken
yeah.
doll or something like that. It says
oh my
Wait,
God.
what? Bernie?
No,
that guy. the guy in the last
Oh.
picture that I provided.
That's a
Oh, I
guy?
missed it.
Yeah.
Jesus. Well, things went terribly wrong.
Okay, that's horrible, and they wasted the money, whatever money was
yes,
paid.
Yes. Well, this last woman is infamous. She's actually quite famous because
Yeah.
this last woman married a multi-billionaire who had a cat fetish and wanted her to look like a cat. So she had plastic
Oh yeah.
surgery to look like.
She just died.
Oh, she did? What did she die of?
Yeah.
What did she?
Well,
She was old.
Oh,
I mean-
okay. Yeah. All right.
and
Oh.
I'll bet in a lot of pain from all.
Perhaps. It's
The
yeah.
hormones, the antibiotics. I mean,
They're just all plastic. They're plastic people.
Yeah. Kind of. Yeah. Yeah. Sad.
that's been happening for.
Oh.
So I don't think that would be a genetic thing.
I would hope
Maybe.
not.
Maybe I redact my comment.
Yeah, we can only hope.
Don't go too hard on
She
the
was
plastic surgery.
gender
Some
confused,
people
let's
very
put it
close
that
to
way.
us maybe. the night scene.
He was species confused. Remember that South Park when the dude make himself into a dolphin? It haunts me.
I thank God I missed
It
that.
haunts me.
But,
It was really dark.
I have no doubt. I have no
It was
doubt.
awful.
So all of South Park is dark. I can't imagine why anybody
damaged me.
watches South Park.
I'll put it that way.
Any
I was
episode of
desperate at the
South
time.
Park will leave
Yeah.
you damaged. It's like
Yeah,
it's just
it
something you
damaged me.
shouldn't watch. Yeah, that's yeah. South Park is just awful. It's not good for you. So
I'm a diehard Simpsons fan, though.
Well, Simpsons is like almost repetitive and monotonous, and it just is what it is. Like, I guess,
Fine, whatever.
So many people, it's just comfort food. It's their
Yeah.
comfort food. Yeah.
No, it is. But I was.
This
there
is gonna
when
go
it-
until all the actors die. Like
Yeah.
Nancy Cartwright walks around, and everyone in the comments like just shits on her because she's like, every time she sees someone, she's like, "I'm Bart Simpson," and like they're like, "Okay, we know, old lady, we get it. Like,
Oh,
stop
Jesus.
telling everyone you see that. Like,
Oh,
no one cares."
God, that's
Is he
awful.
still a high? He popped in Scientology. The Simpsons thing was a lot of Scientologists.
Was it? I had no
yeah.
idea. I had no
Oh,
idea.
yeah.
Well, South Park just pissed everyone off
Yeah, it's
because they did the
The first 10
Scientology
years
episode and they
were-
lost
you guys-
cast members.
You guys are too young to understand.
I guess so.
Were quite revolutionary
Okay.
in terms of TV writing. Not that I had time. We didn't have a TV. I drove across town once a week to watch that half hour. So I did, and I laughed my ass off.
Oh my God, that's
Yes,
cute.
I did.
That's
it
cute.
was revolutionary.
That's cute. Well, it was comfort food for a lot of people. I do know
Some
that.
call it the greatest writing theretofore in the history of television.
Yeah, I guess.
Goddamn right it was.
That shows how desperate we are. It really does.
Right?
It's yeah. I know Matt Groening, the creator of The Simpsons, tried to do Life in Hell. He did this Life in Hell thing for a while, and that did not go well. That did not fly.
It was
I
marvelous.
love that.
Are you kidding me? It was one of the greatest graphics ever.
I loved Life in Hell.
I'm sure
Ever.
you did. I'm sure you did.
And his collaboration with the great Linda Barry.
Yeah.
And they were childhood friends. And the book Love is Hell. Oh, man. The one with both of them? That was good.
Oh, God.
Beautiful work.
Well, all of this brings
Devastating.
us back to the joy of destruction. You see,
Yeah.
fun, lightness, and most of all, the radical simplification of an overwhelmingly complex and seemingly incomprehensible politics, that is what Trump promised on the campaign trail and now delivers daily. Rejuvenation, if you will, if expensive creams, diets, supplements, surgery, and garish yellow hair dye can bring back individual youth, why shouldn't an entire aging society be revived? And hasn't America, the young continent, already demonstrated that by severing ties with Great Britain, it could rid itself of the burdens of tradition and history itself? The destroyer amuses because he gives the wildest ideas a platform without concern for reality, rather than acting responsibly and acknowledging problems. A stark contrast, clearly visible in the campaigns of Trump and his Democratic opponent in the 2024 presidential election, Kamala Harris. Now, instead, we have endless paths ahead, binding this pattern of action to a time factor, an overwhelming speed that surprises, even stuns, and distracts, via the words of the German philosopher Walter Benjamin, as written in 1931 while he grappled with the political and economic crises that would soon pave the way for the Nazis' rise to power. We can only note something else, an unbridled joy in destruction. Not the Nazis, but the people the Nazis had to put down, the communists, the Bolsheviks, the Jewish insurgency that was wreaking wrath upon continental Europe, all the while laughing, as exemplified in the movie Cabaret, almost infectiously happy, smirking in triumph, basking in both the act itself and the shock it provokes in others. The exaggerated signatures with a thick black marker on daily executive orders today, gleeful destruction updates marked off on social media, a jubilant cabinet meeting, Thus it was for Benjamin.
Yeah, the Sharpie thing is so cheesy. Man.
Thank you! Tell
Oh
us!
my God.
Yes!
He refuses to use anything else. He says, "Oh, it's somehow he feels that's." I wonder what. Maybe it's so he doesn't like reveal his motor coordinations.
Thank you. Thank you. That's what it is.
Something behind it.
Sharpie and not the flare.
Yeah.
Remember the flare?
Well, usually they use like Mont Blanc, like the highest quality pen, but this dude uses a frickin' Sharpie.
Yes, thank you. Because because he
It's
can't
very
write. No, his coordination it's his nervous system. That's why he said it's the last time for the golf. His nervous system is no longer able to maintain the facade of functionality.
Yeah, that's why he has the cuck chair.
Got it.
And he won his last tournament.
Yeah.
Isn't that the way to go?
Well, of course, everyone.
Well, it was his own tournament.
Yeah, it's his own tournament.
They just. It's
That's
like
what
when
I'm
you
saying.
have the Mad King, you just let him win so he doesn't kill you.
Thank
I'm
you.
not admiring.
Like, good job, everyone's clapping. Like, oh.
Yeah, of course.
This is like Henry VIII shit.
Yeah, perfect.
Brilliant. Yeah. So they don't get their head cut off.
No, that's very astute. Thank you, Brendan. Yeah. And thus it was for the German historian Benjamin that destruction also holds the potential for new possibilities. Indeed, destruction brings a sense of liberation. It sheds excess baggage, reduces everything to its essence. Now, to
Black people get to run wild.
There you go.
That's what they want, right?
Yeah. Now, to read from Benjamin, the historian of Germany in the 1930s, he said, and I read therefrom, he is capable of seeing at any moment that things cannot go on like this. For him, the only thing that matters is the certainty that he does not live a single moment without a historical mission. Some preserve things by making them untouchable and conserving them. Others preserve situations by making them disposable and liquidating them. These are the destructive ones. Destruction rejuvenates. It cheers one up, because clearing things away offers the destroyer clarity, a radical simplification, if not an affirmation of his own state, and how much simpler the world becomes when viewed solely through the lens of its worthiness for destruction. The destructive character sees nothing as permanent, but for that very reason, he sees pathways everywhere. Where others encounter walls or mountains, he sees a way through. Now, vis-a-vis this Benjamin fragment I have just now read, Benjamin defines what he calls the destructive character, elevating it, if only briefly, into a conceptual framework, albeit sans making any direct reference to the ancient figure Herostratus. Regardless, this is precisely the moment when we all heard, in stunned disbelief, that the Russian war against Ukraine could be ended in no time, with a mere wag of the finger at Ukraine's president, instructing him on the supposed path to peace. Such paths can lead to ruin, ruination, or to escape. If we combine the aforecited Benjamin's idea with the philosophy of the French art historian Georges Didi Huberman, we see new ways of thinking about human history and the arrangement of the world itself. Previously unthinkable paths, because they contradict the fundamental values of the global order, are now treated as viable, even innovative, as if they offer instant solutions. If Trump's supposed peace for Ukraine, there be, in his supposed peace for Ukraine, his proposed peace, there be no concern for the suffering nation's salvation or destruction therein. Only Trump's own repositioning as an actor on the world stage, reshuffling existing factors to serve his own interests. America is simply inserted into that equation, not as the guardian of freedom, but as a self-serving force. Trump sees paths others dismiss, paths where sovereignty, human rights, and national integrity are thrown into the ditch like so much garbage. According to the philosopheress Maria Teresa Costa, destructive figures are those who ultimately enable a new use of objects. In other words, for their own interests, anything goes. And this is precisely where the fascination lies for a segment of the public. Breaking the rules, not secretly, but in plain sight, without restraint, without limits. Is this not a reflection of childhood impulses now turned into political reality? A society riddled with stagnation and aimlessness finds itself drawn to the destroyer's visible energy, his relentless movement. He appears as a savior for those who dream of taking action but lack the means. It is hyperactive, mindless, wildly productive chaos with devastating consequences. But does that matter? For the destroyer's followers, at least something is happening at a speed bureaucracy can never match. All simply because he can. Erostratus left ruins behind. Benjamin's destructive character leaves an empty space that opens up new futures without predetermining them. Unlike Erostratus, Benjamin's destructive character is not purely negative, but transitional. Trump's brand of destruction, however, is temporal and erratic, mindlessly reconstructing from the wreckage according to the taste of the moment. This requires potency and the ability to diagnose the times. It is his rapid action, and not just his words, that instinctively gauges time and its mood, creating not necessarily change, but at least movement at the seemingly right moment. Destruction and creation, born from his own observation, will, and recognition of the deficiencies of others. The archaic figure of the destroyer, and to some extent Benjamin's destructive character, shape an entirely unique contemporary figure, one who forcibly imposes his presence on history. Just as he seeks to leave his mark by shattering a time once shared by many, defined by common norms, and reshaping it all in his own image, simply because he can, and because in doing so, he is writing his own history. The postmodern Erostratus of 2025. Let us not surrender our time or the temple of our values to him. For the U.S. President Donald Trump's mismanagement of economic policy has proven itself a disaster. Previously, it would have been unfathomable for a president, including Trump during his first midterm, to inflict so much harm on the economy deliberately. As alarmed as I am, however, I am not panicked. While a recession remains likely, I would call them, or at least I'm hoping there be, equilibrating forces in the political system that may yet apply the brakes to this madness. Trump's campaign policy agenda had both pluses and minuses. While there were obvious flaws, much of what he wanted to do would have been considered to advance prosperity for the few, if not the many. As recently as late January, I myself observed that Trump stood on solid ground for a good start running, but his approaches to AI and antitrust enforcement were never promising, and his commitments to expanding domestic energy production, eliminating harmful regulations, and cutting corporate taxes were purely rhetorical, playing to his sponsorship. Investors never agreed with my assessment, of course. The S&P 500 and the NASDAQ each hit all-time highs following Trump's election in November, and stayed high well into February, high on their own fumes because their heads were up their ass. But as I always predicted, in recent weeks, Trump has reversed that good start. I resolutely condemn the objectives of Elon Musk's DOGE, his DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, to reduce the scope of government activity and eliminate mandatory spending. Obviously, DOGE's chaos has spooked consumers and investors. Worse, Trump's on-again, off-again tariff increases and open hostility toward crucial trading partners, Canada, Mexico, and the European Union, have they've soured business and consumer sentiment, increased inflation expectations, chilled investment, and sent stocks plunging. On March 13th, but 10 days ago, the S&P 500 sank into a correction, falling 10% from its record high 3 weeks previously. Why is Trump doing this? I'll offer 3 explanations. First, we are witnessing rank incompetence. As has been widely reported, DOGE has charged into federal agencies and mass-fired workers only to attempt to rehire them days later when it realized how important they were. It is repeatedly posting data with significant errors about its spending cuts. Clearly, there be no plan here. DOGE simply has no idea what the fuck it is doing, and all its frenetic activity has amounted to naught but confusion. There have been no material spending cuts. Federal spending in February was higher than in any previous recorded month in American history. If anything, DOGE's ineptitude is guaranteed to set back the cause of reducing the size and scope of our government. Trump's execution, his misexecution of trade policy, has been equally incompetent. Many Trumpologists are trying to discern a strategy, as if the president were playing 5-dimensional chess, as they insist he is. He is not. There be no master plan. There never was. For example, behind his decision to enact a large tariff increase on Canada on March 4th, then exempt automobile manufacturing on March 5th, and then exempt goods in compliance with the USMCA, the United States, Mexico, Canada agreement that he contrived to replace NAFTA in all its plagiarism thereof on March 6th. The second explanation is that Trump is a true mercantilist who genuinely and wrongly believes that if the American empire is running a bilateral trade deficit with another country, it must be losing economic value to that country. Exempli gratiae. He has criticized U.S. businesses that import labor from Canada. I mean to say lumber, but the lumber requires Canadian labor. He has criticized American businesses that import lumber from Canada on the grounds that the U.S. has more lumber, he actually said this, than we can ever use.
Right.
He refers to lumber imports as a subsidy, as if we're giving them welfare for this. Now, Trump's mercantilism helps to explain how his misadministration can be pursuing so many, often conflicting trade policy objectives concurrently. At various times, the White House has argued that tariffs will reduce fentanyl imports and illegal immigration, provide federal revenue to finance tax cuts, and force other countries to lower their barriers against American imperial exports. Trump's misactions appear more rational if you remember that he sees a lower bilateral trade deficit as a win in and of itself. If he can achieve a few of these other objectives as well, he may consider that icing on the cake. But there be a third, more ominous explanation. It's quite possible that Trump may have recently bought into the MAGA view that the American imperial economy needs a fundamental, painful transformation. He said as much on March 9th in an interview on Fox Business. When asked about the damage from his tariffs, Trump replied that, for years, the big globalists have been ripping off the United States. What I have to do is build a strong country. You can't really watch the stock market. If you look at Red China, they have a 100-year perspective. We go by quarters. You can't go by that. What we're doing is we're building a tremendous foundation for the future. Trump then smeared the decidedly pro-business Wall Street Journal with the same aspersion. Globalist is a slur in the MAGA movement, and he has repeatedly declined to rule out a recession.
You let the globalists in the barn.
Regardless, this type of anti-elite rhetoric and calls for economic pain are common among MAGA fags like Steve Bannon and Vice President J.D. Vance, but they are historically unusual coming from Trump himself. It is still unclear whether Trump really has been converted to an ideology that welcomes harmful economic outcomes, but if he has, and it looks by all evidence that that be the case, the outlook for 2025 and beyond is troubling to say the least. Now, by the way, I'm going to take a look at some of the notifications from our man. Here we are with our dear man Brendan. Yes, you wore those specs in the ghoul video. Yes, quite true. You do remember that, dear Brendan. This is Hellsing. For those of you who don't know, the illustration has been provided in the text box here in our call, but that's not really Hellsing, the doctor whose estate is now integral, hence the name Integra, his daughter. It's integral to the Church of England. Yes.
That's Alucard.
Yes, that's Alucard, which is Dracula spelled backward.
In the early drawings.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, to bind him, in his state, because in the lore, the father, who was Van Helsing, bound Dracula as like the ultimate weapon, the ultimate vamp.
Yes.
But if you look at the early art style, and even into the later ones, that it was completely based off of your, what I saw you wearing and what just, even like I said, those specs, you actually own those specs. That's like those glasses. Because you were wearing them in the Ghoul video.
That's correct.
All those weird old white guys were like smiling at you and shit in that video, and the dude with the turban.
Yes.
That was odd.
Yes. Oh my God. There you go. Yes.
Like, who were those fuckers?
Yeah, just
attendees.
These are the kinds of attendees you have at those conferences.
The UFO. Yeah.
Yes. Oh my fucking God.
They were like smiling at you and shit, and it's like, what is this guy doing? Like,
yeah.
Anyways, sorry you had to go through that.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's horrible.
Yes. Oh my God.
You're like talking all highbrow shit, and then you get these weirdos. Like the dude with the turban was wild.
Yeah. It's coming in, looking at my ass. They're all checking out. They're all checking out my ass. They're coming in behind the camera, behind me, checking out my ass. Yeah.
Literally scoping you up and down.
Yeah.
Like, walking around you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the guy comes up and smiles at you, like trying to hit on you. It's horrible.
Yeah. Stripping me with their eyes. Yes, I know. Yes, that's where I'm not so used to it. It would send my flesh crawling. Yeah.
Yeah. And anyone who's into face reading can like see your eye movements and stuff, and like see that you're telling the truth.
Thank you.
Like there's no none of it was deceptive. It was just like and you have like a profound. I don't know how to explain it. Like
kind of a shining light.
Oh, thank you.
I've seen it too.
Well, I just mean like or what would be the word for it? Face reading wise, you're like incredibly stable.
Thank you.
Like your eyes don't move. Is that something you were trained in, or?
Obviously. Yeah, definitely. There was training there. Yeah. Thank you for asking. Yeah.
That's why Brooke was all. She was like coming in the pants and shit.
Oh yeah, taken in, and paid the price dearly. For dear. Yes. Oh my
Yeah.
God. And no, that's thank you. I appreciate that interlude profoundly. And yeah, all important.
Do you still have those glasses? Because that'll be like
I'll
something for
have
the
to.
museum later.
I'm gonna try and find them. I'll see if I can dig them up. God knows, so much was lost. So much has been lost over the years, especially when we were in fucking Australia. So much was lost. I don't believe I took them with me there. I don't believe I took them with me there. But you never know.
Well, that video was recorded in 2010.
Yeah, that's right. Long time ago. I mean, Jesus Christ, 15 years by now. God knows, as soon as I find a sponsor, first thing I need to do is just refurbish my wardrobe again. God knows. Stuff that I can actually wear as opposed to leave at the estates, because the stuff people often see me in photographs is simply too valuable. If I took that around with me or actually wore it, would have lost half of it by now. There's just too much that happens. Yeah. Both Holly and Brendan have met myself. Of course, I do physically change over time, and as Brendan says, I'm destined to change physically a bit more in the near future. But we'll leave that to ourselves for now.
It happens to us all.
Yes. Though in my case, though, I'm glad to say, for the better, because as I'm much more new. When you saw me, dear Holly, I was starving. I was not getting the regular intake of blood that I do now, so I have reversed in aging. So, and that will continue a little bit more as time goes on.
Well, all I know is you were blazing tonight.
Well,
on
bless
fire. And I learned a bunch of stuff from Brendan as well.
Of course.
And I'm so grateful.
Well, that fire was just the hellfire. That's from Lucifer. That's different.
There we are.
Right, or something.
And
whatever. Yes. But I feel very...
Well, it is the light bringer.
Yes.
Experience this tonight.
And being around Doug's not for everyone. Not for the...
True enough.
Not to be trifled with.
And I gotta say goodnight, but I'm not leaving.
Understood.
So,
we love you.
Yeah, same. My phone is diminishing, so good luck. And
oh my God, thank you for the forewarning to both of you. We love you both.
Really?
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah, but you lived to see Hellsing get manifest in the modern context. So there you go.
I did.
That's a win.
It is. It is to have lived to have seen that after my first. Exposing it in a positive sense to the world, it's gratifying. It really is.
With the help of the Japanese.
Yes, of course.
And and did you see so you left a comment on someone's thing a while back with the link to the Japanese American Peace Treaty?
Yes.
And
tell people about that. Tell people about your relation, please, by all means.
I actually read through it. Yeah,
yes.
I actually read through the Japanese American Peace Treaty, and that if that's not proof that they won, I don't know what the fuck.
Thank you.
No one actually reads it.
Yeah.
It's like Japan was allowed to keep all of its territory, and then they tried to spin it and say, we're forcing Japan to trade with the West and shit, like as if that's gonna like harm them.
Yeah.
Like the way they worded it.
It's what they fought for. It's what they fought for. That's why they started the war.
Yeah, but they spin doctored it. They said, we are forcing Japan to not deny any Western trade routes. As if that's gonna harm them somehow. Like how is that that's a punishment now? Look what it did to them. Look what it gave them. Now they're the most famous people on earth, like the most prosperous and everything.
Yes, not to mention a cultural trendsetter. Yes, but go on.
Beyond. They're cutting edge. I mean, they're beyond cutting edge. I mean, every child on earth knows Dragon Ball, anime, all of that.
Absolutely.
So it's like they're beyond culturally relevant. Yeah. More so than America ever was, I think, in my opinion.
Thank you.
But
thank you.
And positive and more positive. It's inspiring.
Thank you.
But
yes.
You put that there, and then I read through it, and the representative of Syria is Faisal al-Khoury, who was born on the border of Syria and Lebanon because the borders had changed. But he basically was friends with the Syrian monarch. He was a Christian, and all of that. And I don't really know how much I want to reveal, but some people in my family are actually related to his family.
Incredible. Incredible.
Yeah. Like the al-Khoury family are the Christians in Syria, or that were there. that are pretty much all eliminated at this point. But I'm directly related to that guy. So the dude that signed the Japanese-American Peace Treaty is one of my relations. So I was like shocked.
That's incredible. Like, wow. I mean, I'm so impressed, and this is profound. And
my grandpa was so cynical; he just talked shit about that. He never told me about that. He said, "Oh, you know, that's your grandma's family. They're a bunch of scammers." You know, he was so cynical because of all the shit that had happened. You know, so it's just he never really mentioned it.
Wow,
but it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, it really does, and it goes to show
he married into that family.
Wow, incredible, and I'm deeply impressed, profoundly so, and
Same.
It goes to show that we have historical links. We've got backstory before we were even born.
Yeah,
you and I,
which explains all the targeting. I didn't know. I had no idea.
There you go. It does. It's one of the factors. I believe there were other elements to your genetics that they're after as well.
Yes.
And but definitely, thank you for sharing that. That's on record now, and we'll return to it again later in the near future.
Yes.
We'll keep returning to that because that's a subject. Especially George will be impressed by that. George and I will deeply appreciate that.
Yeah, and I was shocked. I was like, "What the heck?" I was like, "No way!" And I looked it up, and this guy, he advocated for like a Syrian monarch, and he actually was against Pan-Arabism for some reason. Like, we'll have to go into the details of his life, but this dude was pretty high level.
Yeah, you know. Yeah, definitely. And because your phone is dying, do me a favor. I've got an eyelash in my eye I want to wash out. I'll be back in a few minutes. Can you hold the stage for a few minutes and speak further on some of the topics we covered tonight? And I'll be back in just a few minutes. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to go mute.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
That's great. Yeah, only because you didn't call it a wanker. So, yeah. And then, so when it comes to Doug being Alucard, I mean, people think it's like an indulgence or somehow it's, that sounds so absurd, but he was the artistic model clearly and definitively for that character. Like there's, there's no explanation why it's so on point. And you could see it in the early sketches of the Hellsing manga, which was actually originally a hentai. So it's an even more connection to Doug because that's what all he was doing was just drawing crazy shit like that, So it's, so if you look at the early Hellsing renditions and even the later ones, but like where they refined it into like actually Dracula and all that stuff. But the early Alucard sketches are just like one-to-one Douglas. It's like profound. Yeah. Profoundly similar. Like here, I'll put another couple in the chat. Let's see what else. Like some of these are like, I mean, it's really hard to even deny that they're somehow like there's no way that it's not Doug, basically is what I'm saying. Let me see if I can get this one in the chat and you guys can all see it. Or at least the people on the call. But you can just look up Hellsing by Kohota Hirano. He wrote the storyline. But like Doug was saying, he'd worked with these production companies where they were just taking what he was giving them and all his art and, different things like that. And there you go. So the first one was released in 1998. So you can look at that, see what was inspired. And then the whole storyline also, was totally, about the 1,000-Year Reich coming back and all of that. That was all Doug's revelation. So there you go. And even where he's holding the crucifix in his mouth, I think that's another Dougism because I haven't seen anyone else share that. And it's actually in the, let me see if I can get it here. It's actually his, is it this one? We'll have to ask him when he comes back. Let's see. What is this? Peruvian fisherman? What happened to the Peruvian fisherman? 95 days.
I thought you could read it if you wanted to. It looks like he survived on turtle blood and cockroaches for 95 days.
95 days? How did he get lost like that?
I don't know. Something to think about.
Lost at sea. Yeah, well, that'll give you a perspective. He said it was my faith in God. Yeah, that's all you have left. Like, I mean, if you're out there.
What did he do?
Oh, I'm back. Let us know.
He
What
just
did he
got
do?
lost at sea. He just got lost at sea.
Oh, who? What?
This Peruvian fisherman. This is just some Heatherism.
Okay.
This Peruvian fisherman got lost for 95 days. He was lost at sea.
Jesus.
Survived on a diet of cockroaches and fish and turtle blood.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, God.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do.
Yes.
But
Yes.
I was just giving people the rundown of the Hellsing backstory. Like you're the only person I've ever seen that's posed with a crucifix in their mouth like that.
Yes.
So
Thank
they took
you.
it directly from you. Like,
They did.
especially the early ones.
Yes.
And the first edition, that before it was published as like a mainstream manga, it was a straight up hentai.
Yes.
so
Porn.
everyone,
That's
so
right.
of course it was based off of you.
Yes. Yes.
And then of course the 1,000-Year Right comes back, and you're the only person that's ever talked about that. So it's just or revealed it, So it's just there you go.
Yes. That's thank you. All very true and
because people always come out and say, "Oh, Doug's just indulging," or you get RKC doing his stupid spin.
Yeah.
And it's like, but there's no other. I mean, after seeing you in person, I mean, there's no way it's not based off of you. It's impossible.
Thank you.
Like,
Thank you.
Like you couldn't like reconstruct your whole life to be based off of that. There's no way.
No.
There's no
No,
way.
it's the other way around.
It's impossible.
Yes.
Yeah, it's impossible.
For those of you who don't know, this was at the time. It wasn't too long after I stole what I stole from the U.S. government concerning objects directly from the Roswell atrocity, the crash of the Aero dreadnoughts based on the Japanese self-immolating, suiciding en masse by...
Yeah, and I meant to ask you. Well, I don't know if I should ask you on air. I meant to ask you to see one of those things, but we were just going through so much.
Oh, God, I'd have to... Hopefully I could find it again. I mean, I remember I did not take any parts of that with me to Australia, thank the gods. But
well, someone that you were talking to said that you showed it to them.
I did. I had it on video in the Roswell and the Rising Sun, and I've got one of the parts somewhere here in the crypt, and I haven't been able to find it yet since. Even though I had placed it in a place where I should remember where it was when I checked it. Yeah, but I don't
no,
see
just
who
seeing your
taken.
front door, it's a black hole.
Yeah,
I already can tell.
Yeah, I don't. I think half these things are taken by the dead, and sometimes they're returned. All I can say is that it's got to be somewhere in here. It's somewhere in here theoretically. I can't. There's no one who could have taken it because people can't even get in here. So it's yeah. So hopefully one of these days I can show you. I can't promise anything in the
No worries.
Yeah, in the immediate sense. The other thing is that I did hold it in my hand so people can view it on video in the Roswell and the Rising Sun video. So I did hold it in my hand in that video. The one particular part that's the most important. The other thing to be brought up about that was after I brought parts like that to the Japanese, the majority of which was to be taken, bigger parts and objects, were taken to put into their Hakui City Memorial Museum that was then investigated by the FBI because of the federal property that had been stolen. All of this led to inevitably Hakui City not being built as a Roswell atrocity memorial museum, but as a standard kind of space museum. What had happened was that for all the while that was going down, that kind of making certain that this got to the Japanese, I was working through a front company known as Terraporto or Teleport USA. So the Teleport USA was basically like a clearinghouse for industrial espionage. Just what they were stealing in terms of U.S. Industrial secrets. And so when I was working with them, I was speaking to any number of people that ultimately turned out many of them had connections with the anime on the manga industries. And this resulted in what could only be called a Dietrichonic revolution in Japanese media, which Brendan can attest to. It was from that period of time, Japanese anime
late
changed
90s. This one came out in 98. Then I think 95, 96 was Ghost in the Shell. I mean, it was all like a whole new wave, a whole new gen of that stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. And then Vampire Hunter D was like very Dietrich, but it's like it was proto. It was like proto or something.
Yes. Yeah. But definitely, you know, I had been reaching out to the Japanese. So
well, that had come out in the 80s. I mean, you
that's right.
had to have been right.
That's true. I was young then. It was my mother who was talking with the Japanese at that point, so that was more inspired by her than anything else. It's kind of like what they felt her son would grow up to be,
makes sense.
Yeah, but Vampire Hunter D, as our man Brendan says, that was 80s, and the first cartoon is very reflective of like 80s video games in terms of its aesthetic. Its aesthetic looks very 80s video games like. So it's much harder to watch than the Vampire Hunter D that was done later, which was obviously superior in terms of its animation. And at that point, of course, by the time that was made, I was a young adult. So that was coming along at the time of Alucard and all the rest of that. So they were remaking it with far more. In that one, you see Dracula being referenced via way of the Blood Countess, by way of the Blood Countess and the literary Dracula's wife, etc. So that they bring that more into that one. And,
I love that. Yeah, that was good.
Yes, that's right. So here we are. The new Hellsing AI system would be.
Oh, I could just say it. So presumably this new Hellsing system. Do you think it's supported by these kind of Ice Reich technologies through some kind of agreement? Because how are they able to, within the last few months of last year, they have all of a sudden all the infrastructure to build all this shit within literal months? I haven't heard of this Hellsing company. It's brand new, you know, and they've already deployed and implemented it within months. So that was what I was saying, is like, is this new Hellsing AI system, could it be supported in secret by the Ice Reich tech through Greenland? That's why Chester the Cheeto wants to stop it as per his orders. That was why he kept saying it even before he came in. He was just obsessed with it.
Yeah.
And the only person that would know the details is someone like Putin.
Yeah.
In that sense.
Yeah. No, all of that is quite astute. That observation is astute. And certainly what I would say is that what does it remind me of? What is a kind of parallel incident here? Well, a good... Here's
like,
something.
Could the Europeans have pandered to the Reich after a while and just said, "Look, we need help. I know it's, I know we fucked you over, but," or is that something that's almost too much? Too
no,
beyond?
It would be more along the lines that in terms of the interface with the surface world, it's usually referenced, but the Ice Reich, of course, is an excellent reference. I like the reference Ice Reich, and it's not inappropriate at all. And I've heard the term used, but when it comes to the term that was usually used, it would be the third power, or how would you say it in the German? Drittmacht, right? That's
Dritte Macht.
Yes, Dritte Macht. And so with Dritte Macht would be basically approaching the Europeans, not the other way around. And it would be just approaching the European elites and offering them this in basically return for something else. And mostly what that would probably be the kind of trade renegotiations, because their elites still want a lot of German genetic technology, etc. So in exchange, the Germans are probably still getting... Well, the Germans are probably still getting a lot of resources that can only be had on the surface world. For instance, there are certain strategic metals that source from meteorites that you tend to find on the surface world because they struck the surface of the Earth, and they never really made it by tectonics or any kind of seismic phenomena into the Unterland realm. The Unterland realm has minerals you can't get on the surface, but the surface has minerals that come from space that you can't readily get in Unterland. Now, even though the Reich can access a lot of minerals like that from the moon and through their space technologies, sometimes it's just so much easier to deal with the people on the surface world for these kinds of minerals. And in exchange for that, in particular, they would probably offer this technology and propose that it be used in helping to stabilize the situation on the surface world, because if the surface world gets completely out of balance, if it becomes totally imbalanced, the Reich knows that the desperation will drive people to seek shelter in Unterland, and they don't want that. Where Trump is coming from is
not to mention like you said, the technology drilling for energy and all that shit.
Thank you. So you heard what I said.
Which could potentially destabilize even the tectonics itself, and everyone's fucked.
Yeah,
They don't know what they're doing.
Yes, that's right. Probably.
Like, you know, it's bad when the Russians even stop doing it, so you know it's definitely not recommended.
Well, the Russians,
they're reckless.
Yes, the Russians are reckless as hell, and the Russians just don't give a shit. So, but what happened mostly was, if you ask me, was basically the Third Reich sabotaged the drilling. Just simply sabotaged the drilling capacity. And by Third Reich, I mean the 1,000-year Reich in exile. But the company which Brendan is referring to is Quaise Energy. I believe it's pronounced Quaise, but it's spelled Quaise. So it's Quaise or Quaise Energy.
The Millennium Project is
there we are. Thank you. They do. Yes. And and this
Millennium Kaikaku.
Yeah.
Or the Last Battalion. There
you go. Yes. Thank you. That's quite right. That's quite And but of course, when I think of Quaise Energy, why is it the Q? Always the Q. Basically, you've got this groundbreaking effort to tap into deep geothermal energy. They aim to drill 12 miles into the Earth's crust and thereby unlock this clean, unlimited power source for millions of years. We're talking about something that it could sustain human power consumption for millions of years on the surface world. But like fracking, maybe this has a pollutant effect on potential caverns in Unterland, or potentially could impact caverns in Unterland with some kind of byproduct. It might be clean for the surface world. Doesn't mean it's going to be clean underneath, but definitely Trump is well aware of this revolutionary drilling technology. He wants Greenland for that reason, because Greenland has the former station, which was colloquially referenced as Ice Station Zebra, even though that's not its real name. It was simply the station from which America dealt with the Third Reich in terms of trade for many years before everything fell apart in the Clinton administration.
Here's your answer.
Yeah.
Their main partners and investors: MIT, Cambridge, Oak Ridge National Laboratory, the evil triangle.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
And then there's a bunch of other ones, but they're all just military contractor type like groups.
Yeah.
ARPA is one of them, of course.
Yeah. Now, Brendan found out that Trump apparently is, like Howard Hughes, obsessed with the movie Ice Station Zebra. Howard Hughes would watch it every day, and apparently Trump practically does as well.
I don't think I found that. That was someone else, right?
Really? I thought that was you who told me that you found that out about Trump was watching Ice Station Zebra almost every day. It was somebody told me. I thought it was you. There's few other people that would tell me such a thing. But for those of you, just so everybody knows.
I'm told Trump watches it every day. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. And so Ice Station Zebra was a big deal for Howard Hughes. He loved the film, and he had sponsored it. And
which has to do with an underground, nuclear or something, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Semi-secret U.S. nuclear base. There you go.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. And when it comes to Ice Station Zebra in Greenland, this was a station that had been used for a long time in these trade talks, and then essentially was out of commission for a long while. It's basically on the edge of a massive fissure from which the German Flügelrads emerge in order to conduct these trading talks. And everything broke down during the Clinton administration, where all communication broke off with the Reich. not because the surface world wanted to sever, is the Reich did. The Reich suddenly severed all communications. But when it comes to that's why Trump wants total control of Greenland, so that he can, in isolation, deal with the Reich and try to bargain with them to initiate these drilling procedures without going to war with the Reich or provoking the Reich into war. So that's basically when when that's where he's coming from. But as for the British and the Hellsing technology, the technology is probably traded with the Third Reich in exile through the surface world representatives, what's called the Third Power, Dritte Macht. Yeah. And so aside from that, you've got a great understanding of the dynamics, and so when it comes to Ice Station Zebra, I'll see what I can remember about it. I don't think I even spoke about that in the Nexus
Macht.
article. Dritte Macht.
The AI, the German's so complicated, the AI can't even do it.
Interesting.
It says Dritte Potenz, but no, that's not how any German would say that. Dritte Macht. Third power.
Yeah. Thank you. That's
or das Dritte Macht.
Excellent. Das, as opposed to D or die.
Das is the neutral.
Yeah. Okay.
The neutral form of the. Yeah.
The word the. How many words the are there in German? There's too many.
Yeah.
There's
three main ones.
Okay.
Der, die, das. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
And the conventions are super complicated. That's why people can't learn German. Even the AI has trouble with it.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
It's
Der, die, das, die. I still remember from German class. It's tough.
Oh. Yeah, it definitely is. It's
because some words that you would think are feminine become masculine if you use them with certain conjugations, and it gets so complex. You have to memorize it. It's tough.
Yeah,
That's
definitely.
German's one of the hardest languages on earth, literally.
Yeah, it is, and that's to their advantage. But it makes it hard on the rest of us, and it's I don't know if I'll ever learn it or be able to learn it. At any rate, what I
Shit, if you're rich, you can. You got time.
Yeah, true enough. Let's hope I get to that.
Or
point.
in my case, have a super hot Lithuanian chick teach you.
Yeah, that's it.
Because I took it one time. I took it with an American teacher, and she was this, washed up Bowieite ex drama teacher that was like just happened to have learned German, and I didn't remember any of that. And then all of a sudden, this next chick I took all of her classes, and I remember German forever.
Oh wow!
She was like super attractive Lithuanian teacher.
Jesus, yes, cool.
She was amazing, but she was a nice lady too. But it just,
Didn't you wind up having dinner with her over at her house?
Yeah, we all did. We had like some kind of get together or something. But she was married and had kids. But like, she just has those, something about those Baltic chicks are really,
yes.
Like, she was married, had 3 kids, and still looked like amazing. It was great.
That's amazing.
If that happened here, they would not.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it makes you like ugly or something. It's just there's just something different about them.
Yeah. But by the way, the real denomination of the secret base in northern Greenland was NORAD 40. NORAD was an acronym for North American Air Defense. That acronym they ceased using after a while. But remember that idiot who was the father of Derek Talley working for NORAD? What a piece of shit he was.
Oh, it was horrible.
Yeah.
He was probably lying to the poor bastard.
Probably. Probably. I'm sure he just made up what he was saying. He probably working there on the base as a janitor, if anything. Not to, of course, insult janitors. That, with all due respect to all the work that Brendan does, Yeah,
but I'm not like a janitor by trade. I'm like, it's by, what would be the word?
Well, circumstance of survival, of course.
Life destruction.
Yes. Yes. By the way, there's this sad little joke from Heather about these eggs, one egg being fried, and all these little faces on the eggs.
Yeah, what was that?
It's just, it makes me hungry. I actually want to eat the egg, but yes, it's so sad
Yeah.
the way it's presented. Yes, but that's cute.
Well, none of us could afford eggs.
Yeah,
I
none of
walked
us
by
can
the
afford
egg aisle
eggs.
the other day, and I was like shocked.
Tell
So
us
glad I
again.
don't eat that shit.
Oh my God, what's
It
the
was
price?
like the basic generic egg, you know,
Yeah.
like the classic grocery store one that used to cost $1
Yes.
is 10. It was like $10.95. I was like, holy shit, you know. And there's nothing on the shelves, so whatever's left is like astronomical expensive because we're just getting ravaged by plagues and disease and all kinds of shit, you know. Like
Yes.
we're in the death throes of the empire and shit. Like,
Oh God, it's awful. We're in bad times. These are grim.
interesting time.
Yeah, as the Chinese would say, as a predilection. But
I hope
definitely.
you see interesting times.
Yes, may you live in interesting times. Yes, it's a curse.
Yeah, and also in Hellsing they have the vampirized armored Kampfgruppe, which is a real unit that you have talked about.
Yes,
You know,
true. Yes.
so there you go.
Yeah.
They wear standard German field gray SS uniforms, spotted face cloth, and ultraviolet protection gas masks to prevent, you know, the sun from burning them and shit.
Yes.
So-
Yes. Yes, quite so. And all that's based on the history that, isn't really exposed very much or very well in the vampirology book that was published via
it's
V. Peter
butchered.
Moon,
Oh,
because
God,
he butchered the
horrible.
hell out of it, published only half of it, and even had repetitive parts. It's like he's such a bottom piece of shit, just a bottom feeding piece of shit that it was determined to sabotage everything in every possible way, and hopefully.
Oh, and I was like clicking through your old interviews with all these sabotaged interviews. The one that says recovered under.
Yeah, threat of lawsuit. That was the
that one.
Yeah,
oh
move
my
on.
God, Pete looks so bad in that.
Yeah.
Like, why would he have his camera on? It was like shocking.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God, he looks so bad.
Yeah, well, he always did and always does.
Shit.
It's like, no, he's so repulsive.
So he has like even back then he had no, what is it called, self-awareness. It was just it was horrible. It was like,
he has no self-awareness.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he is. He's just plain fucking crazy. And
like, I know when I look like that, I ain't turning my camera on.
Yeah,
He was sitting there talking.
Yeah, and totally unaware.
He looked like Jabba the Hutt.
Yes,
horrifying.
Yes, bloated, bald. Just a.
It was like shocking.
Yes, like the deep sea fish that emerges and it's all decompressed, and so it bloats. It bloats when it's decompressed, and it has that big flat nose. Yeah, that's his nose isn't so noticeable. It's just his eyes are so small compared to his head. He's got these little pig
and
eyes.
I hate to go ad hominem, but it's just like it was bad. It was like shocking.
That ain't ad hominem. That just is what it is. He knows he's grotesque. He knows he's fucking
just
gruesome.
like an observation.
Yeah, and he doesn't care. But the worst of it was, poor Paola. You see in those photographs. Remember how she's just cringing when he's like trying to move in on her, in those photographs.
Yeah. Oh, I can't imagine having to sleep next to him. Oh,
yes. Oh God. Well,
I feel bad for her, like you said. Yeah, it's like you got to feel bad for the lady.
Of course. Just
she got what she got what she needed, but it's just still.
Yeah, the price she paid. The price she
wasn't
paid.
worth it.
Yeah, will leave her psychologically scarred.
It's like an axolotl.
Yes. Yes, well, an axolotl's cute. Peter Moon's not.
Yeah, those things are sweet.
Yeah, they're cute. Yeah. Peter Moon's just horrible. He's just a turd. He's just a turd. And worse yet was his taking dreams so literally, like he's some Amazonian tribes person, where in the modern world all it signifies is schizophrenia. Totally schizophrenic. All of his dreams were taken literally. I
heard of something recently that I never heard of before: spiritual psychosis.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never heard of that before.
Well, tell us
what
what you heard. Well, tell us what you've heard.
Well, that when people that are like fanatics they go into tangents about religion, it's a sign of schizophrenia.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
To say
schizophrenia.
the least.
Yeah, schizophrenia often manifests with a religious fixation. I have never pursued that, but I understand that psychiatrists do spend a lot of time studying that.
Yeah.
In his case, because he was a Scientologist, his schizophrenia was more subdued because Scientology is anti-religion, but it's a cult. So it's an anti-religious cult. And so he had his own form of madness. Matter of fact, remember his book about his hero, L. Ron Hubbard, is titled The Tao of Madness, which Aaron Tice says is one of the worst books he's ever read. He says it's just unreadable, just totally unreadable. And it never sold. It never sold. Every copy he ever had he had to give it away. So yeah, there you go with that. He was not. None of
He was hoping all the Scientologists would buy it, or the X ones.
Right.
That's why he was always jaded about them,
yeah.
because they never bought it.
They never did. They never did. Nobody wanted his piece of shit book. And and so when you think about that, that was really the only book he wrote, because Paula was doing all the translating of the Radu Cinemar books. So it was Paula was doing all the translating for them. So he wasn't writing that or even translating it. So the only thing he did was the Tao of Madness in his later years. The Roswell Deception can't even be counted. And the Vampirology obviously doesn't count. And then he didn't produce the other book he said he was going to do in co-authorship with myself. So he hasn't produced anything other than the Tao of Madness in the latter part of his life. And that didn't sell worth a shit. So it's like, for him to consider himself as a writer is an insult to writers. He wasn't writing anything. And, just really.
Well, he exposed himself. He was just a freaking scammer. I mean.
Yes. Yeah. Well, through the last thing. Well, like you saw what he wrote. You saw what he wrote. I had a dream. Only maybe it wasn't a dream. I mean, every day must be like that for him now. At least he's probably dead by now.
I haven't seen anything from him. He must be gone.
Yes. And hopefully he died alone and in pain and terribly afraid of what was to come, because that's exactly what he deserves. And if he's buried anywhere, I'll gladly dance and piss on his grave. So it
wasn't a waste of time to go there.
Yeah. So also,
Alfred Rosenberg, interesting.
Oh,
we'll have to get into that another time.
Yes. Well, something come up on a search or something. What brings it up? Alfred Rosenberg.
Oh, whoever wrote this article about Hellsing was saying, the Zeppelins of the Millennium Group were named after these famous figures. One of them was Rosenberg. And the other one was Arthur Slice Incourt.
Yeah, Seisencourt. Yeah. And
Religion of Blood. That's intended to replace Christianity with the religion of blood.
There we are.
Prompting the Nordic soul to defend its character against racial and cultural degradation.
Yes.
He's a Lutheran. So we'll have to get into Rosenberg another time.
Yes. Yeah, the prophet of the Third Reich. That's a subject.
He identified the Jews with the Antichrist. Well, let's not go there. Right? So we'll just leave him in history for a bit.
Yes, and he showed up at the. We're talking about in the days of the Third Reich's 1945. The final days of the Third Reich on the surface world, after it was declared that Hitler was dead by the Allies, though no one has, of course, ever found the body. You had the
of this guy or of
Hitler,
the Wolf King.
Yeah, the Wolf King. Adolf means Wolf King to our listeners.
They did like a genetic test on the supposed skull.
Yeah, and
which doesn't make sense if he. Yeah, but it's like they said, how is it possible that he died and then they found a skull? So isn't that strange?
Thank you.
I always thought that was weird.
It's so stupid.
You would find a full body. It's like you wouldn't find just a skull. It was only like a couple days.
Thank you. Yeah, days. It was like it's the way they tell the story. It's hours. Remember
Right.
they tell the
Right.
story that his body was burned
And
and
then they just produce a skull as if, like,
yeah.
what did they do? Just have the body stripped? Like, it doesn't add up.
Well, yeah,
fundamentally.
did they behead him? I mean, that would it's the stupidest thing.
It just, it makes so much sense.
But it's so fucking Russian in that it's just so plain fucking stupid and so offensive. And
Like, it was probably one of those skulls from, like, a Shakespeare play or something.
Yeah.
Because back in the day, they used real skulls.
They did. Yes, they did. Yes.
Old Yorick.
Oh, yes. And it'd be so Russian just to grab that and say, it's Hitler's skull. And yes. And it turned out it was the skull of a woman and shit. Yeah. But it was just...
Which any anthropologist could tell in seconds. I could tell in seconds
Thank
if
you.
it was a male skull or not.
Thank you. Yeah, but not the fucking Russians. Yeah, so when it came to the situation in the last days of the Third Reich, after Hitler was declared dead by the Allies and the what they call the Flensburg government, because it met in Flensburg, was the head of the U-boot arm of the German Kriegsmarine, the submarine arm of the German Navy, the Kriegsführer, or the war leader, Gross Admiral Karl Dönitz. He met with the other high leaders of the Reich at that time. He, of course, had been responsible for the nuclear attack on Kurland, which we had gone into in depth in the past episodes. We don't need to go into that now, but just to say it briefly, the Russians were, of course, invading the Baltic nations, and the largest evacuation in human history, Operation Hannibal, was overseen by Gross Admiral Karl Dönitz, who was evacuating all these Germanic peoples from Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, all former citizens of the former Teutonic Order of Knights.
Which, speaking of, Rosenberg was born in Estonia.
Yeah, there we are.
He's a Baltic German. Yeah.
That's right. And he was considered the prophet of the Third Reich, the ideologist. He wrote the book, The Myth of the 20th Century. And so what happened, which was about, of course, the Jews to a great degree. And what happened was, so at the Flensburg government, he appeared with a broken arm, and he was told his services were not needed because they were dealing with purely practical matters at that point, as opposed to anything of an ideological nature. So that's just a trivia bit I remember about that. Center to all of that was Gross Admiral Karl Dönitz, who then considered himself responsible for surrendering forces in the field and winding the war down, the prosecution of the war effort on the surface. All that having been said, thank you. And
here's a funny thing, even though this is Wikipedia, this Hungarian journalist / Jewish journalist, Franz Zell, apparently residing in Prussia, Germany, spent years researching in Latvian and Estonian archives before which publishing this letter in 1936, whom he sent to Goering and Goebbels and others, accusing Rosenberg of having no drops of German bloods in his veins. His ancestors were only Latvian Jews and Mongols and French. I like that's the ultimate final insult for a German.
Yeah.
And he was French, you know.
Yeah. Good God.
So, I mean, even if that was true, I don't think they cared.
Yeah, no, of course not.
Yeah, obviously not.
And consider the source. Consider the source.
That's probably what they said.
Yeah.
I fucking believe this guy.
Of course. Yeah, no. It's just a fucking joke. And so, but of course.
But either way, he was one of the people that was hanged at the, Nuremberg.
Right. Yes.
Rosenberg.
Yes, that's right. As an ideologist. Yes, that's quite right. And how rank, how rank and disgusting the Allies are. Just but history will rule against them, I assure you. I think
it's already happening.
Well, in the practical sense, yes.
Now that they've activated Hellsing, I'm starting to actually get worried. Yeah.
Yeah, we're in apocalyptic times. this is apocalyptic, and
Right.
so there we have it, and we're holding good numbers and all of this. Thank you, dear Brendan, and
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it because this is like the
yeah.
good stuff. So you should.
Yeah.
Now you have to go back to the sewer.
Yeah, now I have to go back to the sewer.
The
It's
American
so true.
sewer.
It's so true. It's so true. And but of course, you're welcome to interject anytime you feel like it. Like you said, your phone may be going out, but if you are recharging it and you hear something that you feel you must interject, go ahead and do so.
I'm not gonna lie to you. It's hard to listen to all this shit, dude.
It's
It's so bad.
It is.
Oh, here we go. Tiger Woods confirms
God.
relationship with Vanessa Trump.
Tell us about this. Tell us about
the former
this.
daughter-in-law of the president. Yeah, I don't know. He's just some bloke.
Yeah.
He's out there getting anything he can, trying to marry into Trump's fortune. But look, she's not even related to him.
Yeah. Oh my God.
She just kept the name.
Well, on a much more positive note, and let me see if I can find it. I think it was Teen Vogue. Teen Vogue interviewed our girl, the transgender son of Elon Musk. And, so let's see if we can find that interview, a link, and put that into chat for the everybody. And let's see now. See if I can find the actual interview. But
and the Tates finally went back to Romania.
Oh God! What?
Yeah.
Why? What?
It just says they went back to Romania after weeks in the U.S. Then he was complaining, of course, as he always does.
Yeah, were they extradited or they're
He probably bitched someone out or went rogue. He says, "This is Tate." He said on a post on X, he said, "It cost $185,000 to jet across the Atlantic to sign one single piece of paper." That's what he said.
Oh, they had to go back to do some document thing, some legal thing.
And then he says,
yeah.
They returned because innocent men don't run from anything, as he vows to clear his name in court.
What a piece of shit. And here we are. I found the article, so I'll put the link into...
You have it?
Yeah, I found it. So, because all you find when you look it up is all these other articles about that article, as opposed to the article itself. But I found the article itself. So,
wait, which article?
This one where she ran away to Japan. She went to Japan because she said America.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, she's smarter than.
Yeah. There you go.
Everyone gives her credit for it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And
it's the only place it's only a safe place, really.
Truly, on Earth, really, and Taiwan. Yeah, though Taiwan is threatened, of course, by Red China, and
but the Japanese, like, if you have money, they're not gonna. You're not gonna do anything to you.
Yeah, of course not. And but of course, there she'll be fine. They have a great tolerance for the alternative lifestyles, and especially white people. You know, they just tolerate white people as being crazy anyway. So, however a white person presents themselves, they don't care.
Well, I mean, the Japanese are very tolerant of, cross-dressing.
Yeah, they are.
Have you heard of? I mean, of course you've heard, but it's a concept called. Let me think of what is it? The Japanese term is slipping my mind right now. But carry on for a second. I'll tell you.
Oh yeah. So hopefully Nemo. I look forward to Nemo's review of this article, and hopefully Nemo will join us in chat at least, and hopefully we'll be speaking to us again sometime soon. Just hope you heard Holly asking about you, Nemo, as well as Heather.
The Kamabaka Queendom.
What?
So this is from One Piece.
Okay.
But basically, there's like an island of trannies, basically.
Okay. Cool.
But it's like Oda Sensei presents them as like these, in like this endearing way. They're actually some of the people fighting against the world government.
Of course.
So
yes.
and Ivankov is like one of the strongest characters in the show, and he has like the hormone fruit. He can turn people into anything.
Oh my god!
And everyone loves this character because it's just hilarious. But he has his island is called Kamabaka Kingdom.
Okay.
Queendom.
Yeah, that's right.
So
which is also
but kama is a Japanese word meaning tranny, and baka is also the same.
Okay, interesting. And so that's fascinating. Thank you for sharing.
Because
that.
they have a history of it. And
yes.
then one more thing, just because I'm talking to you. Did you hear about the Assassin's Creed Shadows?
Something's going on with that and trans something. What's exactly is going on there?
They put, of course, the Black Samurai, Yasuke, the historical one. Yeah. So he's the main character, and then he runs around with the shinobi girl, which is actually a boy. Right. And then they have this whole relationship. That's the whole story, and everyone's all up in arms, like freaking out about it.
Oh my god! Of course they would be. And
all these idiots are like, "How is that historical?" They're all crying about it.
Oh my!
It's woke garbage from Canada because it's headquartered. Ubisoft is headquartered in Canada.
Well, Ubisoft just gained my 5-star review for no other reason than that.
Because he. Well, actually, I mean, I'm sure you wouldn't care, but it's because Anyways. We'll talk about it privately.
Okay. Yeah, but it's all I can say is anytime these fucking gamers, everything upsets them. They're the most offended people on earth, and they're all just a bunch of toxic, white male supremacists who just have nothing to do but be on video games all fucking day. And so thank God they're throwing this out. It's right. So just to piss them off more, I'm all for it. And some of the crap they've come up with in video games, I found just ridiculous. The honor, or what was it called? The one about the samurai, the Vikings, and the knights, but it's some crazy woman going all over the world trying to, basically usher in an age of wolves, quote unquote, just so you can have some bitch in armor, meandering all over the place. That didn't make any fucking sense. And it was just so.
What was this? Which one was this?
It was called Honor or something like that. I can't remember exactly.
Of course they shit on that.
Did they?
And
I thought all of them were like loving that shit just for the sake.
No, that's what's crazy about it. Just like what they did with that new Lord of the Rings anime film. Yeah. It got 0 people in the theaters. It was totally bombed.
Oh Jesus.
Because the chick was the hero. It was just like, and it was actually good. I mean, the Japanese did it justice. It was true to the lore. It was nice.
Oh my god.
It was like family friendly. There was no craziness.
But all the incels will tank. Yeah. All the incels will tank anything before it gets to the theater. They'll kill it before release. Yeah. Just always on the basis of, it's just a strong woman character and
we can't see that.
Yeah. They did that with Furiosa. And
it's so just short-sighted. It was lame as fuck.
Yeah, no.
And the whole point was she's a shield maiden of Rohan and all this shit. It's just so crazy.
Yeah.
Because she kills the guy, the villain who's a guy.
Yeah.
It's just, but it gives the whole backstory for it, so it's just so cheese.
Yes.
And the Japanese word, Doug, is okama.
Okay.
Is a transgender individual who is perceived as effeminate.
Yes. Okana, that's correct. Yeah. And
Okama. So Kamabaka Kingdom was the kingdom full of Okama.
Yes.
That's what it was saying.
There we are. Delightful. And so thank you for sharing that. And
it says it can be offensive, but in anime it's actually a humorous character trope. So it's actually positive term, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yes, it is. And I'm going to look this up. Black Samurai with cross-gender. There we are. Yasuki, the legendary gay trans black samurai. This is look. He's not trans, people. In the game, he's hanging out with a person who is trans.
Well, they have a whole relationship, and it's just. shown in detail,
and
everyone's crying about it.
Oh yeah, and this is what I'm getting. As soon as I look this up, this is all I'm getting. Well, here I'll show you. We gotta do a screen share here.
I've already seen it all.
I mean, Yasuki is gay in Assassin's Creed Shadows. Apparently, I am woke now. Yasuki is LGBTQ. Oh yeah, everybody's bitching. Everybody's bitching.
That's the thumbnail.
I mean, before all these same guys were all bitching just because you had a black samurai. I mean,
and they already revised the history. They said Yosuke was never a samurai. He was just some field worker that the Portuguese dropped off, and the Japanese just treated him as another slave. I literally heard that.
Yeah, of course they're gonna go for that. Yeah.
But he had a noble title. Literally, you can see his armor if you go to, I think, Kyoto or something.
Of course.
Literally had a noble title.
No, he was.
And they said, this is what they said, and I'm not saying it's true. This is just what the internet trolls are saying. Yeah. They said they just gave him a samurai outfit and just had him dance in it because they thought it was funny.
Of course they're gonna say that. Of course they're gonna say that.
But they don't realize that. Just like medieval knight armor. Samurai armor costs so much money.
Yes.
Like it was in the millions of modern money.
Yes. You
know?
Yeah.
You don't just give that to some rando because you think it's funny.
All right. Here we are. Here's your Steam community. This is your Steam community you're talking about. Yes. Yeah. He wasn't actually a real samurai though. People just keep saying he was. Even though none of the Japanese sources describe him as such. Yeah. He was a servant. This is all bullshit, people. He was samurai.
No, he had a noble title, and there's no denying that.
Right. And yes, he served under Oda Nobunaga, and but then of course here's where we
the AI.
Yeah.
You see that?
With the rainbow samurai. Yes. God. Poor son of a bitch. Yeah, that's funny. And there you go with this shit, of course. So some Japanese people on TikTok say that Yosuke has been getting a resurgence in popularity lately, so they are excited about his story. But
the Japanese don't mind.
Yeah, but Forbes, Assassin's Creed Shadows called woke for black. Anyhow, Yasuki is a real historical figure thought of by historians as the first black samurai. But of course, here's Forbes. Though his exact origins are largely unknown.
They always say that shit.
Yeah, of course. And it's like...
when the Portuguese turned over his documents and everything.
Yeah.
It was so crazy. It's so crazy.
Thank you. So there we go. There was a true black samurai. But here I see the kissing, though. I see the kissing here, Yasuki. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
People were freaking the fuck out.
Yeah, because he now has...
I'm Stephen Sherrill, District 2 Supervisor here.
How do I get this turned off? Yeah, go on.
We can't hear it. Anyways, it won't come through.
Good. Thank God.
Someone was like, "Am I gay now for watching this?"
Yeah, of course.
It's what are you talking about? Only if you felt something. Did you feel anything?
Yeah, there you go. A black samurai and a ninja
woman. It made them
woman.
Feel some sort of way, so they feel weird now.
Right. Yeah, and of course they feel weird. They're all turned on, and they can't stop themselves from stroking it. Yeah. A black samurai and a ninja woman starring in a video game. They heat it. Yeah. There we go. I'm doing the screen share. You can see this.
Yeah, I see it.
And
how everyone felt seeing a black samurai, the black guy's clapping, and then the guy, and then the chick dude comes in.
Look at that. Now he's getting all angry and shit.
He's like, wait, what? Yeah.
It's
Sung Drip Woo. These people are wild. Just trolling.
Yeah, boy Roshi. Anyhow, so there you go with that. And that's right. I had seen that, and I didn't have time to pursue it. Obviously,
there's nothing to pursue. It's just a video game. These people need to just relax.
Well, remember how they got about Sun Wukong? Remember they were all fucked up about Sun Wukong, the Monkey King. It's like they're never happy. They're never happy.
Of course not.
It's like, whatever's produced, they're gonna bitch about it.
Oh, George.
Yes. Hello.
Oh, welcome aboard, George. So
hello, Douglas. Hello, Brendan.
Yes.
Thanks for having me on.
Well, thank you for. How long are we gifted with your presence tonight?
Yes, I was about to say, Douglas, about a good half an hour. Only I didn't want to come in and interrupt anything, so I just wanted to.
No, I'm about to go charge my phone. We just went on this tangent of
Yeah,
nonsense.
Yeah, no,
So,
you're not interrupting anything, I assure you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and so how long were you lurking there? I hope you weren't just.
No, I've just joined. No, I've just. I tried saying hello, but I don't know if you could hear me. So no, but thank you so much.
Oh.
So yeah, I didn't want to interrupt the conversation.
No, it's fine.
If I can't get heard, then I'll just put a little heart that comes up. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we were discussing earlier quasi energy and what's going on.
Yes.
Oh, in England. So do find out what you can about Hellsing in England is now an AI company that is producing drones to defend Europe. And so there's a whole history behind that had to deal with my dealing with Teleport USA. And either they've taken the company's name from what became part of this Japanese cultural revolution phenomenon in terms of their anime and manga that was heavily inspired by what I had shared with the Japanese through Teleport USA, the front company, which was a clearinghouse for Japanese espionage in the United States for a long period of time. And here we are. The link has just been entered by Brendan. Also, Heathrow Airport. Brendan and I concur that was Russian sabotage and that the British are trying to prevent public panic by trying to present it or represent it as accidental, but there's too many things that happened simultaneously for that to be accidental. It was, and of course, Heathrow is one of the busiest, most important airports in the world. Yeah, but this Hellsing artificial intelligence company, as you can see by the link, artificial intelligence to protect our democracies, is basically producing these independent automated factory systems that will produce drones. And these drones are cross-shaped because Hellsing is, as I understood it when I was talking with the Japanese, affiliated with the Church of England. And it simply was meant to be their unit tasked with dealing with supernatural threats. They were mobilized in World War II. People, can do research onto a witch who was arrested for witchcraft, who was then drafted by the government to help protect England in World War II with spell casting. These incidents are quite real. People can research them. They're not hidden or fabricated. But such being said, Hellsing is more along those lines, but is now heavily involved with artificial intelligence and this production of these drones, which it was their drones that were deployed by Ukraine to attack Moscow. So that was they were provided through this company. So again, that's in the text box. Don't forget to take a look at that and follow up on it. Yes. Aside from that, and what's been going on at Heathrow, please give us your impressions. Obviously, if this is sabotage from the Russians, I mean, the war is entering a new phase. The British, of course, are distributing these assembly plants for these drones throughout continental Europe, but mostly in the Protestant regions, Germany and Nederland, I believe, is what was, well, Brendan can tell us again, but that's if I remember it correctly. So aside from all that, status report from yourself, whatever you're comfortable sharing with our listeners, and then, go into what else is on your mind. I don't know if you had any chance to review some of my past episodes. Copenhagen and southern Germany is where these factories are being established by Hellsing. And of course, all of Europe is going into war mode. The French are preparing for nuclear war with Russia. The public relations based in London for this company. So continue. By all means, George, take it from
Douglas.
here. Yeah, whatever's on your mind.
Yeah, very much appreciate. Yeah, no, and I'm all right. Thank you very much for asking, Douglas, and I hope everyone else is all right from their end. And I was just going to say, I did follow up on the previous transmission before I appeared last time.
Oh, excellent.
The end of transmission, the last few hours of the last segment of the previous transmission, I did catch up on that. Just regarding the current affairs regarding Russia and Trump. yeah, I did follow up a few things. You know, what we discussed when I was on there with you, Douglas. Yeah, just a few things. Just that was brought up that I can mention about that. Yeah, I know that several journalists have asked Donald Trump up front, just straight up, can you please tell us what those documents reveal? And his answer is still exactly the same as original. Make of it what you will. Draw your own conclusions.
Oh my God.
And so they just keep asking him. Forbes put out an article that I saw this morning. Trump, could you just please tell us who killed Kennedy? And he just keeps giving the same, just half-assed answer. What you will. He's not going to tell you anything. And then he goes, oh yeah, because the journalist was pointing out, it's Trump, Mr. Trump, it's like 80,000 pages. Nobody's got the time to read these. You've released them, but what do they reveal? And Trump was like, it's very interesting. You need to read them. And he goes, there's actually 88,000 pages. And it's like, no one's got the time to read through every single page of document, these files that they've released. And it's just going back to what we've been saying the whole time.
No, but
not gonna tell you.
By the way, I presume you got something from Aristides. Aristides, you sent
Yeah, I was just going through them. I've just acknowledged Brendan's message, and Aristides has sent me one as well. It's just my Skype is so slow at this moment, so it does take a little while for everything to load up.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm just looking. It says extensive audio interview of the, and then it's of the United States. Oh yes, thank you, Aristides. I have reviewed some of those actually in the past. Yeah, regarding the shooting them down book. Yes. Asked Douglas if he had any more of this document, and he told me to ask you.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, and I will respond to that later. But yes.
Did he also send you that document?
Audio. Something.
Where it says Hitler was living in Argentina according to CIA documents declassified by President Trump. So there's something.
Oh no, I haven't received that. No.
Okay. Let me see if I can. Let's see if I can download that for you then, and then send that to you. Save to downloads, and then okay. Let me see if I can get this to you. Give me just a second here, and I'm sending that to you. A little bit about catch us up on personally. How's work? How's work?
Yeah, busy. Yeah, just busy. It's just the same mundane every day, Douglas. So yeah, I'm just preparing for work. So yeah, I thought I'd jump on before I have to attend it. But yeah, I did screenshot this article that came out the other day, Douglas. It's only about 4 or 5 days ago. And I'll read the article too. It says, a new study says complex life like ours might be incredibly rare or even unique in the universe. It looked at thousands of exoplanets and found very few with the right conditions to support long-term evolution. This raises big questions about why we exist at all, and whether intelligent life is just a cosmic accident. New studies suggest Earth may be rare or completely alone in the universe, and that's the title of the article, Douglas. So it's just it's just qualifying and reinforcing everything we've been saying for years.
Thank you. Yes.
So these are the latest studies, yes, that just came out in March 2025, yes. The source is Astrobiology Journal, by the Astrobiology Journal. Yes, that was published in March 2025. So yeah, there you have that.
Thank you. Excellent.
Yes.
Excellent.
It goes off the bat of what we were discussing. Wells Brooke was with us on the last of the show and talking about the evidence for life out there, whether or not could there be or is there evidence? And I was just reiterating the conclusions the government has come up with due to their conduction of due diligence after the events of World War II, which is what prompted them to do so, due to their total embarrassment and incompetence to basically dismantle the Third Reich, relocating into exile. So that was on part of the government's procedure for on their protocol for the national security measure, national security issue that was raised because they were contending with a breakaway civilization, a breakaway renegade government in exile. So yeah, I was just while she departed last time, I did reiterate the signals, the absence of signals, and that just the study of this just goes to show that yes, the conditions, the primordial or primitive conditions need to be set in order for life to even manifest in the first place. So yeah, it just reinforces everything we've been saying for years.
Thank you.
Yes. No, I hope that makes sense, Douglas.
Absolutely. No, absolutely, it makes sense. And this is so important for all of our listeners to understand that when we speak of the disc war, and obviously the United States was engaging in combat with this enemy that is not identified to the American taxpaying public, then if there's so little life in the universe, what were they fighting? Obviously, the Third Reich in exile. Again, there's so much that's explained by what we present that in the end, it becomes inescapable. Now, I've just sent you that document in your private messages on Skype, so if you can access that.
Yes.
Yeah, there we are. And, on his way to Unterland, he certainly probably spent much time in Argentina and Indonesia. This is, aside from all of that, and you did a good job of relating what you did, I'll try and find some other pages in that book, The Chinese Ultimatum, that are relevant to this state of greater Israel they were predicting, so that you can have them for your notes as well. So such being said, I'm really glad that Brooke came on and gave us a chance to have a breather so that we could prepare ourselves for the rest of the night. Hopefully you felt all right after that. I remember sometimes at the end of a production you were exhausted, but you were doing okay after the last one.
Well, it just further qualifies yourself, Douglas. I mean, no normal average person, borderline or otherwise, can sustain themselves for that amount of time to be that heavily indulged or concentrated into any form of complex subjects where it diverts to so many areas. Nobody can sustain any amount of time for that period, for any duration, really. Come to think of it, that's why they only conduct, most interviews. Most people's attention spans are so short, but it just goes to show that you're so unique in yourself, and it takes practice. It's taken me a long time to even. I can talk for hours now. Yeah. Before I even discover yourself, Douglas, I couldn't talk for more than minutes. In terms of any form of subjects, I could on 9/11 before I discovered yourself, but now because my knowledge is so expanded. The horizon has just widened so much that I can come on and speak about so many different things, and that's why another reason why I really appreciate you.
I can't remember. Were you ever in your life contending with a speech impediment at one point?
No. I've always I think it's due to because I was born with dyslexia. I was diagnosed with dyslexia. I had lots of support. For that to overcome it. So it's the dyslexia, because it comes in so many different forms. It's people refer to it, they identify it as a learning difficulty. People who either struggle to spell or to read or to learn, and so they use these tools to identify that whilst you're a child. So I was identified with having a form of dyslexia, which enabled me to learn, but it was my attention span. And the reason why sometimes my words get slurred or it comes out wrong, it's due to the fact my brain is going at so many miles per hour. I'm concentrating on so many different things at once, and so sometimes I will say two words that I'll say up or down at the same time, and so it comes out completely, just sounds very confusing. And I notice that because I'll let things worry me. I'll let things in my immediate sense just go, oh, right, I need to be concentrating on this. Oh, what if this happens? Oh, God. am I concerned or worried? All those sort of things can sort of like throw me off very easy. And sometimes when I'm on a trajectory discourse, when I'm talking about something in particular, so many things could just throw me off. If I'm being interrupted, or there's this distraction, or whether or not there's something in my head that's making me worried or feared. So yeah, sometimes I just come out with I'll say something and it doesn't make any sense.
Like
instead of saying Enola Gay, I'll say Elon Musk.
Right, or Elon Gay, which was actually, as far as I'm concerned, a Freudian slip that was quite accurate. So you don't need to worry about that.
No,
But what's fascinating to me is that I do want you to know that if you were diagnosed with dyslexia, you've overcome it to such a profound degree.
Thank you.
That's not what I noticed. That you don't come across as anyone who's dyslexic. Rather, it was our dear Brooke was coming across more as dyslexic. I mean, when I came to the conclusion that she suffers from dyslexia, it made much more sense that she kept discombobulating everything I said when she was, initially in the early days when she was speaking with us. And we would say something, and she would invert it, and it
wasn't attributed, because I know Peter Moon attributed it to her being the enemy. It's like, no, I think she's just, it's just her understanding, her comprehension of it, which makes more sense.
Right.
And with myself, Douglas, sometimes I just say things and it just comes out completely wrong. It's just my verbal. My daughter, I'm not supposed to say anything about my daughter on air, but my daughter also struggles with speech.
Okay.
So I could have the same thing, which I've just passed down to her, potentially.
Interesting.
But usually it's a case of if my mouth is dry or I'm concerned or worried, it could throw me off my words. So I have to concentrate quite heavily in how I speak. Thankfully, like I always try to say, and I've repeated this over and over again, I can hear your voice speaking, Douglas, in my head. So if I just repeat what I'm hearing, it comes out coherent.
Excellent.
That's how I retain things. I can hear your voice speaking through, like, listening to your interviews. I can retain it. But not only that, I can add in my own part to it. So, like Brendan was saying earlier, Douglas's revelations. This is Douglas's revelations, and this is Douglas's expositions. So yes, if I can, and it's not coming from Douglas, by the way. People would distort that and say, or try to convert it, distort it and try to invert it in a way to say that this information has only come from Douglas. Douglas is not the source. Douglas is only regurgitating, relaying what he has been exposed to. Just to clarify that to the listeners. So I'm not regurgitating anything that's come directly from Douglas. Is from the government. So just to disambiguate that.
Absolutely.
I think it's important because I do come on, and because I'm appearing more frequent, I want people to understand that sometimes I will say things like, instead of saying Enola Gay, I'll say Elon or something like
Elon
that.
Gay, which by the way is, as I said before, is actually functionally fine as far as I'm concerned. But so what Brendan's question was, and it's something that we'll still be up in the air about this because the situation is fluid. Basically, we've got a situation of in Europe where the obviously Europe has suffered sabotage, and we see the same kind of sabotage in Asia. We already are aware that there's a whole new type of underwater or undersea warfare developing through the cutting of cables by Russian and communist Chinese merchant ships. That usually the Russian ships will be piloted by Chinese, and the Chinese ships will be piloted by Russians, so they cover each other's ass. And that way they say it's a foreign ship.
It's the others.
It's the others. And it's but they're obviously operating as a united front. By the way, I mentioned earlier that this is the alliance that under Trump, America has effectively joined. America has lost all 34 of its NATO allies and is now threatening to invade NATO member states like Denmark. And Great Britain by extension of Canada as its dominion. So it's literally threatening Great Britain and Denmark. But it's allied now with the shopping list of rogue states like Russia and expansionist Israel and the real chicken shit little satellite statelets like North Korea and Belarus and Haiti and Nicaragua and Sudan and Hungary and Eritrea, the North Korea of Africa, and Mali and Burkina Faso and Niger and Burundi and the Central African Republic. I mean, the United States is now in a third world alliance against the West. So such being said, Britain now has this technology, which Brendan was shocked he felt came out of nowhere. His question was whether this technology of these new AI drones is powered or supplemented by Reich's technology, which would not surprise me. A trade deal with the what is known as the Das Drittmacht, the third power.
Yeah, third power.
But such being said, Britain, I pointed out before, was one of the great developers of biofacsimilacra. You've heard me say this in the past, where they actually had the industry at a higher degree of development than anywhere else on Earth outside of Japan. Britain has a lot of technological surprises, but whether this is supplemented by the Reich to counter the Russians and the Americans, after all, Hitler had always wanted Britain to ally with Germany. That was always the objective. And now this is coming to pass because Britain is now a partner in adversity with continental Europe. And Germany is remobilizing very fast. When we see what's going on with as well, another thing brought up, and I could have swore it was Brendan that told me this. It might have been yourself, but I had heard recently, I was pointing out about NORAD 40. So I remembered now the name of the station in Greenland that was colloquially referenced. Everybody called it, casually referenced it as Ice Station Zebra. But it's actually, its actual name was NORAD 40, NORAD 40 in Greenland. And NORAD, of course, is an acronym for North American Air Defense. And but which technically no longer exists or still exists, but is no longer what it once was or something. But such being said, when NORAD was the NORAD I knew, that station was its furthest outpost towards the North Pole. And that was the main, being located near a fissure whence the Flügelrads would emerge. That was the trading site with the Third Reich. In exile in Unterland. So obviously we know why Trump wants Greenland in toto, meaning total control of Greenland, so that he can truly isolate his negotiations with the Third Reich. But it's how would I say? Taking that into account, Howard Hughes, who was a man who enabled the government to conduct its nuclear tests in Nevada. Howard Hughes, of course, for those of you who do not know, owned the majority of land in Nevada and basically leased it to the government to perform nuclear tests on. Howard Hughes was a man who was obsessed with the movie, which he sponsored, a drama film titled Ice Station Zebra. And he would watch it. He would have it in the background on his precursor to a video machine. He would have it in the background playing on his screen. In those days, it probably had a projector. I'm certain it was using a projector, but it was a private projector in his private theater. But it would be on 24 hours a day, constantly being replayed. And I've heard from someone, I thought it was Brendan, but it might have been you, or it might have been somebody else, that Donald Trump watches Ice Station. So was it you who told me that?
Yes, Douglas. Yes, I found it online. I found someone who wrote a column about it, who wrote a forum.
That's incredible.
I was looking up his most frequently watched movies, or his favorite movies, and Ice Station Zebra is one of them. It was one of them that came up.
That's incredible.
which relates it to Greenland. Obviously, that's the whole correlation between those two.
Yes.
Of him wanting to attain it. Yeah. So no, I saw it. Because I learned that from yourself first, Douglas. So I just conducted my investigation, and it led me to that. So it was like, jumping from one to another. It was just like it was just drawing the connections to the dots. That was all it was. So yeah, thank you. No, it was what I learned from yourself.
Okay.
Is what found me to that. But it just brings credence. It qualifies and vets what we're saying is true. That's the reason why I do it.
Absolutely.
So then there's backup. There's there's the hard evidence. There you go. It's not just like it's not in the immediate sense an internal source. There are external sources to verify it. So yeah, appreciate it, Douglas.
So there you go, Brendan. So there you go, Brendan. It was George. It was George who told me, Brendan. There you go. That's all. Yeah.
I heard that. Yeah, I figured it wasn't. I knew it wasn't me because I was like hearing it for the first time. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, that's
quite frequent as well. Quite regularly, it was pointed out. Yes.
Right. So what?
Yeah.
What do you know, George, about the drones that attacked Moscow, and what do you know about Heathrow Airport, and anything that comes to mind?
Can I be honest? Yeah. Nothing at all I can relate. So this is pretty much the first time I'm hearing this, Douglas. So I have to follow it up, like with other things. What was the individual's name again? It escapes me now because it's not. I've only looked it up once. After you relayed to me, you exposed me to. Is it Yarvin?
Yervin. I shit and pissed all over him again tonight. Because he deserves it. Now that
Yes. Oh my God.
Yeah.
And not a lot of people are aware of this individual, but I only looked up on YouTube first, Douglas, and the people who independently already are aware, intuitively are aware of this man, have pointed that out, that J.D. Vance has been admiring this man and he is advocating this individual. And the things he is saying are so alarming, but it's following the path of what Trump is advocating himself and what Musk is also advocating. They want to end democracy. They want to bring in the royal monarchy into the United States. And there's so many other things that he is saying that they are following and aligned with. Right. So yeah, it's startling.
But by the way, in all fairness, that's an insult to the concept of royal monarchy. What they're trying to bring in, is some kind of CEO corporate monarchy.
That's it. Yeah. With I know they want to break it down into individual, like the states, into even more miniature states as well. But they all have their own. Yes.
Basically, what they're trying to organize is dystopian city-states that would be.
That's what they were.
Yes, giant company towns. These would be company towns, each run by a separate CEO of a separate corporation that would control their economies via crypto, where there would be therefore no real money, but the real assets, the real gold and assets would be held by the corporate heads.
Yes.
And everybody else would be forced to rely on a non-existent currency. And totally at the mercy of these dictators. This is what they're trying to. Yes. So you're finding out now, and he just I'm certain when I think of the background of these nihilist philosophers from Karl Marx to Ayn Rand to Anton LaVey, I am certain that Yarvin is simply another Jewish example of that. The latest development of this. Godlessness that is meant to take humanity further down the road to perdition. Any other thoughts on that? And not to mention his appearance.
That was grotesque. But that was the terminology they used. It's what they referred to. Douglas, can you please reiterate? It was a dystopian. I'm trying to think of the term they used.
Here's what I will tell you. What Holly Kiefer looked it up, and the term she found is what they're pushing on the public, quote unquote, dark enlightenment. Now think about this insanity. That's an oxymoronic term, dark enlightenment. But the fact that they're brazenly calling it dark, Despite the fact that, of course, it's oxymoronic and, how are you enlightened when it's dark? Are you claiming you find enlightenment in the darkness? Kind of like when you find yourself in a dark room while masturbating. But no, their actual term they use among themselves, I found out through my son's husband, who, of course, is Silicon Valley connected, is benightenment. Instead of enlightenment, the term they use is benightenment. Benightenment. Think of the term benighted. To be benighted, means that, not that you're knighted in the noble sense. Benighted is spelled using B-E-N-I-G-H-T, no K. So benighted means you're ignorant. And benightenment, instead of enlightenment, means a new age of ignorance. So darkness is ignorance, which is what Brendan is emphasizing in the text.
Yes.
So there you go. They're promoting this ideology of benightenment that they call dark enlightenment to the public. So continue. Yeah.
No, much appreciated. No, I just wanted to qualify, Douglas. That is exactly what I've come across as well, which is which anyone should be worried about. Which is if they're following that trajectory. Which is exactly what J.D. Vance is advocating, and Trump is publicly stated as well. And it just brings further credence to everything, Douglas. And
it's war. We're in
a war state at this moment. It's beyond pre-war periods. It's now we've entered war.
Well, this is an interesting.
It's not to the conventional, yes.
Yeah, it's not just conventional. Obviously, there's the unconventional aspect to it. For instance, the sabotage efforts of Putin that I guarantee you are behind what happened at Heathrow. And there's the cutting cables undersea, which is this new dimension of undersea warfare, but. When it comes to Hellsing, this AI company that is manufacturing these drones, which were used by the Ukrainians but supplied by the British to attack Moscow, these drones are shaped like crucifixes. And as I said, when I was working with the Japanese through Teleport USA, when I was helping them basically acquire a lot of these pieces of wreckage from the Roswell atrocity. That was supposed to go into the Hockley City Memorial Museum that then wound up getting investigated by the American FBI because this was stolen government property, but obviously morally belonged with the Japanese because it was originally Japanese. All of this was going down, and when I was speaking with the Japanese, they introduced me to many people connected with their media industry that ultimately resulted in the production of certain anime and manga. But one of the things that I had talked about was the British had a unit that was like an intelligence unit or an espionage unit that was involved specifically with the Church of England for spiritual threats. And I told them the name as I understood it was Hellsing. And now we have Hellsing artificial intelligence emerging, which produces these crucifix-shaped drones that really exposes the fact that this is a spiritual war. This is a British crusade. This is essentially a British technological or technologized British crusade in continental Europe because of the new threat from Putin and his satanic advisor Dugin, and the satanic American advisor counterpart would be Yarvin. So you have Dugin on one side of the Atlantic, or Yarvin on the other. This is the really satanic Russo-American alliance that has all these other rogue states that have also identified. This is what Britain and Europe are now standing against. It would be no surprise under the circumstances that Das Dritte Macht, the third power, the Third Reich in exile, would come and support with some supplemental technology, provide some to Europe and England, now finally united the way Hitler always wanted them to be in that united front. And England, of course, is still very much part of the NATO High Command, and NATO is much more centered on England now than ever before, with Trump's effective withdrawal from NATO.
Exactly.
And So
much appreciate, Douglas.
Yeah. Any other thoughts to bring up with that? By all means.
No, I do. You know what? I think we covered that very, very well. I did say what I wanted to come on and say, Douglas. So thank you so much for allowing me to come on and speak. And yeah, sorry about these short appearances, but when I do have, when I have a date set in mind or a date that is imprinted, I will let you know when I can be on the show for much longer. So we can, carry on in depth. Into these subjects and topics, but I very much appreciate it. I will be listening in and I will catch up on everything as well, Douglas. And yeah, if you spoke of Yavin earlier on tonight, I will go back and recap.
Thank you.
After work tonight.
Please do.
I will go back because I'm not what's the word? I'm not qualified yet to speak of it because I don't know as much. But once I've ascertained everything that you have, you've reiterated earlier on this show, then I'll be able to come on and speak of it much more because my understanding will be greater, Douglas. So yeah, I very much appreciated that.
Excellent.
Yes,
thank you. And just as a thumb in the eye, just as a finger in the eye to Elon Musk, I provided you a link to his daughter was his trans daughter, his former son was interviewed by Teen Vogue, and that's a big deal here in America, by the way. That was months in preparation, so I just gave you a link to that, just because I love the way that it just sets Elon off. He truly hates this young lad.
He hates it.
Yes.
And do you know what? There was someone, I won't mention his name, but there's someone that I know, and he said, he this is going back ages ago, probably talking about last year. He mentioned that, poor Elon Musk, he was abused by his father as a child. And it's like, Jesus Christ. this man, oh my God, if you even knew what he'd done to his trans child, his trans, yes, because I refer to her as a female. Of course, he doesn't want that, and so this is the ultimate abuse, and just the way he's just been treated her. So he's treated her. So it's it just goes to show what a piece of shit he really is.
Thank you. Here's another link just for your morbid entertainment before you go. I'll put this into your private messages, and this is Musk. This is provided by Brendan Zogit, and this is Musk at the White House. And just take a look at that. That motherfucker is high out of his mind, and whoever that chick is.
Playing with cutlery.
Yeah.
Yes, I saw,
with that girl next to him just rocking back and forth on an acid trip and shit. It's like.
Yeah, that's what he did in the Oval. Yeah, that's what he did at the Trump dinner table. Yes, I saw that actually, Douglas. I've not seen the video, but I saw that article saying, "Look at him."
George, watch the video. It's so surreal. There's like Sinead O'Connor playing in the background, and it just looks. I mean, it's so weird. It's bizarre.
Cheesy.
It's crazy.
I appreciate that. Yeah. Oh yeah, and the other thing, Brandon, because I did tune in earlier, because I know you asked about Douglas presenting that the dirigible or the sacred crane piece artifact, you whatever you want to call it, the retrieve object from the Roswell crash site. And I remember, Douglas said that it was presented in the Roswell video that was conducted filming you, and of course it was covered up, and it was to protect the object from your natural bio oils that releases from your pores of your skin to damage the. I remember you presenting that in the interview. I remember you saying to people, look, it's covered up. Please don't touch it directly with your flesh because the bio oils will it will contaminate it.
Yeah. Apparently Doug lost it, but
well, it's in the home somewhere. It's in the crypt somewhere.
But it's shown on. The good thing is it's been shown on video, Doug.
It's been, true.
You've got the evidence. You have the evidence there. But I just wanted to say that. But what was the other thing that came to mind? Oh, you mentioned the Shadows, the Assassin's Creed Shadows game. Brendan, much appreciated. Because of course I saw an article about it, and I did see a little bit of reviews, but they didn't articulate what you exposed earlier, what you were saying earlier. They were just saying, the gameplay is very down by play compared to the precursors.
Yeah, they were saying, Ghost of Tsushima's better, but they never explained why.
I was never a fan of those the previous. I've never played those games. They've been out for years.
They haven't dropped the ball now. Their stock price has fallen. So.
Oh my God.
They did.
But
they put it in.
They get my 5-star review, my 10-star review.
Thank you. Yes. Just because it sets off all the fucking incels in America. For that alone, they've got my vote. Yeah.
Much appreciate Douglas.
Yeah, but speaking of stock
Yeah,
going,
they were all crying.
yeah,
They
speaking
were
of,
like, "Am I gay for watching this?" You know.
how
It's so
insecure
stupid.
can you be? How insecure can you be to be questioning yourself just for playing a video game, for God's sakes? And these are the same people who play with, I'll play Lara Croft. And these people are all playing with Lara Croft and Tomb Raider just to watch your tits bounce. And somehow, that's not gay. That's not gay to have a female lead. But, oh my God.
It goes to show, Douglas, also how people take it. They cannot disambiguate or decipher between reality and fiction.
Thank you.
They cannot.
Thank you.
If they're getting offended by that, oh my God, they must be completely, so what's the word? So distanced from reality that this is all they believe in. It's like
it's true. Yeah. It's true, and you know it's
and
true.
What was it? That salmon shake.
Yeah.
Don't bring up, I don't want to try to come on the show and slander anyone, not without them deserving it. But this individual, when he came on, he said Metal Gear Solid is based on factual historical contents or factual historical context. No. That, the whole concept, yes. I mean, just the whole Metal Gear concept, that was never a reality from the Soviet or even the American perspective. That was just
just crap
of Japanese. It's all crap. Oh my God, can deconstruct that. I could go on a tangent with that about how the Metal Gear saga is literally just that's it. It's just a fiction. It's just a work of fiction completely. There's nothing historical about it.
But to him, that's his own reality. He thought playing video games was like an experience that let him experience as if he were gaining points in real life. This is like experience points in real life to this idiot.
Yeah. Oh my God. Do you know what? Because you mentioned Hellsing tonight, Douglas.
Yes.
And this isn't. I don't want anyone to confuse what I'm saying here. But I saw something on Facebook the other day, and I remember Salman Sheikh talking about Resident Evil 8 The Village. And Brendan, you could probably help me out here if you remember. He brought up Resident Evil 8 The Village because they introduced the Lycan, what do you want to call it? The Lycan. They introduced that as a form of antagonist in the movie, in the franchise. So instead of it moved from the zombie concept to the werewolf. And I remember Salman tried to conflate, they're bringing something like this up to reference Douglas, or I remember him saying something along those lines. But the other day, people were trying to point out that Van Helsing, the movie, is related to Resident Evil 8 The Village. I was thinking, Christ, that's like a Salman Sheikh
comment.
That would be like something he would come up with, conclude that, that's, And no, all they did was they took concepts from that Van Helsing movie and they introduced it to the game. That was all it is. It's nothing to do with anything related. It's no correlation at all. But that was like the individual, he came on and he was speaking about, he's talking about these video games. But it's like, no, that's nothing to do with what we're speaking of, Salman. Yeah, there's nothing historical about it that's related. It's, it was just,
Well, thank you for sharing that. That's incredible.
Yeah.
And
I remember that's just what he would.
That dude would have enough money to just sit there and play video games all day.
Yeah, there you go.
That's one of them. That's one of the guys that like you referenced earlier, Douglas, that sit there and do play video games all day. Nothing else better to do because he doesn't work.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And
so he did. He'll come on and create these YouTube videos of him playing video games.
Jesus Christ.
And so
God,
you don't see me doing that anymore.
No, thank God.
20 years ago, but not anymore. No.
Yes, thank you. You grew up. Yeah, you grew up.
Grew up.
Yes.
But men like Salman Sheikh, he's older than me, he still does that.
Yes. Yeah.
I believe he's older, or he might.
He is. Well, he may as well be. He may as well be older if he's not. Like you said, he's eating nothing but shit, ice cream and curry. Like you said, yeah.
Yeah, much appreciated.
Yeah.
He can't even lift himself up.
He was doing pull-ups and it didn't do shit. Didn't get any.
No. Yeah, we called them dick ups. Because he was just thrusting his hips. He wasn't even elevating himself off with his arms.
Yeah, he was thrusting his hips the way he was fucking Jambo the Reese Monkey. Yes, that's right.
sorry to come on and just yeah.
No, that's fine. That's
Yeah.
fine. Honestly, these people deserve to be roasted. They've earned it. So it's always good to have you. You have a
much
few more
appreciated,
minutes
Doug.
with us, or you just have to go soon?
Yeah, I'll probably do have to depart now,
Okay.
Douglas. But no, thank you so much. I will come on again. This Wednesday would be
Excellent.
Thursday my time, and
Yeah,
yeah,
the
we're
Tate's-
approaching British
back
summertime.
around.
We're transitioning over to British summertime this weekend.
shit.
So yeah, looking forward to that. Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna lose an hour's sleep. How are you gonna make up for that?
Bring forward, yeah. So yeah, we lose an hour's sleep.
Oh,
So
Jesus.
yeah, looking forward to that. Yeah, great. Thumbs up for that. Yeah, optimistic, enthusiastic about that. Yes.
Oh, geez,
Yeah,
that's
Douglas, but
dangerous.
yeah.
In a job like yours, that's fucking dangerous. So just get
Oh,
to
yeah,
get to bed
absolutely.
early. Get to bed early. Yeah, force yourself.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
And I wouldn't blame you for
Yeah.
drinking yourself to sleep that night a little bit. Yeah, just to make certain you get to sleep early. No, yeah.
So much appreciate
Yeah.
Douglas. Yes. Thank you for having me on. Yes,
Okay.
and I'll look forward to reviewing the earlier hours of this transmission, Douglas. Thank you so
Excellent.
much. Anything
Thank
you
you.
can share with me, please send it my way, and I'll get to it in around. Yeah. When
Oh
I get
yes,
some free time.
one last
Thank
thing
you
to
so
share
much.
with you. So we've
Yes.
agreed. And Brendan, what was it you said? You said something that I didn't quite catch, but we're going to let our man know that we're going to switch not to Microsoft Teams, probably to Viber.
George's-
Yeah,
In
to-
May,
well,
isn't it?
yeah, what was that, Brendan? Say
sorry.
that again.
I said I didn't want to ruin George's day, so I scrapped it. But I was going to tell him about Tate going back to Romania.
Oh shit.
Oh yes, I did see. Yes, they did say that. Yeah, and I did listen to that part earlier that you said. Yeah, it cost him what 180 something thousand just
Yeah,
to
he
go
was-
back to sign a document, a paper.
Yeah, they made
Yeah.
him pay for his own flight.
Good.
Yeah, and again, well, they should. Yeah, fuck
Yeah.
him. Yeah.
Yeah.
But such having been said, so we're gonna do either Telegram or Viber or maybe something else Brendan's investigating, but we probably will not be using Microsoft Teams. Aristides is very
No.
set against that. So
Use
we're
something else. Yes.
yeah, we'll be
Yeah.
using something, but we'll keep you updated. We'll keep you updated as to what
Yes,
we're
no,
switching.
much appreciated, Douglas. Yeah, and I just wanted to say, just very briefly, because I already worked out. I discovered whilst I watched, what was it, a year or two ago, one of Andrew Tate's interviews he conducted with what was it, the I forgot the name of the YouTube, because I don't listen to they're like the Young Turks.
Yes.
It's like one of those spin-offs of that who conducted an interview with him in his Romanian, you call it estate, his estate in Romania.
Yeah.
And he had a complete garage full of care packages
Jesus.
of women's clothes.
Oh my god.
And he was taking it once the illegal invasion of Ukraine commenced after Russia, conducted their illegal invasion, their war of aggression against Ukraine. Then, Andrew Tate, along with his network, were taking down care packages to the women to bring them over the border because of Romania border lines with Ukraine. He was taking his care package down, but he goes, we didn't publicly state that because that's not what we do. We don't publicly state what we're doing because we are, he was trying to basically promote himself as like a what would be the reference to it? Someone who is trying to be a good
Samaritan. Right, got it. Like this was, the term would be a philanthropist, as if he were a philanthropist. By the way,
we didn't want to publicly announce. We didn't want to credit for it. It's just what we do. And it's like, no, you're trafficking young women.
Thank
That's what
you.
you're really doing.
Thank you.
What you're really doing.
Yes.
And you didn't want to expose yourself, implicate yourself, incriminate yourself. So that's why you kept it quiet. But he goes, look, these are all care packages full of young women's clothes because the men got to stay and fight. No, you're there to traffic these young women.
Yes.
And I was like, there you go. There's the evidence. That's why the Romanian authorities are trying to extradite you. Are trying to imprison you, detain you, to get you prosecuted.
That's right.
Because that's what you'll do. That's the basis of your
his entire life. That's his career.
His life.
He's just a super pimp. That's all he was. By the way, Nemo, I do want you to know, Nemo's in the text box, and Nemo says, At least it's not as hot as hell in England summer. I fucking hate that season over here. He does recommend we don't use Telegram. He says, I wouldn't use Telegram. That's owned by Saudi scum and it's plagued with feds. Good point. Point well taken. Do me a favor, both of you, if you could. I need to take a break for just a few minutes. If you could hold the stage with Brendan, George, just for a few more minutes, that'd be great.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm going to go mute and I'll be right back. Thank you.
Yeah,
but yeah, no.
Well, I'm here. I mean, you have to go to work.
Hello, Brent. Yeah, no, thank you so much, Brendan. No, we can have a general discussion. Yeah, my friend. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, so the only other option would be something like Viber, but Aristides mentioned that it was started by an Israeli, but it's actually ran by the Japanese company Rakuten at this point.
Right.
So that's why I was saying that's probably a better option. But as far as free options, you have to use an enemy software. So like what Nemo's saying here, you can't, Doug doesn't want to use Zoom because it's Chinese, Chicom. And then the only other option would be
Microsoft or Meta, which is both.
Yeah, exactly. And the Teams is gonna cost like, money per month and all this shit. So I don't even want to think about it. Yeah.
No,
so it's just stupid.
You definitely don't want to do that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So I knew when they switched over from Skype, I was wondering what the hell was going on. And of course, there was a caveat or some kind of scheme. And it turns out that you can only do 60-minute group calls unless you buy the premium. So they pulled that shit. Yeah.
Unbelievable. So
they said, oh, it'll have all the same features. And then I went, we did it the whole switch, and then it said, oh, you only get 60 minutes. So it's just unless you pay us.
No, so, that's non-viable.
Yeah, classic. Bullshit.
Yeah, of course.
Typical micro scheme,
Yes.
Monopolisoft.
Yes. Any way of trying to monopolize any money they can get. Yeah, anything they can. Yeah.
Super cheap. Super cheap.
Yes. No. Thank you, Brent.
But if you have a chance when you're got some time or in between on your lunch or something, check out that Hellsing AI. I was shocked.
I will do. Yeah, that's the first I've ever heard of it, Brendan. So thank you so much for sharing that because I wasn't acquainted.
I mean,
with
it's
that.
like brand new. It's like within. They said they started development, officially started production in December 2024. So it's like, how does this company just come out of the blue with this AI defensive platform that will protect all the democracies in Europe? I mean, it just sounds so absurd, but it's true and it's real. And they actually were the ones that gave Ukraine those rocket, essentially those craft. That So
those drones. Yes.
Yeah. So it's interesting, and it's very, very prescient of what we're going to see in the future. It's almost Black Mirror-esque.
Yes, absolutely.
That they're going to start basically spreading these factories into all the sovereign states of Europe, so each one can independently produce these weapons. And in order for it to maintain efficiency, all the software and all the technology will be ran by a expert system AI. So it's very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah.
We're in a new era,
Yeah.
So that's what this transfer of time is in regards to like all the planets being in Pisces and all this stuff. It has to do with high technology and things where it's going to be harder to tell reality from fiction.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No,
or
absolutely.
vice versa. So we're in some interesting times.
Yes.
And also from my prognosis is from the astrological side, maybe like 2.5, 3 more years until Saturn goes into Aries, which is just full-blown open war potential for.
Yes.
So they're gearing up for something that could be a world war scenario.
Oh, absolutely, Brent. Yeah, absolutely, Brendan. I that's what I predict too. It's inescapable.
It's inevitable.
At this point. It's inevitable now. Yeah, that we are.
Which is,
as we were just briefly mentioned earlier, we are in pre-war time, but we're actually in an unconventional warfare state at this moment in time.
Yeah.
And it's going to lead to conventional warfare, and it's going to be this higher intelligence, as you just mentioned, as
Exactly.
you brought up. Yes, utilizing to conduct this warfare.
Right.
So yeah, it's,
and I know you don't work for the electric utility, but do you know? Did you hear anything about the Heathrow incident?
Okay, I'm back.
No,
yes.
nothing.
Because
What I heard, no, thank you.
What I heard was that initially they reported that the terminal, or whatever that thing is called, the transfer unit for the electricity, had gone up, had just caught on fire. And then in the initial article that I saw, it said the backup generator also caught fire. Right. So that sounds sus as fuck, super suspect. Yeah. How can the backup generator also catch on fire? So that's why I said what I said. Yeah. But now it's totally scrubbed from the articles. They just say, "Oh, it was an accident." That's what the official British government stance is.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and
accident.
No, thanks for Brandon. I'm going to look into that. But Douglas, I wanted to share with you. I did look up the other day about, because they were mentioning about who would meet the criteria, who would be eligible for conscription in the UK if an all-out war with Russia was to occur.
Yes.
And I would qualify for evading that conscription because of my key worker status as an engineer.
That's right.
So yes, I would not be drafted. I did look that up, and I would evade that that scenario. I would evade that.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, with all the sabotage going on, you're on the front lines anyway.
Yes. No, much appreciated, Douglas. But yes, I did see that it's the key workers in specific fields of specialties or specialists. Yeah. And so yes, I am a key worker because it's for the civil defense sector.
Yeah.
For civil defense and communication. So yes, I just like with World War II, engineers were evasive of that conscription. So I would be I was eligible for that. I just wanted to share that as well, as you're already aware of that, but I did look it up to
Thank you.
Of course, I got
Because you got what? I
got a little bit excited.
Yes. No. I mean, but
I was just saying intrigued.
Yeah.
Because obviously I've always advocated that I would be the first in line for a conscription.
Right.
But of course, my duties will be for advisory.
Well, believe me, you may wind up there anyway because of your knowledge. So always remember this. The important thing is that I appreciate I appreciate your courage and your standing up for what's right, and you're going to be doing that no matter where you're located.
What? Yes. Yeah. Very much appreciate. Yes.
Now, by the way, our man Nemo says Discord isn't a bad free option. I've been using it every day for years. I didn't know Discord was something that you could use for calls. I thought that was just
That's an option.
Oh, okay, interesting. I thought that was just some forum on which everybody.
You can even have your own server, vampire server, if you want.
I'll bear that in mind. Oh, yes.
You can share all your suspect artwork.
Yes, that's right. When they first started portraying me in Japan, it was through pornographic art and illustrations. Brendan could give more details about that. But and it looks very similar to my own artwork that I produced. Yes, I guess it's genetic. So all that being said,
thank you, Douglas.
Yes, thank you.
No, I will depart, but thank you so much for having me on, and please everyone please support Douglas. Please donate any money you can spare to him. It's very much appreciated, and we're very much grateful and appreciative of your support for Douglas. Yes, and I just wanted to say thank you for having me on. It's been wonderful talking to you too, Brendan, and Aristides, if you're asleep, good night, and I will respond to your message. And I'll look forward to reviewing everything, Douglas, and I'll come back on Wednesday. Wednesday your time, Thursday my time. For a little cameo appearance, I should say. Yes.
Excellent.
So thank you very much. Yes.
Always appreciate it. Stay safe and be well.
No, you take care of yourselves.
All right.
All my love.
Yes, all our love as well. Bye for now. Nemo's sending me something in private messages. I won't read it aloud. If he asks me to not read this aloud, I'll make certain not to. Reminds me, of course, to provide something to our dear friend JD. And this is, of course, John Doe, who is really T-Tank Barry. Here we are, and I think I did provide that to him. Okay, now let's take a look at Nemo. He says here, that's what it looks like on my server. Here we are. So it's coming up. This is some of the, I guess this is how Discord looks to him. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It'll be a learning curve, which is why I didn't suggest it, because you would have to be a gamer to get it. So.
Interesting. Okay.
But it might be a good vector to get you in there. Like I said, if you start streaming video games, you'll have millions of viewers and you'll get all kinds of hits. But it's just such a learning curve.
Yeah, not to mention that, I'm not quite sure if I have the time to invest in the video games, and I'm certain I would suck at it. But
once you see the checks rolling in, you'll find the time.
Maybe
you'll turn into Hassan Piker.
Yeah, that piece of shit. Just talk while you're gaming. Oh my god. So I'm doing a screen share.
Once you see the first two checks, you won't even leave the front of the freaking.
Oh my god. Oh my god. So Nemo says, don't have to be a gamer, laugh out loud, it's easy to learn. So does this look familiar to you, Brendan? This is what I'm showing on screen share.
Oh yeah, I know it well. Yeah.
Okay. So you know all this. All right, great. And Nemo says old people
used to use it.
Learn to use it. You used to use it? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, for when we were playing different Pokemon games, and it's basically the gamer. It's just like this gamer world where you can get the lowdown on any video game, any cheat code, any kind of.
Got it.
But it's invite only. You have to be invited, or you have to know someone. And
interesting.
It's an interesting setup.
Okay. All right. So obviously we'll look into it, and we thank Nemo for that.
I don't like it because of the name, but so what?
Yeah, the name does. Yeah, the name is a bit of a turnoff. It's kind of like, it's too indicative.
Well, it's owned by those tech bros that you were talking about earlier.
There you go. That's also a negative. Everything's got its positive and negative. So, but that sounds like a pretty decisive negative to me. It's like, yeah.
But the thing is, it's one of the last free options because of what the other fuckers are doing. So.
True. Good point. And
we'll weigh the options. We have another month, so
yeah. But we'll definitely try it. I like what Brendan was saying, because our man Aristides was trying to share with me what he had been discussing with Brendan in the in this conversation they were having about these technologies, these communications platforms. And Brendan was saying something about how doped out I was. Indeed I was. Jesus Christ, I was unable to. Oh God, I was in no mood to be going through what we were going through. It's amazing it worked out, but they fucked over Brendan. I mean, Jesus Christ, they the moment he tried to work with the Microsoft Teams, it was like they scrambled him. They scrambled it. It was awful.
It's totally unusable on my end. I'm telling you now. I'm giving you a head.
Yeah. So that's fine, because Aristides hates it. So there we go.
The same thing happened. It's like you can't. There's not as much freedom as with the Skype, and they did that deliberately, so you have to pay them and shit. It's horrible.
Yeah, it is horrible, and it's like, why
it's just
now?
The first.
Yeah.
Because it's the first step to this monopolism.
We're
going to be dominated by monopolies until the whole thing collapses or something.
They'll bring about the collapse. I don't even think we'll get to the point of the monopolies, because it won't last that long. I mean, we're not going to even be able to. They think somehow the system that they're ripping apart, it's like being on a ship and taking out parts from the ship, literal parts of the hull, to add to your own little penthouses on the ship deck or something, and expecting it to still float. I mean, This is what they're doing, and so we're all going to sink before their stupid dream is realized.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Such being
strapped in, we're all strapped in. I don't know how far we're gonna get.
Oh, it's awful. It's ridiculous. It's yeah, but I'll get back into it and explain that. But thank you for communicating what you did, both yourself and Nemo. With that, I do want to know what I want people to have hope, based on what I said about the economy. Obviously, if our man Trump, and I say that sarcastically, if Trump has bought into the MAGA fag ideology and truly thinks we have to trigger a recession to somehow clean out or prune the hedges of our economy the same way that he thinks Musk is doing with our bureaucracy, then, as I said, the outlook for this year and beyond is troubling, to say the least. Still, the laws of political gravity have not been suspended. Political success must ultimately rest on a foundation of policy success, and Trump's policies are simply not succeeding. Far more than 60% of Americans disapprove of his handling of tariffs, and at least over half disapprove of his handling of the budget and his management of the federal government. Until Trump changes course, those numbers will continue to climb. The higher they go, the easier it will be for congressional Republicans and corporate executives to speak out against Trump himself. So if the president wants his party to do well in the 2026 midterm elections, though we see no sign that he does, he will be under enormous political pressure to rein in the chaos, resolve policy uncertainty, and govern more responsibly. Indeed, Trump has already responded to political pressure and has gone through the phantom motions of mouthing limits on Musk and Dodgy, tipping power away from them and toward cabinet secretaries. We can only pray that the same will happen with his tariff plans. Fortunately for us all, Trump inherited a strong economy, thanks only to the Democrats. Data for the current quarter continued to show economic strength. The economy added 151,000 net new jobs in February. Unemployment remains comparatively low. But the sooner Trump regains investors' and consumers' confidence, the less likely that outcome becomes. Now, H.L. Mencken famously observed that, in his own words, democracy is the theory that the common people know what they want and deserve to get it good and hard. Now, the people as a majority never wanted Trump, and they most certainly don't want this. In the American imperial system of democratic capitalism, that simple fact should carry a lot of force. The hope is that the American economy will simply slow, imposing some discipline on this misadministration. Still, even if this stalls the misadministration's program, all the damage has already been done. The United States will struggle to restore government capacity eroded by Elon Musk's catastrophically misnamed Department of Government Efficiency. In interim, avoid American imperial stocks while the chaos monkeys run the show. According to the podcaster and author of the forthcoming work titled Money and subtitled A Story of Humanity, the Dublin-based economist David McWilliams, who used to work for the Irish Central Bank, the UBS, or the Union Bank of Switzerland, which trades as UBS, and le BNP, the Banque Nationale de Paris, which trades as BNPQY, The President Donald Trump has upended the global geopolitical order in place for more than 70 years with major economic consequences that have only begun to be felt and which won't help these United States. Warning that Trump has already thrown in the towel on Russia isn't really committed to competing with communist China on the Asian mainland in manufacturing in any proper way, and believes that tariffs are the road to economic prosperity, McWilliams observes that Trump has undermined the twin pillars of America's post-war or post-World War II global policy, Atlanticism and freer trade. This world may move to a situation closer to the 1930s, carved up into competing power blocks, with McWilliams himself concluding that the United States will retreat to the Western Hemisphere while Russia and Red China take all the rest. For investors, that means steering clear of the United States for right now. Instead, European stocks are set to soar on United German-led fiscal expansion, with weapons makers especially likely to benefit. In an interview with Quartz magazine, prefacing that the president's terrifying Oval Office meeting with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on top of his trade war has shocked European Union countries, McWilliams so saying, and here I quote his T, "We have a very radical president doing very radical things very quickly with little or no economic coherence. There's no world in which a large, dominant global player turns its back on its trading partners and gets rich. He's not on a pathway to making America great. There's simply too much risk in America. Chaos monkeys are running the show, and that's not good for money. Trump thinks he holds all the cards. I'm not so sure. The last time someone tried to remake the world order via old America in the 1930s, it didn't end well, with FDR only succeeding in precipitating a second world war. Thus, we must ask if America is going to survive the chaos Trump is creating. The answer being probably not in its current form. No. It's really quite simple. Either Trump gets away with changing the USA out of any recognition, or it gets changed to prevent anything similar from happening again. I've remarked on this before. The USA was one of the first attempts at making a government by and for the people. The American Imperial Constitution was, and still is, a remarkable document, easily 100 years ahead of its time. That was 250 fucking years ago. It is seriously outdated, and the process for changing it has, over time, become so cumbersome that Americans, uniquely, increasingly see it as a sacred text that cannot be changed, only interpreted, and even that occasionally requires thinking worthy of a circus contortionist. Other democracies have standing committees that tweak their constitutions every 20 years or so to bring it in line with developments. It's never seen as a big deal. In the USA, the last amendment of any consequence to the general population was ratified in 1971, and that only dealt with the relatively small issue of standardizing the voting age. Before 1971, it could vary by state. Another amendment, which dealt exclusively with the procedure for approving the salaries of Congress, was ratified in 1992. Over 200 fucking years after it was proposed. Thomas Jefferson recommended tearing the Constitution up wholesale every 20 years or so and writing a new one from scratch. He thought it was important that each generation got to define its own freedoms. Our standing committees in Europe are basically putting this idea into practice, even if they've become rather good at it after all those years and don't usually do more than make small improvements to the constitutions they already have. Critics and supporters have long said to take Trump at his word, and few things have shown this to be truer than his vendetta against the country that once ruled nigh all of America del Norte. It was right there in the speech announcing his first successful presidential run a decade ago last June, when Trump descended down a golden staircase at his Manhattan Tower like the decrepit yet all-powerful Padishah Emperor in the Dune franchise. Within the opening 3 minutes of his speech, Trump uttered the line, "When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. They're rapists." That's the viral part of his anti-Mexicano screed. But there was more. Trump mentioned Mexico 13 times in that speech, his pronunciation dripping with disdain every time. He promised to build a great, great wall to seal it off from us, and labeled our southern neighbor the new China. He whined that Mexico is laughing at us, at our stupidity, and now they are beating us economically. They are not our friend, believe me, but they're killing us economically. So much bile against our second largest trading partner and the ancestral country of millions of American citizens, and yet the crowd cheered him on. Trump has kept to his saber-rattling words. He has never ceased to describe people crossing into this country from Mexico as an invasion, and is vowing to severely limit legal migration and deport immigrants in the country without legal documentation in a way this country has never seen. He's still threatening to impose steep tariffs against Mexico, while his team is salivating at the idea of channeling their inner general purging and launching military incursions into the country under the guise of combating the narco cartels. Last month, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth told Fox News that all options will be on the table. Wiping off the Golfo de Mexico from U.S. maps isn't a lark, it's a promise of more to come. It's a move out of the Latin American strongmen that have long plagued the Western Hemisphere, but now have an eager copycat at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Likewise, Putin's favorite philosopher is the imperialist philosopher who demanded the Ukrainian war. For decades, Alexander Dugin argued that Russia had a messianic mission and that destroying an independent Ukraine was necessary to fulfilling it. In August of 2022, 6 months after Russian troops invaded Ukraine, a cultural festival named Traditions was held outside Moscow at the one-time summer retreat of Alexander Pushkin. The star speaker was Alexander Dugin, a pseudo-scholar and prominent proponent of the war, who has been called the prophet of the new Russian Empire. In his book titled Being an Empire, published in 2023, which runs to a Heideggerian length of 784 pages. Dugin characterizes Russia as nothing less than, in his own words, the last place of the true subject of history and time and space. His lecture at the festival, Tradition and History, was as sprawling as its title suggested. Sitting under a canopy, he extemporized on the seasonal labors of the Russian peasantry, finding in the pre-modern past the secret center of the empire's spiritual life. For Dugin, the greatest enemy of Russia is liberalism, which he has defined as the false premise that a human is a separate, autonomous individual, a selfish animal seeking its own benefit, and nothing more. Along such lines, it has long been fashionable to say that the globe is shrinking. In the wake of the telegraph, the steamship, and the railway, thinkers from the late 19th century onwards often wrote of space and time being annihilated by new technologies. Historians might supply surveys in their classrooms or textbooks, but lack of familiarity with the sources, all of them in their gritty detail, seem to guarantee grandiosity and superficiality at the expense of fine-grained detail and complex reconstruction. Grand narratives were associated with the grim determinism of Oswald Spengler, author of the magnum opus titled The Decline of the West, published in 1918, a year before my legal sire's birth, or the globe-scanning schemes of Arnold J. Toynbee, author of the 12-volume work titled A Study of History, that was published between 1934 to 1961. Large stories, told across long sweeps of time, became both unfashionable and unfeasible, at least for anyone claiming professional competence as a historian. A focus on exceptional individuals and events dovetailed with the suspicion towards grand narratives that the French philosopher Jean-François Lyotard gave in 1979 as the definition of postmodernism. This move towards shorter timescales marked a double retreat, the first from the core mission of history since classical times, the second from the influential practice of afterbalance. French historians to study longer-term histories. For more than 2,000 years, from the time of Thucydides to the middle of the 20th century, one of the primary purposes of learning about the past was to orient oneself towards the future. Cicero wrote in the 1st century, before the Christian era, that history was a magistre vitae, a guide to life for politicians, their advisors, and for citizens. This was the classical spirit in which Machiavelli and his contemporaries wrote their histories, whether of ancient Roma or of their own city-states, such as Florence, taking lessons from Roma's arming of the plebeians or its strategies for territorial expansion when considering the destinies of their communities. It was also the aim of historians in the Enlightenment, among them David Hume, Voltaire, and even Adam Smith, whose magnum opus, titled The Wealth of Nations, was at its heart a history of Europe and its overseas empires, written to inform debate about the commercial future of Europe and its colonies, and published in the fateful year of 1776. After the French Revolution, practicing politicians in Great Britain and France often turned to the past to shape current debate, with leading politicians, for example, François Guizot, Adolphe Thiers, and Jean Walray in France, and Thomas Babington Macaulay, and Lord John Russell in Great Britain, writing histories of their own revolutionary pasts to shape their national futures. History was a school of statesmanship, in the words of J.R. Seeley, the Regius Professor of Modern History in late Victorian Cambridge. In the same moment, a text such as Alfred Thayer Mann's magnum opus, titled The Influence of Sea Power upon History, subtitled 1660 to 1783, published in 1890, could become the textbook on military strategy in naval colleges in these United States, the Kaiserreich of Imperial Germany, and the Empire of Japan, assigned in classrooms for decades. Far from marking professional skill, moving to a short past without an eye to action or a tilt towards the future broke historians from their long-developed habit of informing the public sphere. More immediately, the short past marked a retreat from what the great French historian Fernand Braudel called the longue durée, meaning the long term. Braudel remains famous even now, and even beyond historians, for his multi-layered, ocean-spanning history of the Mediterranean in the age of Philip II, published in 1949. Between 1940 and 1945, Braudel planned his masterwork while he was held in detention camps in Germany, where he had lectured to his fellow inmates on the course and meaning of history. He later reflected that the unchanging rhythms of internment, the repetitive routines, seemingly without hope or reason, forced him to think along longer timescales in order to recover hope beyond the tedium of the daily round. Camp life strongly shaped Braudel's vision of the Mediterranean past, which he told as three successive histories: a seemingly immobile story of the unchanging physical environment, a gently paced history of states, societies, and civilizations, and the more conventional narrative of those brief, rapid, nervous oscillations called events. For Braudel, events were the froth on the waves of time, but they should not be confused with history, which took place at much greater depths and often hidden from view. Braudel baptized this movement La Longue Durée in 1958 as a shot in an academic and institutional power game being played out in France, while the Fourth République was giving way to the Fifth amid domestic and international crises. Braudel bemoaned what he saw as a crisis of the human sciences, in which knowledge was exploding, data had gotten out of control, intellectual fields became more inward-looking, and many scholars focused only on the short term, the here and now, and the politically expedient. As a solution to this crisis, Braudel offered history as the only discipline capable of explaining how immediate events fit into larger, indeed longer patterns. He charged that economists, like many of his fellow historians, concentrated too much on spans of 10, 20, 50 years at most. That was no way to see, even at the half a 100-year time span, how critical events emerged from deeper structures. The answer then was to work on a different horizon. A history measured in hundreds or even thousands of years. L'histoire de longue, même de très longue durée. The history of a long, even very long duration. The longue durée soon took on a life of its own as a shorthand for the long term, even in English. It betrayed Braudèl's academic agenda to put the study of history at the forefront of the human sciences, as he battled against anthropology and Claude Levi-Strauss, and economics with its embrace of mathematics for prestige and national funding. His agenda to enthrone the past also fit nicely with the simultaneous movement in France to promote the future, with futurology emerging as a science. Its leading proponent was Braudèl's close friend Gaston Bergier, who as Director General of French higher education in the 1950s held the purse strings for institutes of advanced study. Now every action spawns a reaction. The short past of the 1970s was a response to the longue durée of the 1950s. It might even have had elements of an Oedipal revolt by newly politicized students in the wake of the events of 1968, who turned against the shibboleths of older historians. The generation of 68 trained a new cadre of scholars for whom archival immersion, telling detail, and the reconstruction of short-term narratives mattered more, and gained more prestige than analyses of broad structures or extended time spans. The gains of the shift to the short past were obvious. Greater rigor, more original topics, and engagement with the experiences of communities, women, the enslaved, ethnic minorities, among others, that had been sidelined from more traditional historians. But there were also costs to historians in terms of their public profile and even their political influence. In the late 19th century, as for centuries before, politicians had written history. In the 20th century, that tradition did not entirely expire. Think of Winston Churchill, who won a Nobel Prize in Literature largely for the histories written around his years in public life. But more often, historians were consulted for their political wisdom, nationally and internationally. Exempli gratiae, the Fabian historians Beatrice and Sidney Webb helped to shape London's political institutions, thanks to their knowledge of English local government since the Middle Ages. Likewise, their colleague at the London School of Economics, R.H. Tawney, could be sent on a mission to study land reform in mainland China in 1931 because he had studied the enclosure of the commons in 16th century England. The longue durée informed political decision-making and institution building in the first half of the 20th century in ways that it would not in the second. The move away from history was partly due to the ascendancy of other forms of academic science or academic advice, most notably from economists. But it was also partly self-inflicted, as historians refined their work to make the past unusable for political purposes, at least the purposes of national and international governance. Long-term narratives still had a hold, but they came not from members of history departments, but from global think tanks, from demographers deployed by the Club of Rome in the 1970s, or by futurologists employed by the RAND, or Research and Development Corporation, in an age of limits to growth and the population bomb. Theirs was a dirty longue durée, produced more for the present purposes than for its critical stance towards contemporary pieties. These non-historians dealt with an impoverished array of historical evidence to draw broad-gauge conclusions about the tendency of progress. Long-range histories by historians never disappeared entirely from libraries or bookshops. Braudel, for one, continued to write multi-volume histories of capitalism and civilization into the 1980s. Even professionals continued to teach survey courses on Western civilization, U.S. or U.K. history over many decades and centuries. Their efforts nonetheless collided with the economies of professional prestige and promotion. In the era of the short past, microhistory prevailed over macrohistory. The big picture often got short shrift. This age of fracture, as the American imperial intellectual historian Dan Rogers called it in the year of my mother's murder, circa 2011. Not only my own late and sainted Cyrus's Mors Annis, or death year, slain as she was but the week after 3/11, this was, of course, the terrorist attack we came to know as Fukushima Daiichi. All of this leaving a long legacy of short-termism. Indeed, it was a result thereof, after a fashion. All kinds of grand narratives had lost steam. Well, they'd lost steam at that point and therefore never made it to beyond stream. Marxism, modernization theory, the rise and fall of civilizations, the rhythms of the business cycle, all failed to have explanatory power. Always sensitive to changes in the atmosphere, leading historians in the early 1980s began to criticize the unintended consequences of the move to a short past. In a presidential address to the American Historical Association in 1981, Bernard Bailyn, the Harvard Americanist, complained, and here I quote his T, "Historical inquiries are ramifying in 100 directions at once. Synthesis into a coherent whole, even for limited regions, seems almost impossible." Across the Atlantic, the rising young British historian David Carradine concurred as he condemned a cult of professionalism that meant more and more academic historians were writing more and more academic history that fewer and fewer people were actually reading. So, why not toss all those introverted but highly competent monographs and journals articles onto a bonfire of the humanities? Within 25 years, the laws of academic thermodynamics seemed to create yet another counter-movement. The past decade has seen a revival of grand narratives, large questions, and broad, sometimes even universal histories. After retreating to problems on biological and biographical timescales, historians are now working on spans of time that are climatological, archaeological, and cosmological in their scope. The Anthropocene, the still controversial geological era in which human beings have comprised a collective actor powerful enough to affect the Earth and our environment on a truly planetary scale, is already an object of historical inquiry, extending back at least to the late 18th century and the origins of greenhouse gas emissions after the Industrial Revolution. A growing group of scholars is pursuing deep history, the story of the human past over at least 40,000 years, which deliberately erases the boundary between history and prehistory, using the tools drawn from genetics, archaeology, biochemistry, and neurology. Grandest of all is Big History, a movement that has attracted the attention of Bill Gates for its embrace of a story that stretches back to the beginnings of the universe itself. As the founder of Big History, the Australian historian David Christian has noted that this is the longest durée that historians can possibly imagine or reconstruct. Now, I'm just checking a little bit here into, here we are. Just reading our dear Brendan's commentary left. And, yes. Oh, gosh. I so wish I had responded to this earlier when Brendan was with us, but we wish him the best. Stay safe and be well, dear Brendan. Blessed be thy dreams and sweet be thy slumber. Our dear Nemo is responding, and he's, well, I'll read what he has to say soon enough. In interim, our dear lady from Austria, the Österreich, is in the chat. In the meantime, Nemo says, regarding Assassin's Creed Shadows, the subliminal message of this game is that the Japanese are next in line to be overrun by... Okay, I'm not going to read this out loud. Oh my God. Oh, thank you, Devo. Appreciate that. I'll look at that privately later. In the interim, our dear lady in the chat, Kokos Schrejveld, says, thanks to the team for these important insights I would not get without you. The freaky Elon Moon stories, for those I'm extremely thankful. She says, in the media here, you get the half of the story or nothing at all, especially when it comes to Trump, Putin, Ukraine. Blessed to be able to listen to you to get the stories together. Love the team. Love you too, honey. Blessed be in response. Let me send her my message, of course, of affection, and then I'll get back to work. Here we are. And let me see if I can get my act together to prepare for lasting through the rest of the night. And here we are. Kokos. There we go. And, okay. Down a little lower for the next, and we press the enter button. Very well. Now, historians do not have to go as far back as the Big Bang to escape the short past. Long-range histories on scales of a century to 3 millennia, well, they abound again. Of anti-Judaism from ancient Egypt, or Egyptus, to the present, and the first 3,000 years of Christianity. Like how I say the first 3,000 years of Christianity, I hope there's another 3,000 yet to come, of guerrilla warfare from ancient times to the present, and of strategy from chimpanzees to game theory, of genocide from Sparta to Darfur, and racism from the Middle Ages to our own times. Most of these ambitious histories combine the attention to detail and context that characterized microhistory with a desire to recount stories and structures that can be understood only in the longue durée. The opportunity to array the longue durée against endemic short-termism has arrived with a vengeance. The most pressing problems of our time, for example, climate change, crises of global governance, the proliferation of inequality, have no simple solutions because they have such deep roots. But disentangling is what historians do. We are trained to balance different forms of data against each other, to be alert to the complexity of causality, to consider how long-term structures interact with short-term determinants. Where other social scientists value parsimony, the most stripped-down, cleanest explanation or analysis of a problem, historians prefer profligacy, a multiplicity of sources against which to calibrate causation and to foresee the conflicted futures arising from multiple contested pasts. Many adjacent human sciences, and even the natural sciences, have undertaken a historical turn of late. The era of big data is an age of proliferating evidence about the human and non-human past. Statistical, verbal, and physical, from massive verbal corpora of digitized texts via tweets and climate data to ice cores, tree ring data, and the human genome. Some of our colleagues are even deploying the longue durée to undermine some of the most cherished illusions of their disciplines. Take Thomas Piketty, the French economist, whose work titled Capital in the 21st Century, published in 2014, became a global intellectual sensation when it exposed the fallacy of the Kuznets curve and laid bare the dimensions of ever-expanding inequality in advanced societies. The mid-20th century economist Simon Kuznets had argued that capitalism led inevitably to increasing prosperity and therefore to decreasing inequality. Kuznets' data set was confined to about 30 years in mid-century, including the aftermath of the Second World War. Piketty demolished Kuznets' universalizing conclusions by proving how limited his horizons and how local was his data. To read therefrom, Piketty's work, seen in a 200-year perspective, rather than over 3 decades, inequality appears regressive, not progressive, and has been getting only worse since Kuznets won a Nobel Prize in economics in 1971. Pulling out the focus radically changed the picture. With good reason has Piketty called his book, in his own words, as much a work of history as of economics. The public future of the past is now firmly in historians' hands. History as a discipline is poised to recover its ancient mission as the guide to life, but in a new guise, as a critical human science, capable of judging data, incorporating it into complex narratives, and presenting its conclusions in forms accessible to the widest possible range of publics, as well as those who make the data, well, who make the policies that shape all our lives. Historians now have more evidence, more data, in more forms available to them than ever before. Using digital materials and the tools to make sense of this data, historians can perform analytical feats that would have required a lifetime of immersion, but a generation ago. The return to the longue durée is not just feasible, it is imperative. Feasible because of the resources to hand and the means to make sense of them. Imperative because of the proliferation of big data in every aspect of our lives and the necessity of fighting back critically against those who might wield its powers of shock and awe against us. The world might have shrunk, but the collective challenges facing its people have grown only more apparent in all their complexity. At a time of ever-expanding inequality within societies, if not between them, when international institutions have reached the breaking point, and when anthropogenic climate change threatens our water and our food, our political stability, and even the survival of our species, even the most basic apprehension of our condition demands a scaling up of all our inquiries. It's only as we brought fire under better control that we stopped thinking so much about it. And with climate change, that may be shifting yet again. Now, as wildfires increasingly threaten American cities, people are being forced to rethink our relationship with fire itself. Thinking about fire in various changing ways is something people have been doing since the beginning. For a vast majority of human history, visible fires were a crucial part of daily life. Naturally, the power of fire took on mythical meanings, often representing death and renewal. Cultures around the world told stories in which the possession of fire defined the beginnings of humanity. In some versions of the myth of Prometheus, for example, humans were denied the skills given to animals to help them survive, but the gift of fire allowed them to become technological creatures capable of dominating all the earth. The historian Stephen J. Pine has proven that these myths parallel a real evolutionary story. By learning to cook food, humans outsourced part of their digestive process, allowing their guts to shrink while providing them nutrients to support a larger brain. Controlled fire also helped people shape the land to their advantage and allowed for the creation of brick, cement, glass, and other crucial materials. For ancient thinkers in Greece, China, and elsewhere, fire was a fundamental element. It was also almost universally connected with life, feeding, growing, and dying. Through the Enlightenment, scholars described plants and animals as having an inner fire. Fire was also a staple in religion. It might be a weapon of a god, or a god itself. It might cleanse temples, produce burnt offerings, or sanctify an altar. But Pine notes that, over time, religious fires became tamer, where the story of Sodom and Gomorrah involved melting mountains and a rain of fire and brimstone. The Gospel of Matthew compares the Last Judgment to the burning of the tares, weeds found in a grain field. Increasingly, urban people viewed fire less as an elemental force of creation and destruction than the stuff of candles and hearths. By the 19th century, scientists viewed fire as a result of deeper forces of chemistry and physics rather than a foundational aspect of the universe. On a more mundane level, people in many places were hiding fire away in closed stoves, steam engines, and furnaces. Thus did uncontrolled fire become a problem to solve. And thus Pine writes, "The first act of a day was to kindle a fire, the last act to bank the coals, and in between, fire was a constant companion. Once the manifestation of gods and the source of life, fire had become alien, a destroyer of cities, a savager of soil, a befouler of air, an emblem, in science as in agriculture, of the hopeless primitive. Europeans increasingly tried to prevent the burning of forests and other landscapes, and they spread this practice across their colonial empires. The result was the disruption of ecosystems and economies built on relationships among human societies, fire, and living things. In an age of climate catastrophe, as fires become increasingly dangerous, that's only beginning to shift in a different direction. It is in this context that, but 12 months after the deadly Los Angeles wildfires, lessons are emerging. Will LA learn the lesson that decades of fiery destruction is trying to teach us? 1 month after the devastation in Los Angeles, the public and California's government are being forced to confront weaknesses in our approach to wildfires, which are growing ever more intense and frequent thanks to increasing drought and heat brought on by climate change. It's all built and rebuilt to burn. The month before last's deadly Palisades and Eaton fires were a tragic reminder that fire is woven into the fabric of Southern California's landscape. As authorities clear out the ash-laden debris and pave the way for residents to rebuild their homes and livelihoods, some are asking familiar questions. Should we build differently this time? Or should we not build in the most fire-prone landscapes anymore? The devastation, searingly fresh and life-changing as it is for tens of thousands who lost their homes, and the reckoning that's followed are also deja vu. Think of the Bel Air fire. In 1961, Santa Ana winds pushed a small trash fire into the wealthy neighborhood of Bel Air. News coverage at the time chronicled celebrities armed with garden hoses dousing their roofs in hopes that their homes would be spared, echoed in the efforts by residents in Pacific Palisades and Altadena last month. The blaze destroyed more than 480 homes, some of which belonged to Hollywood elites, including Burt Lancaster and Zsa Zsa Gabor. But the hillside homes kept getting built. A reckoning or a half measure? This brings us into the longue durée, a century of hillside development. The LA Basin's hilly terrain has been beckoning to people for more than 100 years. As she dived into LA's fiery history last month, the LA Times national correspondent Jenny Jarvie revealed how city leaders, developers, and the public failed to truly learn the lessons emblazoned into the landscape time and time again. To read therefrom, it's a crossroads the region has found itself at before when the power of fire left us reeling. In response, LA officials ushered in new fire safety measures, investing in more firefighting helicopters, new fire stations, and a new reservoir. They also outlawed untreated wood shingles in high fire risk areas and initiated a brush clearance program to create defensible space around homes. All over the mountains surrounding LA, developers were buying up ranch land, filing plat maps, and producing lavish real estate ads and sales brochures touting the foothills as an elevated paradise for a newly emerging upper middle class. One 1923 advertisement circulated the year my mother was born for new development in what was then called Hollywoodland proclaimed, "The future of Los Angeles is in the hills." But something that and other ads of the era did not mention: the risk of fire. Philip Ethington, a professor of history, political science, and spatial sciences at USC, the University of Santa Cruz, told Jarvie it was a period of almost zero environmental consciousness. The developers didn't want to dwell on the hazards. They saw fires as freak events. The inconvenient truth they couldn't or wouldn't see, and one many still look past today, is that fire is the native, natural presence, and human development is the invasive interloper. Our efforts to suppress that nature have only made fires worse, as concurred by all the experts. The month before last, in explaining that where we've built raises the risk, along with what we've planted, Mona Lisa Chatterjee, a climate scientist and associate professores of environmental studies at USC Dornsife, went on record to say, "We don't want our natural areas to get affected by fire, but in reality, this is a fire-prone place. It requires fire. We are not allowing a natural process to happen." As LA grew, so did a number of non-native species that aren't as fire-resistant, creating fuel sources and ember factories when fire inevitably comes. Looking at you, Palms. Now, will this latest destructive lesson change anything? It feels like I know the depressing answer, though I'd love to be wrong. For decades, we built into wild spaces while stifling the indigenous fire practices that strove for balance, not 100% suppression. Some fire agencies have started to embrace that historical approach, and state leaders are focusing on new laws to make homes more resistant to fire. At the same time, those state and local leaders have moved to expedite the rebuilding process by waiving some environmental and regulatory steps. All the while, experts emphasize that fire is the constant, and our presence and actions, including human-caused climate catastrophe, are the variables that spark destruction. Stephen Pine, a foresighted fire historian and professor emeritus at Arizona State University, told Jarvie, "California is built to burn. on a large scale and explosively at times. You can live in that landscape, but how you choose to live will affect whether that fire is something that just passes through like a big thunderstorm or whether it is something that destroys whatever you've got. Well, more big fires will come. And here's how to prepare. When people were forced to abandon their cars and flee on foot from the advancing flames of the Palisades fire in the afternoon of January 7th, the Los Angeles Times staff was there to report on the chaos. Hours later, reporters were in Altadena as fire trucks raced to the Eaton fire, navigating the pitch-black streets. In the weeks that followed that devastation, their entire newsroom worked around the clock to investigate what the fires destroyed, lives that were lost, what state and federal officials were doing to support fire survivors, as well as the complicated road to rebuilding. Never having been matriced into any such conventional journalistic experience, or rather enterprise, I myself have the opportunity to offer another type of reporting. I spent my own time thinking about how the fires were upending people's lives and what reporting could give my listeners agency in a situation that felt out of your hands. Here are the questions that possible evacuees, fire survivors, and the greater community should have about the fires. What to pack if a fire is forcing you to evacuate? Do you still need to pay your mortgage, rent, or utility bills if you were forced to evacuate? What can Southern Californians do to help those immediately affected by the fires? How can you protect yourself from wildfire smoke, which is toxic as fucking hell? How can you replace essential documents lost to fires? You may be thinking, I don't live in a fire-prone area, so this information doesn't pertain to me. It's time to reconsider that assessment, I assure you. Engineers at UC Irvine found that very high wildfire density hotspots are increasing. Data from 1920 to 1999 proves only one such hotspot, Los Angeles County. Data from 2000 to 2019 exposes several more. According to the report published in 2021, in the past 20 years, that designation has expanded greatly in Southern California to include Ventura County, portions of Riverside, San Diego, and San Bernardino counties. This finding isn't isolated to just my Golden State Nation. According to a recent Statista report, Colorado, Texas, Oregon, Arizona, New Mexico, Idaho, and Montana have an increased risk of property damage and loss due to wildfires. Climate change and suburban sprawl are fueling more dangerous fire behavior. 15 of the 20 largest wildfires in California history have occurred since 2000 Anno Domini, and 10 of the most costly and destructive fires to life and property in my state have occurred since 2015, as reported by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. What adds fuel to the fire? Wildfires are influenced by a number of factors including temperature, humidity, and lack of moisture in trees, shrubs, grasses, and forest debris. Warmer and drier conditions on top of previous drought affects our leading to longer and more active fire seasons. As we experience more destructive fires in our backyards, you'll realize there's a lot to think about when it comes to creating wildfire defense for your home. How to prepare in the event of an evacuation, understanding health risks associated with a fire, how to rebuild if the worst happens, and how to cope with the devastation. Because climate change will fuel contests and brushfire wars for land and resources. This is the coming age of territorial expansion. Since the mid-20th century, the power dynamics and system of alliances that made up the post-war global order provided a strong check on campaigns to conquer and acquire territory, an otherwise enduring feature of human history. But rather than marking a definitive break from the aggression of the past, this era of relative restraint now seems to have been merely a brief deviation from the historical pattern. From Russia's invasion of Ukraine to U.S. President Donald Trump's avowed interest in acquiring Greenland, international land grabs are back on the table. Threats of territorial conquest are once again becoming a central part of geopolitics, driven by a new phase of great power competition, growing population pressures, shifts in technology, and perhaps most crucially, a changing climate. Now, here we are. Just responding to our lovely lady in the chat. There we are. And, oh yes, there we are, the perfect emoji to respond with. Here we are, then we'll decide how long I can last for the rest of the night. There we go. We're holding great numbers, but 4 hours left. Now, the case of Greenland is emblematic of how climate change may spur a global contest for land. Trump first raised the prospect of these United States incorporating that Danish territory on the eve of his inauguration, and in the weeks since he has reiterated that wish and refused to rule out the abuse of force to turn it into reality. Denmark is uninterested in selling Greenland, and the territory's largely indigenous population is wary of outside powers, a legacy of the island's brutal history under Danish rule. But that has not discouraged Trump's overtures or threats. His interest in the territory stems ostensibly from its strategic position as a buffer between the United States and its great power adversaries. In January, Trump saying, "It has to do with the freedom of the world." But as our planet warms, retreating ice caps and thinning sea ice will make Greenland important for other reasons, as its vast tracts of once inhospitable land become newly alluring to outsiders. Washington's bid for Greenland is just the opening chapter of a new global competition for territory. There are many qualities that make land valuable, such as access to resources, human habitability, agricultural productivity, and proximity to trade routes. For decades, countries have, for the most part, played with the hands that they were dealt. But now, climate change is reshuffling the deck. As major powers try to position themselves for success in a burning world, a literally burning world, many will rush to secure access to vital territory and resources, ushering in an era in which blatant land grabs are a recurrent theme. This brings us to the winners and the losers. What seems brazen and bizarre now may well become more common in the coming decades as policymakers grapple with the consequences of a burning world and a warming planet. For a great power looking to set itself up for success in a future shaped by climate change, Grönland is a prize. The massive island will likely become an important waypoint for new northern shipping routes that open as Arctic ice melts. Although ice cover has so far limited the exploration of mineral deposits in Grönland, scientists believe it could possess significant quantities of iron ore, lead, gold, rare earth elements, uranium, oil, and other valuable resources, including those minerals needed for the clean energy transition. That will hopefully ultimately take us out of the age of the burning earth. As our climate warms in interim, people will be forced to flee places made, rendered inhabitable by rising seas, unbearable heat, and extreme weather. And by that time, Grönland will be far more comfortable for human settlement than it is right now. Bitterly cold winters will ease, and summers will warm substantially. Recent years have seen average temperatures that are Grönland's warmest on record for the past 1,000 years, and are around 1.5 degrees Celsius above the 20th century average. Further temperature rises will foster new vegetation and even agriculture. Climate projections prove that areas covered today by the low-to-the-ground vegetation of the tundra will host growing forests by 2100 Anno Domini. Climate change will create intractable problems for some countries and open new opportunities for others, encouraging a race for territory. Global warming-induced changes in productivity and habitability will carve new trajectories for economic output and migration. Emigration from North Africa, the Sahel, and the Middle East, for instance, will increase as temperatures rise and agricultural productivity declines in all those regions. People will also draw back from low-lying and flood-prone coastal areas, such as the Ganges Delta of Bangladesh and parts of coastal Florida. Northern climates and areas with higher elevation will attract most of these displaced populations, although areas in the far south will gather a small number as well. Research by Stanford University scientists has shown that economic productivity accelerates as temperatures rise in cooler climates and slows as hotter climates heat up. The reasons are easy to identify. Temperature climates allow greater agricultural production, enhanced population health, and better conditions for work overall. Excessively hot climates produce more heat-related deaths, higher energy costs, water shortages, and lower crop yields. Countries with vast tracts of soon-to-be desirable territory stand to benefit if they play their cards right. Canada and Russia, the world's 12 largest northerly countries, are particularly well situated. Agriculture in both could expand dramatically as a result of longer growing seasons, warmer temperatures, and the melting of permafrost. One recent climate model has shown Canada gaining 1.6 million square miles of arable land suitable for crops such as wheat, corn, and potatoes by 2080. A fourfold increase of the area currently available for cultivation within a generation. Russia will gain a comparable amount of newly arable land in the coming decades, Even though the soils on these lands will not all be highly productive, the sheer scale of the change positions these trois countries to dominate global grain markets in the future. Canada and Russia will soon find themselves sitting along major international shipping routes by which to transport this grain they produce and sell. Melting ice is opening maritime passageways in the Arctic, and shipping in the region, already on the rise, will only ramp up further as our world burns. Major economies are all eyeing trois shipping routes that connect the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. The Northwest Passage, which runs along the northern part of Canada, passing Grönland, and the Northern Sea Route, which traces the northern edges of Russia. Canada's and Russia's positions along these routes will foster economic activity in those empires and gift them leverage over the flow of maritime traffic. Climate change will create problems for some countries and opportunities for others in this context. To be sure, Canada and Russia can still expect to suffer from climate change-induced natural disasters. These and other expensive risks, such as the damage that thawing permafrost can inflict on infrastructure, will be a drag on their economies. But the coming of more temperate climates will also drive population growth and boost overall economic activity. In Canada, at least, ideas about how to take advantage of these trends are already circulating. Influential and well-connected Canadian business and political leaders have formed a group called the Century Initiative, which advocates for increasing that country's population from around 40 million today to 100 million by 2100, largely by supercharging immigration and establishing regional developmental hubs. One of the founders of the initiative served as an economic advisor to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, and its platform has gained support from prominent Conservative and Liberal Party members and advisors. Russia's outlook, of course, is more mixed. The warming of large swaths of its vast tundra and boreal forests certainly holds significant economic potential. But Russia's reliance on hydrocarbon production makes its economy vulnerable as our world shifts toward renewable energy, especially if agriculture, shipping, and other newly viable forms of economic activity cannot fill the void left by declining fossil fuel exports. And whereas Canada offsets its low birth rates with relatively open immigration policies, or should I say migration, Russia is far less welcoming to immigrants. Unless that changes, Russia's population will decline 25% by 2100. Other northerly territories will likely undergo similar changes to those in Canada and the Russian Empire. Finland, Norway, Sweden, and the American imperial state of Alaska will all have a growing base of arable land in the coming decades. The continental United States and mainland China, by contrast, will face declining crop yields, increasing migration out of their hottest and most disaster-prone areas, and decreasing productivity. Both will see their power and influence wane unless they can balance these disadvantages with investments in cheap, renewable energy and plans to eventually relocate vulnerable populations to more livable places. Hence the scramble for land. Faced with stark climate-related economic and demographic challenges, countries will try to lock in any advantage that they can. So wrangling over Groenland is just the beginning. Trump has named his daughter's father-in-law as envoy to the DRC, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, as the American empire eyes black African minerals. There be dozens of territories around the world that fit a similar profile to Groenland's. Sparsely populated, likely to become more habitable in the coming decades, or home to valuable resources, and possessing weak, ambiguous, or transitional sovereignty. As a self-governing territory of Denmark, Groenland's foreign affairs are managed from Copenhagen, but its leaders have expressed a desire for full independence and drafted a prospective constitution. Even though most Groenlanders initially reacted with disdain to Trump's offer to join these United States, it is not out of the realm of possibility that the territory could gain independence and entertain such a proposal in the future. Other non-sovereign territories, such as the Faroe Islands off of Scotland, the Falkland Islands off of Argentina, French Guiana, or New Caledonia in the Pacific, could also enter into the sights of great powers or opportunistic neighbors. All these areas have been contested before and could be contested yet again. Antarctica is another flashpoint. During the Cold War, major powers signed the Antarctic Treaty, setting aside territorial claims on that continent and committing instead to use it as a site of international scientific exploration and cooperation. That arrangement is now starting to unwind. Russia and Red China recently incorporated interests in Antarctica into their national security strategies, and the Communist Chinese Empire has invested in an icebreaker fleet and the construction of satellite ground stations on the continent under the ice that could be repurposed for military applications. Both countries have expanded their krill fishing in the waters surrounding Antarctica, and they have rejected the renewal of existing marine protections and proposals for additional ones by the 26-country Commission for the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources. Argentina and Chile have responded by reasserting their own long-standing territorial claims on the continent under the ice, as climate catastrophe makes it possible to extract valuable resources, extend control over expanding shipping routes, and build monitoring stations and research bases that could be materialized and then militarized. Antarctic cooperation could fall apart entirely. Countries that possess resources vital to the transition to renewable energy will also become sites of competition. The demand for rare earth minerals, such as cobalt, coltan, lithium, and tantalum, is driving efforts to source and secure these resources wherever they can be found. In some cases, territorial sovereignty is compromised in the process. From the creeping influence of multinational companies engaged in large-scale land acquisition to more blatant violations in the form of foreign military incursions. the recent invasion of the mineral-rich Democratic Republic of the Congo by the Rwandan-backed M23 rebel group can be explained as a way for that group, and by extension Rwanda, to gain access to valuable minerals in the eastern Congo that are expected to produce batteries for electric vehicles and cell phones. Now, here's the exposé. Thus, does the U.S. President Donald Trump set to name his daughter's father-in-law as his special envoy for the Great Lakes region in East Africa, according to Twa people familiar with his plans. This comest as the DR, or Democratic Republic of Congo, which is in the grip of one of Black Africa's largest conflicts, looks to strike a critical minerals deal with Washington. The Lebanon-born businessman Mossad Boulos, whose son Michael is married to Trump's daughter Tiffany, was appointed as Trump's senior advisor for Arab affairs in December. Boulos, who worked in his family's Nigeria-based motor vehicle distribution company earlier in his career, is expected to receive security and diplomatic clearances, well, as early as last week, and could visit the Congolese capital, Kinshasa, and Rwanda's capital, Kigali, well, later this month if he hasn't done so already. The White House has not responded to my inquiries before transmission, so I don't know. But in depth, I do know that the DR Congo, which covers an area larger than Western Europe, is one of our world's most resource-rich nations. Wakanda, writ large, home to copper and lithium reserves in the south, and cobalt and coltan in the east, minerals that are key to producing electric vehicles and smartphones. That country's armed forces are currently battling the rebel group M23 in eastern DR Congo. The Congolese have alleged that M23 insurgents, with Kigali's backing, have commandeered the region's mining facilities and siphoned out valuable minerals. Rwanda has repeatedly denied any involvement in the region, but both the United Nations and these United States say it is supporting the insurgency and moving to expropriate minerals. Several diplomatic efforts to resolve the conflict, led by Black African neighbors, regional bodies, and the African Union, have so far foundered. Congolese President Felix, Tshisekedi, recently called on the Trump administration to consider a rights deal with his resource-rich country. DR Congo is keen on American imperial investment or even involvement in the eastern region as a way to stop the fighting, with its information minister saying in an interview with Semaphore over the weekend, that's when Patrick Muyaya, the country's spokesman, said, "The United States can help us with peace through diplomatic means and powerful sanctions." Muyaya also called for these United States to reconsider our dismantling of U.S. aid. I think that what Muyaya said was, they've been funding 70% of the humanitarian assistance in the East, and the situation is getting worse because of the war there. He said his country hopes the White House will encourage more American investors to help diversify the players involved in DR Congo's mining industry, which is currently dominated by communist Chinese companies. Now, BMA, by my analysis, one reason Boulos is being assigned to an African portfolio is that he spent a large portion of his early professional career and family life in Nigeria. After supporting Trump's campaign to win over Arab Americans during the last election, he earned the trust of the president himself. Bulosh is now seen as someone who could possibly be the president's eyes and ears in a troubled and complex subregion, which is also seen as ripe for the kind of deal-making favored by this White House. Tshisekedi, under pressure after losing control of large swaths of his country's eastern region, is seen as increasingly desperate for a mineral rights deal with these United States. Any political agreement, any potential agreement, could also help Kinshasa, capital of the Congo, in forcing the M23 or leave DR Congo, as their presence would run counter to American imperial interests. But it's difficult to seal deals without a senior Black Africa team in place at either the White House or State Department. This is likely why Bulosh has been recruited now. Support from these United States would give DR Congo a better negotiating hand in working out a pact where all sides get some version of what they want. The Congolese naturally want to keep their sovereignty intact and generate revenue from their natural resources, while the U.S. is keen to reach an agreement that gives us access to minerals and pushes out the Chi-Com players, the Chinese communists. It's possible the Rwandans, who have said all along they are simply trying to protect themselves from invasion, might also be able to cut a lucrative deal in order to maintain the peace. But there's always room for disengagement. Several independent players claiming to represent DR Congo have been pitching up on Washington's Capitol Hill in recent weeks, offering to broker mineral rights deals between these United States and that Central African country. There has also been a letter circulating, purportedly from a Congolese senator, offering to kickstart rights talks. But the 12 people close to the Congolese government told Semaphore that reports the government was already in negotiations with these United States were premature. So step back here. M23 rebels have taken control of 2 major border cities, Goma and Bukavu, in recent months. More than 8,000 people have been killed in fighting since January, and tens of thousands of others have been displaced from their homes. In his first presidential midterm, or misterm, I mean to say, Trump appointed J. Peter Pham, Vietnamese guy, as the Great Lakes Region Special Envoy. Pham is now widely tipped to take the misadministration's top Black Africa job as Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs. Now, BMA, by my analyses, to counter Trump's mineral diplomacy, value Africa's natural wealth in global finance. GDP, our gross domestic product, has for too long been the world's main measure of economic success, rewarding activities that generate immediate financial returns. But Black Africa's wealth extends far beyond that, to include its forests, wetlands, and biodiversity. These natural systems regulate rainfall, store carbon, and support agriculture. Financial markets do not recognize this value. Instead, economic models favor resource extraction over resource conservation. Black Africa's natural capital is valued at over $6 trillion. Yet much of this is missing from economic estimates. Ecosystem services, such as flood control and pollination, contribute billions annually, but without proper financial recognition, they are treated as expendable. When forests are cleared for commercial timber, it is recorded as economic activity. But in reality, that results in a loss of long-term benefits, like climate stability, clean water, and fertile land. Policies encourage extraction because nature's ongoing value is never accounted for. Now, the term GEP, or Gross Ecosystem Product, offers a solution. Developed by communist Chinese scientists in 2020 and adopted by the United Nations in 2021, GEP assigns economic values to nature's contributions, creating a holistic picture of a nation's wealth. In northwestern Qinghai province, GEP calculations proved that protecting watersheds created more economic value than industrial expansion. As a result, the government redirected billions of dollars into conservation. Black African countries can do the same. The Congo Basin in Central Africa absorbs 1.5 billion tons of carbon dioxide each year. For context, in 2023, the nearly 300 million vehicles on the United States of American roads generated around 1.65 billion tons of CO2 emissions. Black African countries integrating GEP into their economic analyses will reshape global finance, or would, if they would only follow my advice. Debt negotiations, investment decisions, and credit ratings would look different if natural capital were properly valued. Instead of being forced to extract resources for revenue, countries could use ecosystem services as financial leverage. This is about more than better accounting. It is about economic power. First, GEP would change the Black continent's approach to debt itself. Countries could argue that by protecting forests and wetlands, they provide services that stabilize economies and climate systems. This would support GEP-backed debt relief, securing better loan terms for nations based on their respective ecosystem value. Second, credit rating agencies would have to start counting nature as an asset. When Mozambique protects mangroves that shield coastal cities from floods, that is infrastructure investment, not charity. Recognizing these assets would help reduce the tens of billions of dollars that Black Africa needs in climate adaptation costs by reducing disaster risks and prioritizing prevention. Third, GEP could unlock new financial tools. The $2.5 trillion of global green bond market has largely ignored Black Africa. If just 5% of that funding shifted to nature-backed Black African investments, it would generate significant funds for conservation-linked projects, reducing Black Africa's reliance on donor aid. This would mean Black African countries would be in a stronger position to demand fairer financial terms. If creditors impose economic reforms, Black African finance ministers should demand ecosystem financing. If developed nations expect Black African climate commitments, they must pay for that natural capital that makes those commitments possible. So GEP is more than a metric. It is a financial tool. If Black African leaders use it strategically, they can reshape the Dark Continent's economic standing for decades. The world already benefits from Black Africa's ecosystems. It's time Black Africa does as well. Because the competition to secure access to food will intensify, as well as climate catastrophe effects, crop yields, and growing patterns around the world. Some countries will need to find new resources, new sources of agricultural goods, and the countries that can continue to produce and export food in a warming world, a burning world, will gain influence. Russia's invasion of eastern Ukraine can be seen in part as a play for political leverage through agricultural advantage. For decades, the Greater Soviet Union and Russia within their federation imported grain. But in the last 2 decades, Moscow has made a concerted and successful effort to boost domestic agricultural production. Now, not only is Russia no longer dependent on imports, but it has also become the world's largest wheat exporter. By seizing prime agricultural land in Ukraine, Russia has further consolidated its domination of global grain markets. That position gives it immense power. If Moscow bars exports to a country that relies on imported grain, it can destabilize that country's politics and drive hunger and even immigration. This is what brings us back to the fights to come. Climate catastrophe will shape relations among states in complex ways in the coming decades, but the broad contours of these shifts are already visible. Even now, trade and commodity markets are transforming as powerful states grab key resources and new shipping routes open. Populations have already begun to move both within and across countries as climate catastrophe renders some parts of our Earth less habitable and others more so. As these trends accelerate, they will fuel efforts by major powers to acquire new territories. Although it is impossible to predict with certainty where and when countries will be prepared to go to war for land, environmental trends today suggest many possibilities for aggression down the road. A communist Chinese empire facing grave threats from climate catastrophe, from rising seas and extreme weather in coastal areas to flooding along major rivers and desertification of the country's north. China could try to secure resources, habitable land, and geostrategic advantage by making incursions into Southeast Asia, claiming island outposts, or even grabbing pieces of Eastern Russia or North Korea. Nigeria, on track to becoming more populous than China by the end of the century, could turn Central Africa into a tinderbox. As climate catastrophe brings droughts, floods, and heat waves, disrupting agriculture and displacing communities, Nigeria will find its needs. They'll find they need more resources to sustain its fast-growing population of 1 billion people. And this nation of 1 billion blacks will set its sights on neighboring countries to get them. Russia, meanwhile, would expand its footprint in the Baltics and countries such as Norway in order to secure northern shipping routes and expand its sea access. It could do the same in Antarctica, setting the stage for conflict with other great powers active there. And these United States, facing climate devastation in places such as coastal Florida, wildfire-prone California, and the drought-stricken Southwest, act on its territorial ambitions in northern territories, including Groenland or even parts of Canada. International agreements and alliances already fraying as great power competition heats up, along with the climate, will struggle to contain these fights. In a world where might makes right, countries that find themselves seeking new territory will not hesitate to use force to get it. With the most dramatic effects of climate catastrophe still yet to come, the race for land is just getting started. But the secret to unlimited energy is beneath our feet. And the world's deepest hole ever drilled will unlock our planet's most powerful energy source. Scientists now know how to drill deep enough to tap into an energy supply that would power the world for more than 20 million years if we capture just 0.1% of it. A groundbreaking effort to tap into deep geothermal energy aims to drill 12 miles into the Earth's crust, unlocking a clean, unlimited power source for millions of years. A breakthrough effort to tap into deep geothermal energy is underway, as scientists and engineers plan to drill 12 miles deep into our Earth's crust to harness our planet's immense heat. Now, this literally groundbreaking project, led by Quaise Energy, Quaise, aims to tap into a virtually unlimited energy source that could sustain human power consumption for millions of years. This initiative could be pivotal in addressing our growing demand for clean, renewable energy in the fight against climate change. This is a revolutionary drilling technology. The key to unlocking this energy lies in this new drilling technology that will use microwave beams to vaporize rock, a technique known as gyrotron drilling. These high-powered microwave devices, previously used in nuclear fusion research, have the potential to reach depths much greater than conventional drilling equipment, which struggles to go beyond a few miles due to the heat and pressure found deeper in the earth. As outlined in the Massachusetts Institute of Technology's 2022 study, the gyrotron-based drilling approach could allow scientists to reach unprecedented depths, tapping into geothermal reservoirs that are too hot and deep for traditional methods. The team's objective is to begin harvesting energy from a pilot well by 2026, with further plans to retrofit existing coal and gas power plants with geothermal energy systems. As for the role of geothermal energy in the future, while solar and wind energy have rapidly expanded in recent years, geothermal energy has remained largely untapped due to technological limitations. Geothermal plants are typically confined to regions with shallow, naturally accessible geothermal reserves, but deep geothermal energy has the potential to expand worldwide. By drilling deep enough, Quaise Energy aims to assess rock temperatures as high as 1,000 degrees Celsius, or 932 degrees Fahrenheit, which are ideal for generating high-pressure steam to run turbines. This makes deep geothermal energy a reliable, continuous power source, unlike other renewable resources that depend on weather conditions. Then, of course, there's Well, deep geothermal energy could transform the energy industry itself. The energy industry is facing an urgent need to transition away from fossil fuels, and deep geothermal energy offers an exciting possibility. The ability to repurpose existing power plants using this technology would allow countries to transition to carbon-free energy production without needing to build any new infrastructure, saving both time and money. By 2030, the aim is to begin replacing up to 95% of coal and natural gas use in plants by creating geothermal fields that produce steam at the same temperatures as traditional fossil fuel combustion. As Quay's Energy moves forward with these innovations, it highlights the potential of deep geothermal energy to complement other renewable sources, ensuring a reliable, scalable, and sustainable solution for our planet's energy needs. The obstacle? Unterland. And the breakaway civilization of the Nazis, the 1,000-year Reich in exile, in the caverns beneath the earth. This will bring us into a renewal of conflict with, for all intents and purposes, what we can think of as Planet Hitler in the inner Earth. Now, all of this we can go into in another episode when George Knight is with us, or we can go into very soon in the future. We have 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We've got potentially 3 hours left, but I feel I should end our episode, our transmission, early tonight because I have an early appointment on Tuesday. I may end the episode around this time or even earlier on Wednesday night, as I have a very early morning appointment, comparatively speaking, and afternoon appointment after that transmission. Tonight would be a good practice for ending early. Now, I've already delivered the reason why I need your help. Make certain to provide it. I need 200 United States dollars. Make certain to contribute. I'll be counting on your help to prevent myself from becoming just another homeless veteran. Very well then. If you want to enter anything into the chat, do so now so that it can be uploaded with the publication of tonight's transmission. My love to all who support myself. Kisses to the ladies, hugs to the gentlemen, and all of you who support myself, join us again on Wednesday. We will be back at our normal time slot, and with that, we will be, of course, still asking for contributions if I don't make the 200 tonight, but I hope and pray we do. Again, make your contribution, and by all means, I thank you for your moral support if you cannot contribute fiscally. Until Wednesday, stay safe and be well. Rejoin us then, and by all means, we'll be back. Going to end stream now. And oh, Nemo sent an image. Bless you, dear Nemo. Thank you so much. You have no idea how much I appreciate your communications. Yes. Yes. This says it all. Yes. Netanyahu riding Trump's back over Yemen. Yes. Can't bear to look at it. And with that, my blessings unto all. All right. Numbers gone up. I feel guilty, but we're ending stream. Okay.